Good morning. The meeting scheduled for Friday, January 23rd, 2026 for the Committee on Government Operation, Veterans Affairs, and Consumer Protection has been called to order. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, people of the Virgin Islands. Good morning to staff. Good morning. Good day. It's a wonderful day in paradise. I'd like to wish each and every one of you a happy and a prosperous New Year. Welcome to the first meeting of the Committee on Government Operation, Veterans Affairs, and Consumer Protection for the year, which I have the honor to chair, alongside my seasoned colleague, Vice Chair, Senator Novell E. Francis, Jr. I also extend a warm welcome to all committee and non-committee members in attendance. Your present participation and support of the legislative process are greatly appreciated. As always, I begin by expressing my deep gratitude to my dynamo duo, Ms. Watley and Ms. Michael. Thank you for all you do every day. To those watching or listening across our Virgin Islands and the wider world, thank you for tuning in, and thank you for engaging in the legislative process. My prayer for 2026 is that every Virgin Islander enter this new year with a heart full of gratitude, reflection, and hope. As a people, we are known for our spirit of caring, sharing, and looking out for one another, and that spirit continues to define who we are. Let us remember to be thankful for our families, our health, our freedoms, and for the beauty and resilience of these Virgin Islands we call home. As we begin a new year, I would like to encourage everyone to make their health a priority. This is a time to schedule your annual physical, vision, and dental checkups. No more excuses. People, we have to get healthier. Being proactive about our health is one of the most important steps we can take toward living longer, healthier, and more productive lives. I also wish to commend the leadership of this institution for their commitment to wellness by implementing and organizing health-related activities right here at the legislature. These initiatives demonstrate a clear understanding that a healthy workforce is essential to effective public service, and they set a positive example for our community as a whole. As we observe Martin Luther King Jr. Day on Monday, January 19, let us reflect on the power of service, unity, justice, and responsibility each of us carries to uplift our communities and stand for what is right. These moments remind us of where we've been and inspire us towards where we are going. May 2026 be a year filled with peace, progress, good health, and prosperity for every Virgin Islander. Let us move forward together with faith, unity, and purpose. Today, we will receive testimony from the Supervisor of Elections, Ms. Carolyn Fox, Mr. Raymond Williams, Chairman of the Board of Elections, and Ms. Carol Burke, Chairwoman of the Democratic Party, as they give an overview of the enabling laws, current department challenges, and plan of action to resolve any foreseen challenges for the 2026 election year. We also have one very important bill and a resolution before us. Bill number 36-0187, an act amending Title 18, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 23, Section 622, requiring the Board of Elections to count by hand votes deposited in a ballot box, proposed by Senator Franklin D. Johnson. And a resolution, Bill number 36-0220, an act honoring and commending former Senator Lorraine L. Berry posthumously for her decades of outstanding public service by renaming Hull Bay Road, located in St. Thomas, the Lorraine L. Berry Drive, proposed by yours truly and sponsored by Senator Angel L. Bokels Jr. So today we not only deliberate legislation, we celebrate dedication to public service, purpose, and progress. Thank you once again to my colleagues, testifiers, and the public for your continued engagements. Let us proceed with today's agenda in a spirit of service, collaboration, and gratitude. Let's begin today's work on behalf of the people of the Virgin Islands. Madam Clerk, can I please have a roll call?
Senator Ray Fonseca. Senator Fonseca, present. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr.
I'm here.
Senator Francis Jr., present. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Present. Senator Francis Heiliger, present. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Senator Gittins, absent. Senator Franklin D. Johnson.
Here.
Senator Johnson, present. Senator Collar J. Joseph.
Present, please.
Senator Joseph, present. Senator Avery L. Lewis.
Present.
Senator Lewis, present. Mr. Chair, there are 6 members present, 1 member absent.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, are there any correspondences from any committee members to be read into the record?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Please proceed.
Letter dated January 23rd, 2026, from the Honorable Kenneth L. Gittins. Dear Senator Lewis, I hope this correspondence reaches you in the best of health and spirits. Please be advised that I will be delayed in arriving to today's Government Operations, Veterans Affairs, and Consumer Protection Committee hearing due to pressing matters that require my attention at the hospital. I recognize the importance of the agenda items before the committee and look forward to participating in the discussion upon my arrival later today. Thank you in advance for your kind consideration. Sincerely, Kenneth L. Gittins, Vice President. Mr. Chair, this concludes the reading of today's correspondences.
Madam Clerk, please mark Senator Gittins' excuse and give me a new tally.
Yes, Mr. Chair, there are 6 members present, 1 member excused.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, are there? No. Madam Clerk, could you read the agenda into the record, Block 1?
Revised Agenda 1, dated January 22nd, 2026. The Committee on Government Operations, Veterans Affairs, and Consumer Protection has scheduled a meeting for Friday, January 23rd, 2026 at 9 a.m. in the Earl B. Otley Legislative Hall, St. Thomas, Virgin Islands, to provide updates on the following agency and consideration of the following bills. Block 1, the committee will receive testimony on the operations of the election system of the Virgin Islands, including but not limited to enabling laws, current department challenges, a plan of action to resolve challenges, and the following. All matters relative to the discussion of the status, functions, and operations of the agency. Invited testifiers, Ms. Caroline F. Fox, Supervisor of Elections, Ms. Carol Burke, Chairwoman of the Democratic Party, Mr. Raymond J. Williams, Chairman, Board of Elections, Mr. John Yob, Chairman of Republican Party. Mr. Chair, this concludes the reading of Block 1 for today's agenda.
Thank you. Testifiers, we're going to do a mic check. Starting with Mr. Williams, place your name and position on the record, please.
Good morning.
Try again.
Good morning. Raymond J. Williams, Virgin Islands Board of Elections Chairman.
Ms. Fox.
Good morning, Caroline Fox, Supervisor of Elections.
Good morning, Carol Burke, Chairwoman of the Democratic Party of the Virgin Islands.
Thank you. And Mr. Williams, before you give your testimony, I must say to the community, the listening and viewing audience, invitations were sent out to, as well as Mr. John Yab, Chairman of the Republican Party, so we could be crystal clear. And I touched base with one of the independent ICM members, Mr. Stephen Smokey Fred, and was told that they don't have no leadership together at this time. So nobody will be able to attend today's meeting. So I just want to, for the record, the Republican Party was sent an invitation, no response, nobody came. And I reached out to the ICM party, and they're not there, not together as yet. Point of information, Ms. Senator Fonseca.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to follow up on that with the invitation to Mr. John Yarb, the chairman of the Republican Party. I think this is like the second meeting I have noticed that he has been on the agenda, invited to a meeting, but has not shown up. I was wondering through the chair, did he give an official response as to why he couldn't attend the meeting?
Well, the very first time he did say that he couldn't make it and he was going to be off island or something. He didn't have a representative to come. This go wrong, he did no response at all. There was no response, and all invitations went out. Same time like Ms. Burke and Mr. Williams and Ms. Fox, and there's still no response as today. So that's something, I had to put it on the record.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Point of information.
Chairman,
Okay.
a pleasant good morning to everyone. Mr. Chairman, Senator from Bavoni is correct. The chairman of the Republican Party has been a no-show consistently when this body has asked him to appear. So I would like to make a motion to subpoena him. Yes, because we need to have their appearance here. It cannot be that, we cannot be that every time this body calls someone in that they feel that they cannot show up. This is the people's house. You, as the chairman of this committee, has that authority to have them here. And if they are not coming, that is a major disrespect to you, Mr. Chairman, and to the members of this body. That's how I look at it.
So,
I know it's an invitation, but Mr. Chairman, I leave it to you whether you want to, the body here want to make that determination, but we should have that balance of testimony in considering legislation. And that's my aim of this discussion. We should have that balance, Mr. Chairman. Can't just have one party all the time appearing and the other party is not. I don't know if the ICM was asked to appear as well.
I did reach out to Mr. Stephen Smokey Fred, and he said that the party isn't together, so I don't have nobody to send it to.
Okay, and so those are the things. Because, so I just want, because it needs to have that discussion. It needs to have that balance, and that was the aim of my motion. It has to have that balance and that communication, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
The Committee on Government Operations, Veterans Affairs. Point of information, Senator Alma Francis Heiliger.
Thank you. Well, actually, I want to point an inquiry to the chair of the legal counsel, because I am trying to understand if it's even legally
I was going to take a
possible.
2-minute recess to request.
Well, I
legal
would like to
counsel.
put it on the record.
Okay, good.
Thank you.
No problem.
I would like to know through the chair to legal counsel if the request of my colleague is even something legal, because if we attempt to invite a nonprofit or independent organization that has the legal right to decline, do we as a body have the right to subpoena them? Because if that's the case, we would now be starting targeting organizations that if they don't come before this body, if they choose not to, which according to my thought process, they have a legal right to, but I just need clarity from legal counsel. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Senator Francis Heiliger, to the best of my knowledge, I don't think we have that authority to do it, but I'm going to call legal counsel to the floor. The committee, legal counsel, could you come to the floor, please? The Committee on Government Operations, Veterans Affairs and Consumer Protection stands in recess for 3 minutes. Committee on Government Operation, Veterans Affairs, and Consumer Protection is back on the record. Before we recess, we made an inquiry, asked for legal counsel to come to the floor. They'll be here in short order.
Excuse me, point of order. Point of order.
Point of order.
Mr. Chair, there was a motion on the floor, and we cannot move on without discussing the motion, whether it's... Didn't you make a move to subpoena?
She said motion.
She made a motion to subpoena?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman?
She did.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, if there was a motion, and I believe I did move a motion, I respectfully withdraw that motion, but I still believe that legal counsel need to come up here for us to have that discussion. It's critical because as the gentleman from Bovoni stated, we have asked the Republican Party chair to come and present their side, and they have not appeared. And we want to get their input. We want to assure that all of the bills that come through this committee are properly vetted, and we've heard from everyone that we possibly can. That was my point, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you. Respectfully, the motion has been withdrawn. Senator Francis Heiliger. At
Thank
some
you very
point in
much,
time,
Mr.
legal
Chair.
counsel shall be in, and we could get clarity on that inquiry. Mr. Williams, are you ready to proceed with your testimony? Sir. Good morning. Go right ahead.
Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Hear me? I'm trying to read it out without my glasses. Save that out. Good morning, the Honorable Avery L. Lewis, Chairman of the Committee on Government Operations, Veterans Affairs, and Consumer Protection, members of the committee, and all other senators present. My name is Raymond J. Williams. I am the chairman of the Virgin Islands Boards of Election. I appear here before you this morning at your request to present testimony on the operational status of the board. The Board of Elections met on January 16th, 2026 to discuss and take action relative to its operational status. At the onset of the meeting, we went into debate where each member was allotted 8 minutes to speak on the matter. The majority of the members spoke relative to our internal BOE needs and struggles as they saw it, most of which I took notes with the intent to implement most. After the debate time expired, I opened the floor to entertain motions relative to the long-burning issues and concerns surrounding Act number 8690. Specifically, the portions that involved Title 18 Virgin Islands Code. Starting on page 3, sections 11, 8, 12 through 18. On page 5, section 12 and 13. And on page 9, sections 36 and 37. The following motions were made. To repeal sections 11B, 8, 12 through 18, offered by Member Peter, seconded by Member Mercer, objected to by Member Hassel. 6 yes, 6 noes, 2 absent. That motion failed. To repeal section 12 by Member Peter, seconded by Member Mercer. 7 yes, 4 no, 1 abstain, 2 absent. That motion was passed. To repeal section 36, offered by Member Mercer, seconded by Member Laron, objected to by Member Hassel. 4 yes, 7 no, 1 abstain, 2 absent. That motion failed. Next motion, to recommend that the 36th legislature review sections 11B, 8 through 12, offered by Member Francis, seconded by Member Jones-Sproul. 6 yes, 5 no, 2 absent. That motion passed. As was presented in my letter to Senate President Milton Potter, Act 8690 has multiple sections that the duties overlap between the supervisor of elections and the board. A determination must be made as to who has the powers and the duties of Act 8690 as it pertains to those sections. Both the board and the supervisor cannot share these powers. These were the actions of the board, but I also must represent that for more than 20 years, the board and now board has asked for legislative revision on Title 18, but it has been piecemeal to say the least. We need clarification on what constitutes a quorum. Currently in the code, 2 different sections refer to a quorum as a majority of its members, 8 out of 14, to officially have a meeting, or that at least 3 members from a district be among the 8 to establish a quorum. Where the words joint boards appear must be struck and replaced with the word board. There's a whole host of others, but just because we're only speaking to this specific act, I stand ready to answer questions from the membership. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Fox. You don't have no testimony to it
No, Senator.
pertaining to this. Thank you. Before I go to Democratic Chairwoman, I'd like to just acknowledge in the audience today we have members of the Democratic leadership as well and members of the VI Election Board members. Good morning to you out there. And I'd like to acknowledge non-committee member Senator Marvin A. Blyden and Senator Angel Bulkers. Thank you guys for joining us today. Thank you. Your presence is much appreciated. Boy Blue. Ms. Burke, you may begin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Honorable Avery Lewis, Chairman, and other honorable members of the Committee on Government Operations, Veterans Affairs, and Consumer Protection, and other esteemed members of the 36th Legislature. A very...
Ms. Burke, one second. 1 second.
Okay, I am.
The Committee on Government Operations, Veterans Affairs, and Consumer Protection stands in recess for 2 minutes.
Right here.
Thank you. The Committee on Government Operation, Veterans Affairs, and Consumer Protection is back on the record. Ms. Burke, I do apologize. Please proceed.
It is fine. Good morning, Honorable Avery Lewis, Chairman, and other honorable members of the Committee on Government Operations, Veterans Affairs, and Consumer Protection, and other esteemed members of the 36th Legislature. A very special good morning to those who work for the government of the Virgin Islands and to those who are witnessing today's important committee meeting. I am Carol M. Burke, and I serve as chairwoman of the Democratic Party of the Virgin Islands. Chairman Lewis, thank you for the opportunity to provide an informational update on the party's readiness for the 2026 Democratic primary elections scheduled for August 1, 2026. My testimony today reflects the party's current organizational posture and is grounded in a formally adopted governing document, the 2026 Primary Election and Certification Plan, which has been submitted for the legislative record. Since 2024, the DPVI has started the full process of full compliance with Honorable Judge Robert Malloy's ruling in the Republican Party of the Virgin Islands versus the election system of the Virgin Islands. In assuming my position as chairwoman, I was well aware of the tremendous work that lay ahead for the Territorial Committee. The Territorial Committee is the policy-making arm of the Democratic Party of the Virgin Islands, and its executive committee is the respective officers. Before I proceed with my testimony, I must express my unwavering gratitude to the members for their commitment and support. I must also give special recognition to the executive committee, my Vice Chair, Kevin Rodriguez, National Committee Man, Dr. Gary Malloy, National Committee Woman, Risa Richards, Treasurer, Dr. Kaiser Carwood, Secretary Shanice Jarvis, District Chairs, Abigail Hendricks Kagan from St. John, Barbara Peterson from St. Thomas, and Sandra Satori from St. Croix. The Acting Executive Director, Kai Sam, Communications Director, Emmett Hansen, and Special Projects Coordinator, Era Lockett, and our volunteers. Constitutional authority, judicial clarity, and the necessity of a Democratic Party election plan. The authority of the Democratic Party of the Virgin Islands to govern its own primary elections is not aspirational, discretionary, or informal. It is constitutionally protected, judicially affirmed, and legally enforceable. In January 2024, Chief Judge Robert A. Malloy of the United States District Court of the Virgin Islands issued a decisive ruling in Republican Party of the Virgin Islands v. Election Systems. That decision reaffirmed a foundational principle of American election law. The certification and the qualification of political party candidates are internal party functions protected by the First Amendment and may not be overwritten or substituted by a government agency. This ruling did not create new authority. It clarified and restored authority that already existed under the Constitution, but had over time been constrained by administrative practice rather than law. For the Democratic Party, Judge Malloy's ruling made one point unmistakably clear. The party itself bears primary responsibility for defining, administering, and enforcing its own candidate certification and primary election procedures. As a result, the development of a comprehensive 2026 primary election and certification plan was not optional. It was a necessary act of constitutional compliance and responsible governance. Failure by the Democratic Party of the Virgin Islands to adopt and enforce its own election and certification framework would have constituted an abdication of the very authority the federal court has affirmed belongs to the party itself. The plan, therefore, serves as the practical implementation of Judge Malloy's ruling, translating constitutional principle into operational reality. Status as a chartered affiliate of the Democratic National Committee. The Democratic Party of the Virgin Islands is a chartered affiliate of the Democratic National Committee, the DNC, and is the sole officially recognized democratic organization for the territory. This chartered status carries both responsibility and authority. The DPVI is entrusted with administering democratic primaries, certifying candidates, and ensuring that party processes align with national standards of fairness, transparency, and accountability. Our 2026 primary election and certification plans reflects these national responsibilities while remaining fully consistent with territorial law. Federal Election Commission registration and institutional accountability. In June 2025, the Democratic Party of the Virgin Islands became registered with the Federal Election Commission, FEC, for the very first time. This registration subjects the party to federal reporting, disclosure, record keeping, and compliance requirements, and represent a significant milestone in the party's institutional development. The adoption of a formal election and certification plan supports these obligations by ensuring disciplined governance, transparency, and accountability in party election administration. Standards implemented by the Democratic Party of the Virgin Islands and their purpose. The adoption of the formal election and certification standards serves a fundamental purpose: to ensure that the Democratic Party of the Virgin Islands' constitutional authority is exercised in a consistent, transparent, neutral, and legally defensible manner. Standards are not barriers to participation. They are mechanisms that preserve fairness, predictability, and integrity. Our standards are the following: eligibility and good standing. This defines who may seek nomination. Endorsement thresholds. This demonstrates baseline party support. Certification authority clarifies who certifies and how. Neutrality rules prevents bias and conflicts of interest. Transparency and notice ensures equal access and informed participation. Dispute resolution provides due process with finality. Record keeping ensures accountability and compliance. The national context across the United States and its territories, every state and territorial Democratic Party operates under written election or delegate selection plans that include these same categories of standards. The legal foundation, the First Amendment, the Federal Court Ruling 2024, and the National Democratic Party governance requirements, as well as the Federal Election Commission compliance standards. In short, standards are not optional in modern election administration. They are the means by which constitutional authority, fairness, and public trust are sustained. The DPVI's plan places the party squarely within national best practices. Alignment of the DPVI bylaws with the election and certification plan. In addition to adopting the 2026 primary and election and certification plan, the Democratic Party has updated its party bylaws to ensure full alignment with that plan. The bylaws are the party's highest internal governing authority for an election and certification framework to be legitimate, enforceable, and credible it must be anchored by bylaws that clearly authorize and support the standards being applied. The DPVI updated its bylaws to do the following: reflect the party's constitutional authority over candidate certification. 2, harmonize internal governance rules with the election and certification plan. 3, it eliminate ambiguity or outdated provisions. And 4, it ensures consistency across governance, election administration, and dispute resolution. Taken together, the updated bylaws and the 2026 primary election plan ensures that the Democratic Party's authority is not only constitutionally sound, but internally coherent, transparent, and enforceable. Coordination with the Supervisor of Elections and timeline alignment. While certification authority rests with the party, the Democratic Party of the Virgin Islands, we recognize the importance of coordination with the Supervisor of Elections and election system of the Virgin Islands to ensure the orderly administration of the August 1, 2026 Democratic primary election. The Democratic Party will formally meet with the Supervisor of Elections to 1, review the election and certification plan. 2, clarify any implementation or procedural concerns. 3, confirm points of coordination between the party certification and the ballot administration. And 4, to ensure shared understanding of respective roles and responsibilities. The Democratic Party also recognizes that the Supervisor of Election establishes statutory and administrative timelines necessary for ballot preparation and election administration. Accordingly, while the Democratic Party maintains its own internal certification calendar, the party's timeline will adapt as necessary to align with the official primary election schedule established by the Supervisor of Elections on August 1, 2026. This coordination ensures that the party authority is exercised in a manner that is both constitutionally sound and administratively workable. Organizational readiness. From an operational standpoint, the DPVI is prepared. The election and certification plan establishes clear roles for certification, oversight, and dispute resolution, supported by published timelines, standardized filing requirements, and documented procedures. These systems are being in place and will be functional. In conclusion, I submit that the Democratic Party of the Virgin Islands stands before this committee not simply as an organizational prepared for August 1, 2026, the Democratic primary election, but as a party in the process of renewal and rebuilding. This moment represents more than a procedural readiness. It reflects a deliberate transformation toward a modern Democratic Party, one that understands its constitutional responsibilities, embraces transparency and accountability, and is committed to thoughtful governance in a rapidly evolving political environment. Through the adoption of a comprehensive election and certification plan, the alignment of our bylaws, first-time federal compliance obligations, and strengthened coordination with election administrators, the DPVI has reaffirmed its core mission to responsibly vet candidates, articulate and advance positions on issues that matter to the people of the Virgin Islands, and ensure that those who seek to lead do so with credibility, integrity, and respect for democratic norms. This rebuilding effort recognizes that democracy requires more than elections alone. It requires institutions capable of navigating local challenges and national dynamics, adapting to new realities while remaining grounded in constitutional principles and community trust. Chairman Lewis and members of this committee, the Democratic Party is positioning itself to meet that responsibility, not as a passive participant in the electoral process, but as a strong, disciplined, and forward-looking political organization capable of facilitating meaningful democratic participation. In doing so, the party served as a stabilizing force, connecting voters, candidates, and governance to strengthen public confidence and democratic outcomes. Ultimately, the work before us is about preserving and advancing the promise of democracy in these Virgin Islands, a promise rooted in fairness, accountability, and opportunity, and carried forward by institutions willing to evolve, lead, and serve with purpose. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'm prepared to answer any questions from committee members.
Thank you, Chairwoman Burke. Colleagues, we're going to go to a round of 6. We're going to go to a round of 6 minutes, and then the order for this morning would be Senator Novalee Francis Jr., Senator Franklin Johnson, Senator Carla Joseph, Senator Ray Fonseca, Senator Alma Francis Heiliger, Senator Marvin Blyden, Senator Angel Bulkers, and Senator Milton Potter. Good morning, Senator Potter. Thank you for joining us. We had an inquiry on the floor through the chair from Senator Alma Francis Heiliger to legal counsel. Senator Francis Heiliger, would you restate your inquiry, please?
Thank you. My inquiry had to do with, through the chair to legal counsel, my inquiry had to do as to whether the legislature has the right to subpoena a nonprofit organization, specifically in regards to coming in to testify on changing of laws that are administrative laws versus them just coming in to testify. Like, we're trying to understand, can we just subpoena people if they do not come to testify on a bill that has to do with administration of a ballot? Thank you.
Thank you. Through the chair to Attorney Siku, you may respond.
Through the chair to Senator Francis Heiliger, pursuant to the rules of the legislature, Rule 308, the revised Organic Act confers broad authority on the legislature and its standing committees to investigate and gather information. So a committee may exercise its subpoena powers for matters within its jurisdiction, and where there is a proper legislative purpose and the committee has reasonably determined that the subpoenaed information or documents are relevant and material to the accomplishment of its legislative purpose. So it does not matter whether it's a nonprofit organization or a governmental organization, as long as it does have, the committee has a legislative purpose and the committee has that jurisdiction, then they may vote to issue a subpoena.
Mr. Chair, may I put a point of information on the record?
Point of information, Senator.
Thank you. I would like to thank legal counsel for sharing their thoughts, but I respectfully decline. We have to make sure that constitutionally, that we have to make sure that specifically when we're issuing subpoenas, that they have to be for a relevant purpose. And we cannot, as a body, get to the point that we're just willy-nilly subpoenaing people just because it says we can. But it also says constitutionally, if we're going to do something, we have to do it with a relevant purpose. And an administrative activity of the Board of Elections does not constitute an organization coming in and giving up their legal right to privacy, giving up their legal right to be forced to testify on a subject matter that does not necessarily affect them. Thank you so much. Bring your motion.
Legal counsel, you want to respond?
To the chair also, I wanted to advise of Title II, Section 3, which does give the legislator the authority to issue subpoenas through its committee or through the broad legislature. So what I cited before was the rules, but the rules were based on the law that is codified in Title II, Section 3. So I just wanted to make that clear.
I hear a motion. You recognize Senator Carla Joseph for your motion.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I move that this committee, the Committee on Government Operations, Veteran Affairs, and Consumer Protection, subpoena the chairman of the Republican Party, Mr. John Yob, to come before this committee at its next committee meeting to discuss their plan to discuss all matters that has to do with the election of their delegates, governors, and senators. I so move.
The motion has been properly moved by Senator Carla Joseph and seconded by Senator Ray Fonseca. Roll call on the motion.
Senator
You recognize the mic of the clerk, please?
you can hear. Senator Ray Fonseca? Senator Fonseca, yay. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr.? Senator Francis Jr., yay. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger? Senator Francis Heiliger, nay. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins? Senator Gittins, absent. Senator Franklin D. Johnson? No. Senator Johnson, nay. Senator Carla J. Joseph?
Yes.
Senator Joseph, yay. Senator Avery L. Lewis?
No.
Senator Lewis, no. Nay. Mr. Chair, there are 3 yeas, 3 nays, 1 absent.
The motion fails. The motion fails.
The motion to subpoena John Yab, Republican chairman, has failed. Point of personal privilege, Senator Carla Joseph. You recognize that we do Senator Fonseca, Senator Francis Heiliger.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. I'm very disappointed that that motion failed. I want to say that we all are accountable to the citizens of the Virgin Islands in this body, whether they are Republican, ICM, or Democrats. And this helps to educate and inform our public on the processes that are there. These are established and recognized parties, especially the Republican Party, by the election system. And how do their population know what is going on and what's the process? Somebody might be a Republican out there. So this would have been a great opportunity for them to inform us, as well as the listening and viewing public on their process. We just heard from the Democratic Party regarding what they have done, the balance. The balance has to be maintained, and that was the purpose of the motion, since the Republican Party has consistently refused to show up, even send a letter to this body to indicate why they can't be here. That was the purpose. And I'm thankful for the members who voted in favor of that motion. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, for the time.
Thank you. And again, I'll put on the record, an invitation was sent, phone calls was made, emails was made, to Mr. John Yab, and no response. There's no response. So I'm making that clear. My staff work very hard, and there's just no response. And there's nothing online showing no other contact person, anything. So Senator Fonseca, you're recognized.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Chair, I support my colleague senator from Bavoni and also Harris Court in that in 2004, the Honorable Judge Robert Malloy ruled in favor of the Republican Party versus the election system of the Virgin Islands. And there were several major changes that occurred, and I'll summarize them quick. The party organization, before it was controlled by the election laws, now it's fully under the control of the party. There was issues with the symbols, there was constitutional rights, was restricted by local statutes. Now it's affirmed the First Amendment rights. The Board of Elections role has changed as to before they had oversight over the party structure. Now it's limited to the administration of elections. In addition, Mr. John Yob, the president of the Republican Party, has consistently failed to appear. John Yob, I'm sorry if I mispronounce your name, sir, but the president of the Republican Party has consistently failed to appear before this committee, and this is not the first time. I need to know about his staffing, if there any technology, if there any transparency issues. I want to know what is the Republican Party going to do? How are they going to conduct their party internal structure? We've received testimony from the Honorable Carol Burke, how the Democratic Party is now fully organized. What is the Republican Party doing? So, anyway, I respect the vote of my colleagues, but I still want to know what is the Republican Party doing. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the time.
Thank you. And I'd also like to recognize the presence of non-committee member, Senator Maurice James. Good morning. Senator Francis Heiliger, you're recognized for your point of information.
Thank you so much. As a senator,
It's on.
As a senator, I was under the delusion that the bill we invited the Republican Party representative to discuss was an administrative function within the Board of Election. And at the end of the day, we as a body, according to the code, have the right to subpoena, but we do not have the broad right to subpoena unless it's specific as it relates to the matter at hand. Now, if we had a bill before the body that had to do whether or not we're going to dismantle our political parties, that's a direct effect. But this is an administrative function, whether to put a ballot in a box or not. So that does not, to put it to a tabulator or not. So that does not directly, and my colleague also spoke a little bit on the situation with the court case, and he seems to forget something. The court made it very clear that several of the laws that were governing this community as it relates to political parties were unconstitutional. And one of the major things that the court said is that we as a government cannot interfere, or nothing we do can override the internal functions as it relates to the certification of the private political parties. We don't have that right. So you can't subpoena somebody because we want to feel emotional about how, we want to know how their internal function is. They don't have to come here and tell us anything. We appreciate Ms. Burke for sharing what their party is doing, but don't come on the floor and make it like it's an obligation they have to do. When the court clearly said they don't have to do it, we're discussing one thing, stick to the issue at hand, and stop getting emotional in this institution. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Blyden. You're recognized for your point of information.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning to the people of Virgin Islands. I just want to make clarification in respect to the record, because I know when my colleague asked for a point of information through the chair to legal counsel, and legal counsel gave her statement based on law and documentation, it was stated that she thanked her for her thoughts. I just want to clarify they were not thoughts, they were law. It's law. So I just want to make that clear for the record, because this body do have broad authority in which many times we don't use it. But I just want to clarify the record. I'm not questioning anything. I just want to clarify the record. Thank you so
Thank you,
much, Mr. Chair.
Senator Blyden. Senator Franklin Johnson, you're recognized for your point of information.
Good morning. Good morning. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And I support what my colleagues say here based on portion of Robert Malloy testimony from Ms. Burke. The certification and qualification of political parties and candidates are internal party function protected by the First Amendment and may not be overridden or substituted by a government agency. Yes, we do have the right to subpoena, but this is party function. And we're trying to subpoena them to dictate their party function and what their party must do. Let's be real about this. Let's be ultimately real about this. I am the one that brought this. Ms. Burke brought this from the court ruling. That's what the court said. And we're here trying to now force these people to come in here to tell us the Republican Party members elected him as their president and their leader. And if they say that he come in, they have that right as a party to decide to remove him. So what are we doing in here trying to dictate what party gonna do? I independent. Well, you're gonna subpoena somebody for the independence law too? Let's be real about this. Let's be real about this. You know, so let's move on and let's continue here with what we got to do to then get the people work done.
Thank you,
Thank
Senator
you very much.
Johnson. Senators, we got to move on. Senators, we really have to move on. You can't be, we have professional people here before us. We're going to take all manner at this point. We bring legal counsel, we query this, we voted. Everybody put their point on the record. Ms. Fox, good morning.
Good morning, Senator.
Before I go to Senator Novel E. Francis Jr., to the best of your knowledge as currently, what would be the role or involvement of the board of the election system on primary day, August?
So let's go back. Caroline Fox, Supervisor of Election. The Republican Party, the judgment was issued January 2024. He said, unconstitutional Title 18, Section 232, Section 301, Section 303A, B and C, Section 18 VIC 304A, 18 VIC 305, 18 VOC 306A, 18 VOC 307, and 342. Section 232, which is unconstitutional, is the one that states give me a minute, quick. I put it in my book, sorry. Section 232. Clear. Party primary election shall be held in the Virgin Islands on the first Saturday of August for the purpose of choosing candidates for nomination to public offices to be voted for at the ensuing general election. The Board of Elections will be responsible for certifying the process to be used by any political party to select party offices and candidates for public office. When a law is unconstitutional, that law no longer exists. Null and void. The legislature took no action from January 2024. Here we are, January 2026. Thank you.
Chairman Williams? Chairman Williams?
Yeah, I just want to also note that contrary to that, since I think not this specific body, but for almost, I would think, the last 3 elections, although the law may state that primary elections are a party function and should be managed within the party, this legislature has always approved an appropriation for the board to host those elections. That was challenged in the court, in the Superior Court, And where the judge said that if the legislature give money to do it, the board, the system must wait. So I want to also put that on the record.
Point of information, Senator Francis Heiliger.
Thank you so much. I just wanted to put on the record.
I recognize you.
I'm not sure. Is my mic on? No. Oh, thank you. I just wanted to put on the record. I'm not sure if Ms. Fox is aware that I brought forward a piece of legislation to do exactly what you're speaking about in regards to cleaning up Section 232, Title 18 that was heard last year. Not a single person seconded the motion because I know Ms. Burke was also here and she gave testimony. And my concern with drafting the bill was half of it was constitutional. The part that the court said was constitutional, that the government could have set a date for the primary, but we couldn't interfere with anything henceforth. That part had to be left up to the party unless we drafted something that was within the constitutional realm. I attempted to draft something that was minimal, that would have given the parties the option to opt out if they chose to, and if they did not, they would have had the option to work with the Board of Elections. I never got a second. So I wanted to put on the record when it was stated that nothing has been done. That is not accurate. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Point of information, Senator Johnson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, because I think what we're discussing here today, if I'm correct, is primary election. Is it fair to say that? And what I want to ask Ms. Fox, based on the court rulings and all what we have to do here with primary, have the Republican Party had a primary in the last 10 years?
Senator Johnson, no.
So then, just my point as to why we're bringing them in. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Senator Novelli Francis Jr., recognized for your 6 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Good morning to you, my colleagues. Good morning to the testifiers, Supervisor Fox, Chairman Williams, Chairman Burke, to those viewing and listening. Good morning to the people of the Virgin Islands. My understanding of the invite today was to be able to get testimony on the operations of the election system of the Virgin Islands, including but not limited to the enabling laws, current department challenges, a plan of action to resolve challenges, and as well as the following: all matters relative to the discussion on the status, function, and operations of the agency. So I think we were hoping to be able to get a perspective of all encompassing challenges that may be confronting the agency at this time. I know that we heard a brief testimony from Chairman Williams. We didn't hear anything from Supervisor Fox in regards to the challenges that they're experiencing. So I kind of wanted, again, to go back outside of Act 8690, Mr. Chairman, Chairman Williams. Are there any other challenges that plagues the board at this time?
Yeah, thank you very much, Senator Francis. We have a whole bunch of internal struggles. Like I said in my testimony, well, not in my testimony, but my role sitting here today is not a representation of Raymond Williams. It's a representation of its membership. There may be a whole host of other things, but I think most of it surrounds our internal challenges. And those are not matters before this body. Those are matters that we have to resolve internally.
Okay, and specifically under Act 8690, you made mention, well, before we go to that, Supervisor Fox, I wanted to ask you the same question in regards to challenges.
Correct, and this was discussed at the last board meeting last week. So back to the challenges, we did receive funding. Don't have the act, okay, I have the act number here. Act 9035, and it says VI general elections, $275,000. I brought back to the legislature and the board, that's not enough funding for the general election. We usually get $350,000, and the concern is this was budgeted in FY26 budget. It expires September 30th. The election is November, which is another fiscal year. We usually get the funding in FY26 the year prior because we cannot operate for November receiving a budget in October. So this funding needs to be annotated until expended, and then the additional funding of maybe $175,000 or whatever the legislature can appropriate to conduct the general election, as per Act 9035.
As the chair of Budget Appropriations and Finance, that is something that we'll be taking under advisement at the appropriate time. Again, we try to function within real time. So certainly, we'll consider the additional funding that will be required at that time. But outside of that,
One more challenge.
go ahead.
And the last one I brought up again to this legislature back in 2022, where we have a felon running for the governor or the delegate office. And they cannot run for the legislative positions, no other position, Board of Election, no Board of Education. So that also was brought up 2022. We had it happen again in 2024. Here we are in election year 2026, and the law has not been addressed.
Thank you. Thank you for that. And I know Chairman Williams, you talk about some, have you submitted any of your proposed changes to Act 8690?
Yes, I addressed a letter to the Senate President. I don't have the letter currently with me, but the board did meet. We discussed requesting that law be reviewed because it's giving the supervisor of elections and the board basically the same responsibilities. That cannot be. So I think I read the specific sections in Act 8690 that need to, one or the other, can be both. And it's not the board's determination for which is the legislature's determination.
Okay. And in respect to your concern about quorum, have you written to the Attorney General's office? Are you satisfied that right now you're adhering to the requirements as it pertains to quorum, establishing a quorum?
The problem is this. Again, with the code, the code speaks to, and our bylaws speak to, when prior to the law being amended, prior to the law being amended, highlighting the fact that there's a single board of elections. Prior to that, we had two separate boards, two district boards, and a joint board. Our purpose, policy, implementation, operation, and management of elections. Since it became a single board, that process changed that a quorum constitutes at least 8 out of 14. But the law still speaks to, or I think our bylaw still speaks to, at least 3 members from a district. We don't have district boards anymore. So a quorum, as far as I'm concerned, is 8 of the 14. But I think those things also need to be clarified in the law. Because I have members, we've bantered back and forth about it, but just to ensure that we are operating legally from a perspective, we need to be sure what constitutes that quorum.
Very well. In the essence of time, real quickly, I'll shift gear to Chairwoman Burke, if I may just wrap up with this final question.
Go ahead, Senator Francis.
Chairwoman Burke, in regards to the plan that you have submitted here in regards to the Democratic primary plan, what is the status of that plan? Has that already been submitted to the supervisor of election as well as the board of elections, as well as this one specifically talks about 2026. So is this a working document? Do you intend to modify this, edit it, or are you changing biannually in regards to what that plan looked like? Or what is the requirement to be in certification mode?
Thank you, Senator Francis. The plan is the first time ever that our party have developed and established a plan. So it's a working document, and the intent is to align with whatever the supervisor of election has provided by way of a calendar for the election process during this cycle 2026. The plan can change for the next election, and basically that's what plans tailor to the environment, and that's the whole intent. Now, the only thing that is outstanding is a meeting between the committee, the executive committee of the party, and the supervisor, as well as the board chair, to make sure that we have a full understanding of roles and responsibilities and timelines are aligned. And I already sent an email to both of them requesting that we have that meeting.
Very well. My time has been called. If I have a second round, I will do some follow-up questions. Thank you very much for your responses. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, for the time and opportunity.
Thank you, Senator Noble Francis. Before I go to Senator Franklin Johnson, Ms. Fox, as it pertains to the system, the election system, as it pertains to how do we handle messaging, communications, and handle people with disabilities, even like now, if I have a challenge or disability, I want to be able to register to vote, or how do you handle a scenario with someone that's have a vision impairment or something on the day of election? You know, give me a rundown of what happens or what avenues or what we have in place for those individuals.
The process right now, if you come to election, to register, you could register in the office, and we do have preparation. Visually impaired, usually they walk with an assistant or someone to facilitate with them, and that person is able to assist them. If they can't sign in the law, they can make an X. On election day, similar, they can walk with family members, and most of them usually come during early voting, where they have more time. On election day, the poll watchers, the workers, they assist them, not the watchers, sorry, the poll workers, they do assist them, but there's an affidavit that they have to sign saying that they assisted that person, because as per the law, one person can only assist two persons. They can't assist 3, 4, 5, keep coming back to vote with others, because it could be influencing them. So we will do a little bit more getting the word out. I know press release or communication with them, but so far we extend our customer service for the disabled, every one of them.
So I just urge you and just continue to push that we get that messaging out there early, so everyone could understand what's need to take place and what should be done in preparation for the day of election, whether it's of election. Senator Franklin Johnson, you're recognized for your 6 minutes.
Good morning. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And I want to say thank you to Ms. Fox for what she just explained there when it comes to a disabled or vision impaired person. And the reason I say that to you is I listened to a show this week here, and it's so bad when folks have these talk shows and are misinforming this public. It's really sad, because that host said that a vision impaired person can't walk with nobody to assist them, and they will have trouble with a paper ballot. They brought every excuse about the machine, and I know that that vision impaired person can bring someone to assist them, and I didn't know that the person who assisting could have assist two vision impaired. I always thought it was one person alone. So I'm thankful for that information, that someone who comes in to assist a person that is vision impaired, that they can assist two individuals that has vision impaired. So I'm thankful for that. And what I want to ask you, spoke about the budget a minute ago, and what I want to ask you is, what would be the cost for a primary? And what would be the cost for the 2026 Democratic primary election?
Usually for the primary, Senator, they gave us $275,000. All has increased, cost of living has increased, poll worker pay has increased, and so we would say about $300,000 based on the budget of the legislature. Similarly, with the general election, we usually get $350,000. That's been since 2014. Cost of living and everything has gone up, so I was asking for an increase of at least $400,000 or $450,000 would be optimum for us for the general election being a gubernatorial year.
Thank you very much. Then my big question would be to the Democratic Party chair, because the Democratic Party is the only party that is doing a primary. What is the party intent on trying to raise this money so that they can pay for their primary? Because the Republican Party or the ICM Party does not have, I guess, more than 7 candidates, so they don't have a primary. So at any point or sometime, does the Democratic Party plan to come with funding to do their own, pay for their primary?
Thank you, Senator Johnson. I don't anticipate that the party is going to raise that kind of funds, but let me assure you that states and territories, the government pay for the primaries. Now, parties don't have to have primaries. They could also have convention or caucuses. However, for the objectivity of it all, we allow for the partnership with the government, not we, but it's been long-standing, that partnership with the government, where the government administers the primary election. And Senator Johnson, through no fault of the Democratic Party, we welcome that competition with other parties. Unfortunately, it never happens. They have either not done the reorganization that's necessary, put in the work to form a new party, nothing whatsoever. So we stand proud that we've been able to maintain that party, by the way, and the majority of voters are Democrats. So.
Well, with you saying that, my question to you is now, how much registered Democrats are there, if anybody, if you or Ms. Fox know?
Ms. Fox, you know, you don't
95%.
No, that's not a number.
That's not a number.
No, I got my numbers. I have to come here with my numbers all the time.
Correct number.
Okay, so we'll start with let me go with the active voters. We have
No, I simply want the Democratic Party. For time's sake, but
I'm doing,
the
that's what I'm
clock
saying.
running.
Senator, that's what I'm saying. I'm going to do the active voters alone. So for the Democrats, St. Croix, 9,519. St. John, 634. St. Thomas, 8,641, for a total of 18,794.
Why I asked you that, I think I saw some numbers where, how much people take part in the election, in the general?
Last time it was less than, well, 23,000.
23,000. And you're saying that you have 18, and it's good to boast about the amount of registered Democrats you have, but yet only 22,000 people showed up.
And that's everybody.
And that's territory. So that is saying to me
1 minute.
that you still have some work to do. And my question to you, what specific strategy you guys have in place to educate your voters about the election process and registration before a deadline come? And that's to the party, that question would be. What strategies do you have in place to educate your people about registering and voting and getting more people out to the poll?
It's for us, Senator, it's an ongoing process. Just recently, we did an unusual voter registration on the beach with young people. We're targeting young people specifically this year because they don't vote. And it's not just in the Virgin Islands, it's all over. But we want our young people to be engaged in this process. We want them to register to vote, and also to be candidates.
I think my time was gone, Mr. Chair.
Time.
All right, that's okay. I'll let it go. If we have a next round, then I'll come back. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Senator Johnson.
Thank you.
Senator Carla J. Joseph, you're recognized for your 6 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, for recognizing me. I appreciate it. A pleasant good day to everyone. And I definitely appreciate the testifiers being here. I love organizations. I appreciate being a part of an organization. I know that's what got me to this place and this time and this season. So I am grateful. I want to know that, and my question is to Supervisor Fox. Supervisor Fox, I went on your website. It does not have the current chairwoman as the point of contact. We are not updating. So tell us, what are the internal challenges you're facing? Because I know when I served on the board, there was a webmaster that we had employed, and it was under the supervisor's jurisdiction. So kindly tell us what is happening with the website, because that's another avenue that persons can become informed.
Senator, as of the judge ruling, the election system has nothing to do with political parties. So that is no longer on the website. But if they call us, we have the information, we will provide it. Our website is for the election systems of the Virgin Islands, not political parties.
Okay, so you do have
We have
on
all
your,
the information for the parties,
No,
correct?
wait one moment for me. You don't have the current chairperson. You have Mr. Stedman Hodge Jr. as the Democratic State Chair. Aren't you under an obligation to inform your customers relative to the different parties? And that's my point. It is not updated. And the bylaws are not updated also. So you are saying if you don't have any responsibility, then take the whole thing down.
We'll look at that, Senator.
Okay, because that is also an avenue for information. The parties are supposed to send you their plan, correct?
Yes, Senator. That's
They're
what
required by law, correct? They're required to send you their plan.
that was the prior law, Senator. But we do have their plans. But all the laws that was unconstitutional is now in effect. But we have the plans and we have the documents.
Okay, so are you going to put them up on your website? That's my question.
Senator, we'll get that corrected.
Okay, good. Okay, so thank you. I want to ask a question of you, Madam Chair, my big sister from the big island of St. Croix who beats me sometimes. That's okay. My back is broad, and you know I'm a dutiful younger sister, and I could take some licks. That's okay, and I appreciate it. I want to ask you. Is the party, and commend you for your leadership, because a lot has been happening documentation-wise and also process-wise within the Democratic Party, and I know it occurred under your leadership. Now, are you and the party prepared to implement a primary or a convention at this point?
Senator Joseph, I really want to go back to one of the points that was previously made by Senator Alma Francis Heiliger with regards to what this legislature could do. The party isn't prepared to pay for a primary, but we're prepared to do what the judge said that we should do, which is take care of the operations, have access in terms of who goes on the primary ballot. That's through the certification, and then to certify the primary election once the supervisor gives the results to the party. To Senator Francis Heiliger's point, this legislature should set a date certain by which political parties should advise the supervisor as to whether they're going to have a primary election during the election cycle, or whether they're going to have a convention or a caucus.
Okay, thank you. Has this party ever, in your experience, implemented an election process?
The closest we've done is to have caucus, and it's far smaller than.
So when we were having the delegate to the convention, did the party in itself conduct an election? That's my point.
1 minute.
We did. That's
okay,
a caucus.
It did implement an election. It had all registered voters coming out. If you are a registered voter, I recall it vividly, right? Because I was part of that. The party came and they will use the equipment from the election system, or the listing of registered voters, and they check them off. Okay? So I know the party has implemented an election, maybe not at the larger scale. So my point is the party has the capacity, and everyone there are volunteers. Every person who is currently a member in your executive committee and all of the persons there are volunteer, correct?
Yes.
And you are a volunteer here.
Well, let me give you a little bit of news. For the first time ever, we've been able to pay stipends to our staff. And that's from the support of the DNC. So,
okay.
yeah,
Mr.
we're
Chair,
evolving.
Mr. Chairman, I have one follow-up question. And you're paying your
Go right
staff.
ahead, Senator.
Thank you. You're very gracious now. And so you're paying your staff, and do you have a website also, Madam Chair, that your average Joe, your average person can go up and look at the Democratic Party website to see what is happening?
Yes, ma'am, we do indeed have a website.
And what is the website?
democratvi.org.
Okay, and that is the reason I wanted to subpoena the chairman, Yob. We have a responsibility, a fiduciary responsibility to inform our public on these matters so that they are aware. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, for the time.
Senator Fonseca, you're recognized for your 6 minutes.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair, and I want to say a pleasant good morning to all of the distinguished panel of testifiers, Mr. Williams, Carolyn Fox, and
Morning.
Chairwoman Carol Burke. Welcome. You know, I have to go back to the distinguished senator from Bavonia and Oswald Harris Court, because since it's been mentioned here, I think it's fair game. We've had an interpretation from our legal counsel that the Republican Party, we need to know what is their process, you know. As a legislature, if a matter is before the committee, I need to hear from all the parties. I can understand the statement with the independent party, the ICM party in particular, that they're not fully organized. So I understand that, I respect that. But I don't know if the Republican Party is fully organized. I don't know if they're organized. I don't know what they're doing. But anyway, let's move on. So I wanted to ask you, Carolyn Fox, and I always have to recognize you because as we stand here or we sit here and we have this discussion on election, your picture is right here in the hall, and I always have to congratulate you. You're a Virgin Islands hero. Your picture is right here with Governor Evans, you know, Governor King, you know, several other, you know, respected individuals in the community. So thank you for your service. I wanted to ask you, staffing shortages. We're here to discuss those issues. So tell me about recruitment and retaining of poll workers, and especially for large elections, because this year is going to be a large elections. Tell me about your operational needs.
Senator Fonseca, thank you for that question. Recruitment and retention has always been a challenge. Well, we continue to lose innovative ways and recycle some of our persons. Most election official poll workers are aged persons, no matter, not here alone, also in the States, because they've been around a number of years and they experience. But with the technology that we're having some challenges to get younger persons. Because of the timeline, you come in at 5, you finish at 8 or 9 in the night. There's no time to go on your cell phone, take no break other than lunch. We give you breakfast and we give you lunch. Continues to be a challenge. In addition, the negativity that continues in the public and the radios, etc., that also gives challenges that nobody wants to work with the agency and the election day. So we're doing our best to recruit persons, but what I'll say is a lot of those persons on the radio, given all those negativity, they're voting. They're voting, but they're trying to encourage others not to participate. So we continue. We will have enough workers. We make sure we do have enough workers. We try to have Hispanic. That's a requirement. And we try to have male and female. So and a diverse group, as you see, we continue to do here. St. Thomas and St. John, we have every ethnicity working with us.
Okay, and I wanted to do a quick follow-up.
One last thing, Senator. So in the recruiting, we're working on a press release. We sent it out to the Department of Education, UVI. So we're trying to recruit from those and government agencies also.
Okay, so tell me what's the additional staff you have to bring on for the general election? What additional staff do you need to bring on? And the total you're going to need to conduct these elections?
So, Senator, it's based on our voting centers. The staff that we have full-time stays in the office. So if we're going to operate 5 voting centers, we hire over 100 persons. So we do hire a lot of people. In the past with the Shuptranik, it used to be over 300 persons. We cut that to maybe half or a little less. But it depends on the number of voting centers on each island. So we could average at least 100 in both districts.
Okay, that's about 200 for the election. I wanted to discuss your technological issues. But first I wanted to mention, I think a question had came up about the visually impaired and the physically challenged individuals. And as you know, on my staff, I have a visually impaired, fully productive member of my staff, Mr. Rafi Conero. He's sitting right here listening. So when a visually impaired person goes to vote, I know you have this thing that you can put on your ear and stuff. Give us an explanation so that the public can see that the election system, how you conduct for those challenged individuals.
So thank you for that question. And Rafi is one of our great advocates. He came and was the first one to test out the express vote machine. We are authorized, and because of the federal funds, we must have a machine that a disabled person can vote by themselves independently. In the past, we had the Automat, which was a little big and bulky. So we now have the express vote. A lot of folks talk about it. The visual impaired, the screen can become larger, it can go darker, whatever light or size of the font they need. It also speaks to them for those that can't hearing. And they got a sip and puff, which you all have not seen here a lot, but they got folks that can't use hands or ear. They do sip and puff. We have to have all those mechanisms in place, and then the paddle board with the feet that they could press. We also have Braille on the machines. So Mr. Rafi Conero votes independently every time at early voting since 2014.
Time.
Well, Sir Popa. Mr. Chair, can I just be allowed to wrap up, please?
Yes, Senator.
Thank you. Chairwoman Burke, I just want to ask a quick question to you. Okay, so the fundraising goals on page 10 of your testimony, you mentioned in section 6.4, the filing, deposit, and fundraising goals. If one candidate can raise more money than the other, is there a added weight or a preference to the candidate that can raise more money as opposed to those that cannot raise as much money?
Senator Fonseca, you're talking about
page 10,
that's the plan. That's the plan.
I know.
That's the plan.
But I want to know if there's added weight to those that can raise more money, because you talk about minimum fundraising benchmarks and demonstrates organizational capacity. I want you to elaborate on that.
Okay. What that speaks to is our engagement with candidates and their ability to support our effort to support them. Their skin in the game, in other words. And no, we don't say if candidate A could raise more, because we don't control votes. It's everybody is entitled to their votes. That's their right. What we do is influence votes, and if you come out of the primary, our objective is to support all the candidates on the party slate.
Okay. It says specifically, this deposit reflects the candidate's commitment to meeting minimum fundraising benchmarks and demonstrates organizational capacity. So I just wanted to make sure that if the candidate cannot meet the minimum fundraising benchmarks, that's not a strike against them, as opposed to the others that can exceed the fundraising. It's not. Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you. Miss Chairwoman Burke, earlier you stated that next move for the party would be to have a conversation with the chairman and Ms. Fox. What that conversation is supposed to look like?
It will look like, well, I have shared the documents, both the updated bylaws as well as the plan with both of them. In a room, whether it's virtually or physically, we will have a working meeting where there's clear understanding as to the party's intent and a clear delineation of responsibilities, because it's the first time we're doing it. And while we took a lot of time and processes to put this together, we need full and clear understanding from both Ms. Fox and Mr. Williams so that we mesh, so that we come together, so the public feels comfortable that this process will in fact be fair and free as the law provides.
Great. So you have sent a letter already to them?
Yes, I have. We will meet, right, Ms. Fox?
Ms.
Yes,
Fox,
we
have you
will.
all
Yeah.
responded?
Yeah.
Yes, we responded. It was yesterday, last night. So we responded. She said by the end of this month, we will try to have that meeting before the end of January.
January.
Yes.
Thank you. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger, you're recognized for your 6 minutes.
Thank you. Good day to my colleagues. Good day to the people of the territory. Good day to the testifiers, everyone here in the chambers, the public at large. My first question is to Ms. Fox. Ms. Fox, could you tell me how many members, I know you shared earlier how many active members were in the Democratic Party. Can you share with me the active members in the Republican Party?
Senator, good morning. The Republican is 986.
So one is 986 and one is 18,000.
18,794.
Okay. The second question I want to ask, I believe 2024, are you aware, did the Republican Party, I know they didn't have a primary, but after winning the court case, they ran their own nomination process for their members as well as selecting who they were going to cast their ballots for. And they paid for it on their own. Are you aware of that? Did they report to you back who exactly was selected?
Yes, they reported back to us who was selected via letter to the board.
Exactly. And I know in the newspaper, the Republican Party paid upwards of over $200,000 out of their pocket to run and pay for their own nomination process. So I'm here having a conversation where Republican Party of 900 paid over $200,000 to make sure they ran their process because they went to court, and the court now says you guys no longer have the right to interfere in it, so they paid for their own. But we're hearing 18,000 plus people potentially want the government to pay for it. I'm a little bit concerned at the message, but I'm willing to understand how this is going to work out. The other question, well, this is a statement. Back in August of last year, in the same committee, there was Bill number 360073, an act to amend Title 18 Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 1, Subsection 4, Title 18 Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 3, Subsection 41, relating to the powers of the Board of Elections and the powers of the Supervisor of Elections and the Board of Elections, sponsored by Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. We had this discussion. It was held. So understand what I attempted to do in this bill, because as a representative of the people, I try to eliminate any kind of issues that I see that could potentially be coming forward. Because one of the things that I recognize is we keep hearing the public, as much as I constantly encourage them to go out and vote, there's a faction that is telling the public not to vote. And if I could do anything to try to remove any potential barriers or thought process so that the bulk of our people will come out and vote, that's my goal. And one of the things that I saw, like Mr. Chairman, Mr. Raymond Williams came up to say that the Virgin Islands Code has some kind of interest and ambiguity right now between who has the final say as it relates between the Supervisor of Elections and the Board of Elections. And I specifically dealt with legal counsel to try to clean that up, because we all know the Supervisor of Elections deal with the day-to-day operations. But if there's ever any situation we cannot have in the code where there might be a questioning as to who have the final say. All this document was saying that outside of basically the supervisor having the day-to-day operation, the board has the final say on any matter that they as a board come together and vote on and make a final decision. That's all it did. Because you could give her the right, or him, whoever is in that position, to run it and manage it. But if there's anything that comes up, the board would have the final say. That would have resolved it according to what legal counsel shared with me. We also, on the same day, had Bill number 360071, also sponsored by Senator Alma Francis Heiliger, an act amending Title 18 Virgin Islands Code subsection 232 to provide the process. That's none of your business if I have a question or not, Miss Joseph. Stop, listen. Okay. I apologize.
Thank you, Senator. Let's keep the decorum. Let's keep the decorum.
The concern is I was overhearing my colleagues speaking while I was talking, and I was being disrupted.
Senator Joseph, please.
I apologize.
Please.
I was overhearing the talking,
Senator
and I was
Francis Heiliger,
I was distracted,
your
Mr.
thought?
Chair. I apologize for
No problem.
responding to her statement.
Thank you.
1 minute.
An act amending Title 18 Virgin Islands Code subsection 230. Mr. Chair, my colleague is consistently speaking and she's interrupting me while I'm talking.
Senator Joseph, please respect Senator Francis Heiliger's time, please.
Thank you, Mr.
Please.
Chair.
We are all adults in here. I'm asking you to please respect the senator's time.
Could you hold my time while the chair deals with this disruption, Mr. Chair?
Madam Clerk, how much time does Senator Francis Heiliger have?
24 seconds.
Please reset it to a minute. Senator Francis Heiliger, you may continue.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Bill number 36-0071, an act amending Title 18 Virgin Islands Code subsection 232 to provide the process for political parties to choose their nominee for public office. What this bill attempted to do back in August, I did not get a second, so it's basically still lingering in the committee. It was an attempt to really clean up what the issue that we had in regards to Title 232, where the court system said half was constitutional as it relates to setting the date, but the other half where they were involved in deciding what the certifying process was not constitutional. What we attempted to do based on the court ruling was to do a minimal rewrite of subsection 232 to make sure that we met constitutionality.
Time.
May I finish wrap up, Mr. Chair?
Complete your thoughts, Senator.
Thank you. To also give the political parties the option to opt out if the Board of Election was going to conduct the primary. But if you guys did not, any political party did not want to participate, they had the right to opt out, and notify by a time certain to the Board of Elections whether or not they would be interacting or participating with them with the primary. My only concern that I'm hearing here today is the political parties one particular party went to court and the court has said that we as a government cannot interfere. The only thing I want to make sure that if we are not allowed to interfere in their process, are we going to still pay for it? Because if the Republican parties are paying for theirs because they say don't interfere with us, how is it another party is saying don't interfere with our process but still want the government to pay for it? That is a concern for me when it comes to taxpayers' dollars. So I just need some clarity on that because my job as the representative of the people is to look at the purse strings. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
And who you wanted to respond?
I was making a statement, but if
Okay.
someone would like to respond, I have no problem with it.
Me too.
No, just to Senator Francis Heiliger, you just read several measures that would help to clarify. My question, has those measures been acted on? Because if they're not, my testimony still stands very much so in order.
They were acted on by this body. My colleagues voted to hold one in committee, and my colleagues chose not to second the second one. So they're basically currently floating in the Government Operations Committee.
Thank you, Ms. Burke. Your response?
Thank you, Chairman Lewis. Yeah, I would really like to respond to what the senator just said, because it's very important to understand the salient point of Judge Malloy's ruling. It speaks to internal operations of the party. And what happened before was that the supervisor was certifying the primary election, and Judge Malloy is saying no. The certification is an internal matter. So what was needed is for us to separate the functions. The election system through the supervisor will do the ministerial administration of the primary election, but the parties, and not just the Democratic Party, but any political party that has a primary election is who certifies the election. And
Mr.
that was
Chair.
the crux of that issue.
Mr. Chair, I just have one point of information to Ms. Fox based on that testimony from my clarity.
Go ahead, Senator Francis.
Thank you. Point
You're
of
recognized.
information. Ms. Fox, based on what Ms. Burke just stated, is it in fact accurate that the Board of Election is still involved in primaries, or based on the court ruling, to your understanding, the Board of Election no longer has anything to do with primaries unless the laws are changed?
So if you're talking to the Board of Election,
Well,
that's Chairman Williams.
Board,
So you
well,
can refer your question
the
to
board
Chairman
and the
Williams.
supervisor of elections. Both of you tell me your understanding of the current court case and what Ms. Burke shared, because I need to understand to make a better decision.
Senator Francis, I said it earlier, and let me reiterate it. The Superior Court of the Virgin Islands ruled, basically saying that if the legislature funds a primary, it is our duty to carry out a primary. It's not a board decision. It is that of the court ruling. And if this body funds it, based on what the chairperson the chair of the party just said, the internal process is theirs. But if this body funds it, we have to carry it out. And that's not an opinion.
Okay, Ms. Fox.
So again, Section 232, unless this body clarifies the law stated here, he gave the whole section 232. So you legislatively have to deal with any law that's unconstitutional.
So basically, the board is saying that if we fund it, you have to go ahead and do it. And you're saying that unless 232 is clarified, so I'm hearing two different responses. So I need some clarity.
You have to make the difference.
That's what I'm saying. Is the
Yeah, so
legislature.
we have to ultimately clean up and figure out how to clean up 232 and then decide if we're going to fund it or not. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Francis Heiliger. Senator Marvin Blyden, your record. I'd like to also, 1 second, Senator Blyden, acknowledge the presence of non-committee member, Senator Dwayne DeGraff, and St. Croix Chambers. Good morning, Senator DeGraff. Senator Blyden, you're recognized for your 6 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Good morning to my colleagues. Listening, viewing audiences, staff, central staff. Good morning, Chairman Williams, Chairwoman Burke, and Supervisor Fox. And thank you so much for your testimonies.
Good morning.
I want to thank the chair for bringing in the election board and the election system basically to have an overview of their plan moving forward. But let me ask Supervisor Fox a question in respect to elections. We talk about primary, etc., but early voting. What percentage would you say of those, the vote comes in with early voting? And I'm asking for a reason in terms of enforcement. To me, it's like early voting, there's no oversight really, in my opinion, based on what I've seen and what I've inquired to over the last, say, 3 elections. What percentage of the votes comes in when it comes to early voting?
At least 70%, Senator.
Say that again?
At least 70%.
Very well. I know, so let me talk a little bit about enforcement before I go to my next questions. I know over the past 3 elections cycles, when it comes to early voting, and they usually speak to not having candidates too close to the certain areas, especially the board election in the St. Thomas district. And I have myself a filed a complaint 3 times of some candidate that goes right next door across the street and does their thing, but nothing is done. I go, I make complaints, nothing is done. But I know if it's certain other people, right away, action. Moving forward, that's in the past. Moving forward, what the plan in terms of assuring that individuals are held accountable because it's not right. It should be a level playing field when it comes to elections. That's my first question.
Let me answer. I'm going to answer that, Senator.
But I can answer part 2.
Okay, but the chairman of the board sets the distance from where candidates can, electioneering.
Correct.
To your point,
Correct.
very clearly, members of the same body violate that every single time.
Of course.
Okay? Bottom line is the police department is responsible. I've had challenges. Some other members have had challenges, particularly here in St. Thomas at Boshalte, in St. Croix at Arthur Richards, where people challenge the authority of the board to make those determinations. Number one. Number two, the very same police officers, when you go to them and tell them, hey, you got to move them people away, they don't want to move the people. So I personally, or I don't think any member of my board will move anybody away from
They should not. But at the same time, what are we going to do, though? Because that my point is, let's be real. If we have laws, they must be enforced. So as a board and our election system, what are you going to do moving forward to assure that the law is upheld? Because you can't say one and it's a next for the other area. I'm sorry, that's just not the way it should be. So my question is, what the plan, since we talk about plans, what the plan moving forward in that respect? Early voting. I want to hear about that.
Senator, as you are aware, the only thing we got, the only rules and regulation we follow are to contact VIPD. They are stationed with us. My staff do not go out and speak with anyone. Most of the time, it's the candidate's representative. Whenever the report is filed, I get involved and we call the police department to report it. But again, human beings follow rules or follow rules not. Human beings in every entity, not just an election day.
Very well. I just wanted to bring that out here, but I'm going to do something about that myself. Period. Secondly,
We all are.
secondly, I want to go to my party, the Democratic Party of the Virgin Islands, and I want to speak specifically to the certification by the DPVI, which authorizes the inclusion of their candidates on the ballot. The DPVI, who is that, first of all? I know, can you put on the record who that is, please? The DPVI.
The DPVI is a political party to which I'm the chairperson, and it's operated, provides policy direction through its territorial committee.
How many members is in the DPVI?
Currently, there are 50 members.
15 members. So 15, correct, right?
50.
50 members. So we are saying the 50 members certifies their candidate to run for governor, senator,
1
delegate,
minute.
etc., in order to be on the ballot?
No,
Clarify,
there's an
please.
election oversight committee.
Correct.
And what we have standards, and I went over the standards previously.
Of course.
And once you have checked those boxes, you're good to go. We will say to the supervisor, John Doe meets our criteria to run on our ballot, primary election ballot, and if they also meet the candidate criteria established by the government via law, then she has every authority to move them on to the primary election ballot.
Okay, very well. And let me go back to a follow-up question with the former speaker from Bovoni Savan. In respect to,
Time.
Mr. Chair, if I may, in respect to funding and raising funds in terms of, you have to reach a certain threshold. Can that affect someone from running in any instance?
I'm sorry, Senator, can that?
Affect or prevent anyone from running in
No,
any
no,
instance?
no. Because, ideally, our plan also speaks to hardship waivers. And so if a candidate finds that they can meet the threshold, they request a hardship waiver, and it'll be reviewed and considered.
A hardship waiver?
Yeah.
Minimum fundraising benchmarks. Okay, very well. I won't go there. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Point of information. Thank you, Senator Blyden's point of information, Senator Carla Joseph.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I wanted to ask a pertinent question to Madam State Chair regarding, and I really want to thank you for providing this information. You have on page 11 of your certification plan, which was attached as part of your exhibit. And I'm looking at the transparency, notice, and member access. You stated in 8.1 that the Democratic Party of the Virgin Islands shall publish all official certification procedures, filing form, endorsement sheets, and loyalty pledges no later than January 15th, 2026. Are you meeting your deadline?
We met every other deadline except that one. What we're going to do once we meet with the supervisor and the board chair, we will update that. So it'll be after January 31st.
Okay, and also I checked on your website. I haven't checked on the Republican Party website yet, but I don't see this document on your website. Again, if we are true to the word of transparency and accessibility, you just want to assure that it is up on the website and persons can get on it. What is your website? I looked at the democraticvi.org. Is that the current website?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Good. So
because we also have the legislature as well as the governor's.
I did note that.
Yes.
I did note that, and the delegate to Congress.
Yes.
You also have it there publicized, and you also have who all the members, the current officers are, except for your executive assistant. So, director, your executive director.
Correct.
So that is part of the education and information each party should do, and that's why I was very adamant about the Republican Party coming, because we have that responsibility to organizations and to our constituents. That's part of our responsibility here as elected officials. We don't just serve one party. We serve all people who are registered and live in the Virgin Islands, and more importantly, who pay taxes. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Joseph. Senator Bolkers, you're recognized for your 6 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Mr. Chair. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning to the listening and viewing audience. Good morning, Central staff. Good morning to Supervisor Fox, Chairman Williams, and State Chair Burke.
Morning.
Good morning.
And all the listening and viewing audience. The hallmark of society is its elections. And through them, we, the people, shape our future and affirm our democratic values. Today, we're receiving testimony on the operations of the election system of the Virgin Islands, including, but not limited to, the enabling laws associated with the system. And I heard my colleague, our housing chair, mention something that piqued my interest. And I found that in the United States of America, the Federal Election Commission are the ones who actually enforce some of the things that my colleague was concerned about. And they impose citations for those civil issues that may be that may partake or be abused during an election cycle. If I'm incorrect, then the supervisor will correct me. But perhaps it's full time that we consider providing an enforcement capability to the election system officials, or potentially giving them an enforcement arm. But we do that potentially could fix some of the issues that my colleague was concerned about. So I wanted to start off with Chairman Williams. Good morning again. And I wanted to know if on the board level, has there been any additional internal disagreements that were not already discussed that you're willing to share or provide to us concerning the 2024 federal ruling and your position now with the party now having authority over its primaries?
Thank you. The board doesn't have a position. The board has had, well, some of its members have had all kinds of iterations of their thoughts on what those rulings reflect. But relative to a specific position, in order to have a position is a process, as you know. There has to be a majority, a motion, and it has to be passed by a majority. But there's been a lot of banter back and forth relative to what governs, what this, what that, and different. You know, and again, everybody is entitled to an opinion. I sit here, I got 1,000 of them, based on my 24 years on this board, but you see what my testimony reflected, that of the membership.
Yes.
And that is how I govern.
Yes. Okay, thank you for placing that on the record, Mr. Chairman. And I would like to now move forward to the Supervisor of Elections. Good morning again. And Supervisor,
Good morning.
what is the current readiness, if you don't mind sharing with us, concerning the administrative or operational procedures or preparations for the current primary? Well, you're not involved in the primary per se as much as you would have been historically, but you do have a collaboration that you still are responsible for with the party while they conduct their primaries. What is the readiness there, and what about the general election?
Senator Bolkers, again, thanks for that question. We go with a timeline no matter what's going on the outside. Our calendar was published as passed historically by December 31st. So the calendar is out. They can view the calendar. There's copies in our office that can be picked up, and anybody call, we provide response. I'm happy to share, I think Senator DeGraff was in our office last week, Friday on St. Thomas, and I showed him the conference room. All our documents are being prepared and printed. So we have a schedule that we do, whether it's sunny or rainy. We start for the elections thoroughly in January. And so we go through our timeline, and we are ready. We prepare for election in the half year, and when January turns around 2026, well, you all still carnivaling in April, we are preparing to get ready for November. I could say here, maybe the legislation needs to be prepared for runoff funding, because if you don't see it, it's going to be coming, so get your fundings ready. But we're prepared. I'm sure the board is prepared. He'll speak about himself, but we are prepared.
And in light of the ruling, has the election system had to adjust or tweak any processes that reflect the shift in candidate certification authority?
No, Senator, because you still have the independents, right? So they're going to go through that process, and a lot of folks were questioning why we still have something on the calendar. But the independents has to go through the same process based on that law. Everybody files at the same time, so they will be filing in May.
Okay, very well, thank you. State Chair Burke, good morning to you.
Good morning.
Morning. And of course, we know that there are some changes here. A lot of responsibility is now put upon the party to conduct this primary. And concerning your collaboration with the election system as it continues to grow, what are some of the immediate challenges that you foresee that the party is going to have to deal with, especially with limited resources?
The only thing that's concerning to me is getting the information out to the public. And we are really putting a strategy together, which includes putting information on the website, social media, using every possible platform, including the election system and the supervisor's office, because they serve the public. And elections, are about, public and public trust. So notwithstanding the fact that we are the Democratic Party, we still will share all our information with and resources to some extent with both the election board as well as the supervisor, depending on what the issue is.
Okay, and has the party selected a, how should I put this, a voting procedure? Will that be in coordination with the system? Will that be solely?
Time.
If I may, Mr. Chair.
Proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Will that just be internal paper ballots? Will it be in coordination with the board to appease or to adhere to any ADA challenges? What is the party's position on trying to select a voting process?
We are not changing anything with regards to the administration of elections. That is solely the supervisor's responsibility according to the law. What we're doing is simply giving the party its rightful access to the ballot, whereby we're saying these individuals, 10, 20 individuals, have met our standards, and they can in fact be placed on the primary election ballot. That is it. That is all. And then once the election is completed, the results will be reported back to the party for its certification. That's it.
For clarification, thank you.
Yes.
Thank you for the time,
Thank
Mr.
you.
Chair.
Ms. Burke, let me ask you a question. On page 14 of your
Plan.
the certification plan, it says, candidate requests official filing packet from the DPVI. So we're no longer requesting the packet from the Board of Election?
They have to do that because only the supervisor can determine who is eligible according to our.
Here it says the first.
But they have to request ours as well. It's
So there's
twofold.
two. It's
Yes, yes. They have so that we will issue. They have to file a candidacy statement. And anybody who's familiar, and Senator Joseph alluded to it, in our caucuses, that's what we do. You have to come to the party and get a filing package. Is the same thing gonna apply now?
I'm just looking for clarity here.
I understand, and I appreciate that.
Walk with me here.
Yes,
I'm looking
yes.
for clarity.
Yes, yes, yes.
Democratic John comes to the party and get a packet. He
Yes.
also goes to the election system of the Virgin Islands to get a packet.
That's right.
So
Yes.
it's two different vetting systems.
Yes. Yes. Exactly.
All
So
right.
nothing that the supervisor did in the past with regards to candidates will change, because she's the one who determines whether or not you really are a resident, not the party. We don't do that. That's a legal requirement. So anything that's legally required will continue to be the election system's
Okay.
responsibility.
So what is a party vetting?
We're going to have forms. You're going to have to, number one, you have to show that you're in good standing with the party. You pay your dues. You attend whatever functions, whatever. But basics, dues paying, right? And then, and furthermore, at some point, we're not going to look at people who just come to the party 4 months into the primary election. After 6 months, we're not entertaining any new candidates who register as Democrats, because we believe 6 months into the primary election is sufficient time to declare or to change, come over, whatever, into the party and really buy into the philosophy of the Democratic Party.
So Ms. Fox, 1 second. Ms. Fox says, candidate John, you're eligible to run for Senate.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
No. The Democratic Party is saying, candidate John, you're eligible to run us for the Senate as a Democrat.
Exactly. As a Democrat. Under,
So
under the Democratic Party banner, which belongs to the Democratic Party. We own that.
So when candidate John now gets his results from the Democratic Party, you're not eligible to be run under the Democratic banner. You got to go back to the Board of Election now to change his party affiliation?
No, what would happen is that person can run. We have no control over that person running. They just can't run as a Democrat.
The party wouldn't be recognizing them.
Exactly. We will not send a message of certification to Ms. Fox telling them that person is the person can be moved on to the party's primary election ballot.
Thank you. Senator Francis Heiliger, you have a point of information?
Yes, I do. I am very much confused by what is happening here today. Because let's use it logically. When the Board of Election hands out the nomination papers, it's based on what you're registered at as the Board of Elections. So if you're registered as a Democrat, you get the forms to be nominated as a Democrat, Republican, Independent, ICMer. So you're saying that if this individual comes to you and you have to go through your process of nomination, they have to wait until you decide whether they could run, if they picked up the Democratic documents. And then if you say no, they would now have to go back and tell the supervisor of election, you need to change me out of the system to something else, which the laws prohibit this when we're already in the middle of the process. I don't know how much months you have to do this. There's a lot of things happening here that don't add up because it's gonna create chaos. So I think there has to be some streamlining as to deadlines, or even if this is even possible, how you're explaining it and how we know exactly the law is. This don't make sense.
May I answer the senator?
Certain.
Senator Francis Heiliger, I sit here with you, very confident, in that plan.
Yes.
I have been around the Democratic Party nationally and locally for over 20-odd years. All state parties, Democratic parties, conduct their own vetting, okay? We determine who can run as a Democrat. That's why the judge had to say, stop it, government of the Virgin Islands. You're intruding in internal processes of political parties. So all we're doing is complying, conforming with the judge's ruling. And all we're saying is we're not preventing anybody from running for office. All we're saying, if you want to run as a Democrat, these are the 4 or 5 things that we would like for you to meet. We call them standards in order to move on to our ballot. There's another thing, Mr. Chair. When I applied to the FEC to register this party, I had to go through a bunch of questions by legal counsel. One of the burning questions that stood with me was, how does your federal person who running in the federal race for delegate to Congress get on to the general election ballot out of a primary? And that said to me, and I knew then, and this came in after the judge's ruling as well, that I had to say, well, first, in the past, the supervisor is the one who would say this person moves on. And had I said that that's how we do it now, we would have never been registered. The parties have to control. That's the certification process. Who's nominated on to the general election ballot? That is how it's done all over regarding which race, as long as the party could say to the election system, these are the people who going on, who moving forward as our nominees.
One second, I'm going to recognize you, Mr. Williams.
I really didn't want to chime in at this point, but I see a lot of potential unconstitutionality. I see, because how do you determine? Okay, and this has happened within the Republican Party, hence why we got to the place where it ended up in the district court. If a registered Democrat using the Democratic Party comes to the Board of Elections or the election system and requests a package to run under the party label, they're given that package, and then based on what Chairman Burke is suggesting, that person has to be vetted through the party. Constitutionally, what is the impact? What would be the impact on that? That's my first question.
That's the judge's ruling. Chairman, that is the judge's ruling. It is the judge's ruling, and nothing that we made up. The judge said a government cannot no longer intrude in the internal processes of the party. We're not saying that the supervisor will no longer do her part. All we're saying is that we will provide notice on every candidate who wants to run on our banner, whether or not they could move on our ballot. That's what we're saying.
One thing I get out of today, this is a much needed discussion. Senator Blyden, you're recognized for your point of information.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. I need a point of clarification from Supervisor Fox and Chairwoman Burke. Supervisor Fox, based on the conversation, I've been a registered Democrat from the time I started voting years ago. I have my card that says Democrat. Anyone that decides to run as a Democrat and the Democratic Party decides they don't qualify, they cannot run as a Democrat, and if they cannot, and their card says Democrat, then I'll run as an independent Democrat. I will run as an independent Democrat because you cannot tell me I cannot run because I'm qualified to run based on the Board of Elections. So how does that work?
Okay.
So
Clarify for me, please. How will that work?
Senator, like they say, experience matters. We've been down this road before. The
Correct.
process that Chairman Burke described is great, but she cannot intertwine with our process.
Correct.
If the Democratic Party is going to do a process, you do that process, and then you give me. Because if you have person, the Republican did it already. The Republican did the same thing. Some went through the party, and some came straight to the election board, and we went to court.
Correct.
Because they're going to say, we decided who's going on, the party trying to decide. It's fine with what the court said, and I agree with your Chairman Burke. The court said the party should run it, then the party needs to run it. But they can't pick up a nomination package from us and pick up one from you. Because they're going to cause confusion. Our nomination package needs to be for those who are not in the political party process. The Republicans, the
I beg to differ.
Well, I'm saying we can't do both process because we've been down this road before with the Republicans.
No, but you know what?
Thank you very much, Senator Blyden. One second, Chairwoman. Thank you very much, Senator Blyden. You may respond at this time, Chairwoman.
Thank you. You can't. It is not exactly the same thing as you did with the Republican Party. This is the party who's always come and say we're responding, we're responsible. We have done elections. We've participated over and over again. You've never done this before. This is the first time the Democratic Party have put a plan together that matches what is done nationally. Ain't nothing new nationally. It's new here. It's never, ever been done. That's why we had pushback, and we realized that. But in taking into consideration your role to determine candidates' eligibility by law, that's one thing. But whether or not they qualify to run as a Democrat is the party's responsibility. Again, it goes to the crux of, I don't believe that Judge Malloy would have ruled all of those provisions unconstitutional in the vein that political parties have the right, the constitutional right to freely associate. And all I'm saying to you this morning, Supervisor Fox, we're not saying don't do none of the things you do normally. We're saying as it pertains to a Democratic primary election that you alone by yourself can't determine, and this is to the crux of the judge's ruling, interpretations could be misconstrued, but it is our understanding that we have to have a say-so with regards to Democrats who's going to go on the primary election ballot.
Very well.
If you
At this
say
time,
differently,
thank you. At this time, I'd like to move on to Senator Potter, and obviously you have a scheduled meeting, Chairwoman Burke, with the supervisor. I think that needs to happen more sooner than later. Some of those issues could be resolved. Senator Potter, you're recognized for your 6 minutes at this time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon. Good morning, colleagues. Still morning. Morning, colleagues. Morning to the people of the U.S. Virgin Islands, and a special good morning to Supervisor Fox, Chairman Williams, as well as State Chair Burke. Without question, a free and fair election. Free and fair elections are the heartbeat of any democracy. It really is. I don't think I can overstate that enough. It's the most powerful tool that Virgin Islanders have, just bringing it close to home, to hold its leaders accountable. It is imperative that we have a level of confidence in the process. I believe that that is absolutely imperative. And it's a part of the process, and we're vetting where we are now in terms of readiness for the upcoming 2026 election. And I appreciate you, ladies and gentlemen, prioritizing being here to put your information as the people who are charged with ensuring that we have fair elections, putting your statements officially on the record. I wanted to start with asking Chairman Williams, just for the record, what prompted the board to take up its operational status on the January 16, 2026 meeting that you had, and what were the main concerns raised by members during that meeting?
The invitation from Senator Lewis is what prompted that, number one.
Okay.
Number two, I highlighted in my testimony that each member had 8 minutes through debate time. Most of that time was spent speaking on internal matters of the board. And at the end of that period, we opened the floor for opportunities for motions. I highlighted the fact that I sent you a letter addressing 8690, and I also highlighted those matters or motions that were made within the organization, within the board, that bottom line is asking the legislature to look at not just 8690, but again, and I'll take it even further. In 24 years sitting as a member, we have met with several members of this institution in looking at the entire code over a period of time. If you were to look at Title 18 today, 2024, I think, is the last iteration, versus 2019, there's still words of mention of quote-unquote joint boards. There's still mention of, well, let me just use joint boards as an example, because joint boards or district boards reflect that each district operates independent. We have a single board of elections. Single, simple words in the code. Again, using 8690. The powers and duties that speak to literally copies some of those sections that gives the supervisor that duty, gives the board that duty. Those are the things that we're saying that have to be clarified.
In your professional opinion, right, which are the core functions that should rest exclusively in the hands of the board, and which should rest exclusively under the jurisdiction of the supervisor to avoid dual authority moving forward?
So I'm not going to give an opinion on that, because my
in your perspective, just as chair
of the
board.
As chair, my words speak in representation of a body. Once those clarifications, I think, are made, it gives both of us clarity. So those matters need to be addressed. Historically now, for a long time, the board managed, operated election day. Through discussion with, over time, and nationally, the board, the supervisor or the office, the election, the person who conducts elections, or the office of the supervisor, or the clerk in most states. Why? Because if there's a conflict, if there is a challenge, you can't get a rat gathering the cheese, correct? Right. Okay, so the supervisor manages, operates the election. If there's any challenge, that is where the role of the board comes in. And over that period of time, that's where we ended up currently. But again, I'm just giving you history. That's not an opinion.
Okay.
Because I got members like to tell me, you want to say this and that. No, I ain't doing that yet.
I want to thank you for your comments. I have 1 minute remaining, and I would be remiss if I didn't have an opportunity to ask a question or two to State Chair Burke. State Chair Burke, I just wanted to ask you face to face, eye to eye, is the party fully ready, willing, and able to conduct this 2026 election responsibilities? I know you're willing, absolutely. I know you, I know your passion, I know your energy, I know the work that you do. But are you ready, willing, and able right now to tell us that you're confident that we'll be able to carry out a seamless certification process? I just wanted, on the record, to give you a chance to speak to that.
I thank you for that question, Senator Potter. I sit here before you on behalf of the party as capable, willing, ready, and able as we've always been. Nothing different except that we have a different, distinct role with regards to the primary election and the entire certification process.
That's a big thing. That's a big change. That's a big difference.
We fully understand it. We understand it. We understand the judge's ruling. And maybe, Senator, just maybe, had the body codified the ruling, although some believe that that wasn't necessary, a lot of misinterpretations or the need to further clarify. This has never happened before. It has never happened before. We took months looking at all aspects of putting a plan together, looking at the fairness, the transparency, peeling it back and getting to the core of it. And yes, now we're ready. Now we're ready to engage as a new revised reset party, but we have the experience. We have the confidence in our abilities to do what we know our role is, and that is to make sure that we have vetted candidates, vetted by this party, and we have standards that can be met. They're not unreasonable. They're very reasonable, and we're good to go. We're absolutely good. The only outstanding thing I tell you is our meeting with the supervisor and the board chair so that there's further clarification. And we're all grown people here. Whatever is not clear, we could get it cleared up through outside counsel or whatever is necessary. But I'm confident that we're prepared.
Thank you for your response, Chair Burke. Mr. Chair, if I may just finalize just one final question.
Go ahead, Senator. Complete your thought.
Thank you, sir. I wanted to understand the role of the Federal Elections Commission with regards to your certification plan. Do they have a role? Did they have a review? Did they consult with you? How does that look? Or how did that look?
Well, they don't approve the plan, but certainly because the DNC is giving us funding every month now, that's funding that we have to account for, because we're using that funding also to support the candidacy of whoever going to be running for delegate to Congress. So we have to report every single month how we're spending this money and to ensure that the monies are being spent in a manner that supports the party as a political party and vetting candidates. So we have to report the funding, and they were adamant in terms of being registered. We could not pass the litmus test. If we didn't say to them that the party, the Democratic Party of the Virgin Islands, is in control of the certification of that federal race. That's when we got the nod. You're fully registered, you're good to go.
Thank you for your response. I won't abuse my time anymore. Thanks for your flexibility, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Point of information, Senator Francis Heiliger. Then I'll recognize you, Senator Fonseca.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I just wanted some clarity as it relates to the eligibility part, and I need to understand this. So from what I'm hearing, what is the deadline for the Democratic Party to decide if someone could run under their banner? Because the best solution for this, from what I'm hearing, is that you guys will have to decide prior to the mid-deadline when those nomination documents are picked up. Because the minute they're picked up and that person is registered, whether Democrat, Republican, that is the documents they're gonna get. So if that's done prior to, then if you said no to a candidate, that would basically be stripping them. If they're registered Democrat, it would strip them from being able to run under your banner, because when they go to the Board of Elections, they now can't pick up a document to say they're circulating to go based on the rules to run as a Democrat. So I need some clarity with that, because I gotta better understand how that works between the party and the Board of Elections through the supervisor of election that runs the day-to-day operations.
And Senator, if I may, that's what's gonna happen at our meeting, hopefully next week, that we will have with the supervisor and the chairperson. We are approaching this meeting that we're in control of our banner. And we're not saying that somebody who is a registered Democrat can't run for anything. They could run, but the party will determine whether or not they could run under our party banner in a primary election. That is what we're doing. They could meet every legal requirement, because that's what the supervisor checks. Are you a resident? Are you of age? Blah, 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 blah. But the other part, and this is why I'm saying, make it clear. This has never happened ever before. It's new, and we're going to have that follow-up discussion.
And Ms. Fox, based on my question, based on her response, if they happen to say no, would that tantamount equate to that person being stripped from being a registered Democrat because they will not be able to run under that banner if the party happens to say no? Explain it to me so we could all better understand.
Senator, I am not sure. I myself will need to meet and get clarification. So we'll do that. Because, like I mentioned before, the Republican Party did this. If you pick up our nomination package, it's election system nomination package. I'm saying, Chairwoman Burke, I agree with your process, but you should just keep your process and let them not pick up our nomination. We can give you the information if they're registered, if they're certified, if they're resident, on a different form. But if they pick up our nomination process, they come in on the ballot as a Democrat. The party signed in the registration database is the party that goes on the nomination petition. So we could talk about it, and you could come up with a different form to clarify those things that you need to certify them. But if you said no and they come to us, they're going to be yes. You're going to cause confusion. That's all I'm saying.
All right. We have quite a few points of information. So 1 second. Senator Fonseca, then Senator Marie James, then Senator Potter. And then Senator James will be recognized for her 6 minutes. Senator Fonseca.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Burke, you mentioned the 4 to 6 months. If you register as a Democrat, 4 to 6 months, you may not meet the criteria. on page 9 in section 6.2, you're saying here in all the new requirements to be a candidate, they must meet all additional criteria specified in the Democratic Party of the Virgin Islands bylaws. So is that specified in the bylaws that you have to be 4 to 6 months a registered Democrat to qualify? Because the way how I read this is that it's not going to be any subjective criteria. It's going to be criteria that's specified in writing in the bylaws. So are you saying that you're going to determine criteria that is not in the bylaws? And are we going to be in full accordance with what is already in the bylaws? Because based on that, a lot of people would already be excluded if you're not already registered right now as a Democrat. So you won't be able to run. So can you explain to me if that
Senator
is in the
Fonseca,
criteria?
my earlier statement was that we updated our bylaws to reflect this plan, and we did.
The 4 to 6 months?
No, it's 6 months.
Okay.
6 months before the primary. We are not looking at anybody who come into the party 6 months before the primary, because we don't believe that they have the capability to really engage the parties and its principles and do what Democrats do. We don't want to be, furthermore, for years, and I might get a little emotional because this is something that we have to do election after election. We get so many bad feedback, from Democrats who are on the ballot, from Democrats who vote every single election. Why are you allowing individuals to come in and out of the party? Why? This is what that does. It controls that. It's called party raiding. Okay? So we have instituted our own internal controls.
Okay.
We are not looking at anybody who comes into the party 6 months into the primary election to say that they could be certified as a Democrat to run on the primary election ballot.
Okay. And in the spirit of transparency, how has that been distributed to the public and the current Democrats and those that are aspiring to enter the party as new Democrats?
How has that been distributed? We've had, Senator, we've been developing this plan for the past 6 months. It's where we are right now. We have to have that discussion with the election supervisor as well as the chair. We will come out at our meeting, it is our hope, having an agreement as to a path forward. We've already been publicizing, we have been publicizing what our intentions are. And as soon as that meeting is finished, we will push out all the notices, all the updates, all the deadlines, all the timelines for anybody who wants to run as a Democrat in the Democratic primary.
But suppose you don't meet...
Senator Fonseca,
yes.
I've been real lenient.
Yes.
Thank you.
We got another
Okay,
bill.
Senator
thank you,
Marie
Mr.
James, you're recognized for your point of information.
Another bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Virgin Islands. Good morning, testifiers. Good morning, colleagues.
Good morning.
I have one question because I have my 6 minutes and I'm going to delve into this more at that point. But I just want to say that on the island of St. Croix, you know, we have a lot of points of information too, but we're stuck over here, so it's difficult. And I'm going to move on and just ask the supervisor of elections whether her interpretation of 18 VIC section 232 is that the entire section is unconstitutional.
Yes, Senator, in the order adjudged and decreed that consistent with this judgment, the following provisions of the Virgin Islands Code are declared unconstitutional.
Hello, Supervisor Fox. My time, and I'm going to respect time. Okay. Is it your interpretation that the entire section 232 is unconstitutional, the entire section. In other words, the two sentences, both sentences are unconstitutional. Yes or no?
That's my interpretation based on his order judgment, yes.
Have you, my second question, I'll go ahead with the second one. Have you received any funds to conduct primary elections this year in the Virgin Islands?
No, Senator.
I'm going to follow up then because I don't know why this is the elephant in the room. I don't know why then you're going to have a meeting with the Democratic Party if you don't have any money to run a primary. You don't have any money, so what's the discussion going to be? Thank you, and I'll wait for my 6 minutes to explore this a little further. Thank you.
Senator Potter, a point of information.
Thank you. Just very briefly, Mr. Chair. I wanted to ask Chairwoman Burke. I have a problem saying Chairwoman for some reason. Chairwoman Burke. Is there a scenario where a lifelong Democrat who's been loyal, who's been voting, who's a card-carrying member of the party, like my colleague on the left, is there a scenario where that person could conceivably be denied the right to run under the party banner?
Senator Potter, I don't see that. I have never seen that. Even if we didn't have the plan, we look at everybody who ran under the banner before, and we know who attends our meetings, who never show up. We know. So we know, we really see who could stand up and talk about this Democratic Party, who could go wherever they need to go and convey a democratic message. We know.
We never had this certification process before.
No, but I don't see it if long-standing card-carrying Democrat, card-carrying mean you pay your dues, so you're done over the hump. It's just the rest stuff. Your loyalty pledge, you've been doing the loyalty pledge. We just have not captured it in a plan. The loyalty pledge says that you will run in a coordinated campaign with other Democrats in the general elections and support Democratic candidates, whatever. That's a loyalty pledge.
I apologize for cutting you off. I know I mentioned my friend here on the left, but I'm just thinking about a regular person, Joe Blow, a voter, who is a card-carrying Democrat, hasn't been paying any dues per se, because they just are a registered Democrat. They come, they vote every year or every couple of years, they vote for the party. In that scenario, not necessarily an elected official.
Senator, that's where you're getting mistaken. A card-carrying Democrat is a dues-paying Democrat, okay? So card-carrying Democrat ain't just anybody who registered as a Democrat. And that's where the confusion lies. That's the confusion.
Okay. Thank you for that.
Dues paying.
Okay. I pay my dues, but I ain't get my card. I got my card. Senator Maurice James, you reckon, how much is dues for the public to know? Put it out there.
The dues that the party has is $100 per year, $50 of which goes to the district, the respective district, and another $50 to the territorial committee.
Thank you. Senator Maurice James, you're recognized for your 6 minutes. And just for the record, you haven't been coming through over on this end. I will never deny my Crucian brothers and sisters a point of information, point of personal privilege, point of anything. Go right ahead.
Thank you. I know you wouldn't. But I needed to put that on the record, And unfortunately, when you think you're in the room, you're really not in the room, eh? That's what it comes down to. So let me ask this. How many Democrats are there? And this is of the supervisor of election. How many registered Democrats do we have in the Virgin Islands?
18,794, Senator.
794. 18,794. Okay, and State Chair Burke, how many Democrats are, what is it, card carrying dues members, approximately?
Dues paid? Less than 100. Less than 100.
Okay, you see the problem that is being created in the community, because at this point, if I say 100, then 18,694 people are not going to be eligible to run as Democrats in the upcoming primary if they do not pay the 100. You agree with me?
Senator, I think you're conflating the issue, honestly. Me registering as a Democrat to be able to exercise my right to vote is different than me wanting to be a candidate to run under the Democratic Party banner. It's two distinct things.
So then, okay. So we need to make it clear we do need to make it clear to the public that a registered Democrat, and that's what I want to get across to the public, a registered Democrat is not the same thing as a dues-paying Democrat, because when you go to register as a Democrat with the election system, and the supervisor can verify this for me, she does not tell them that they need to pay $100 in order to be a dues carrying or carrying card. I'm trying to get the words together here. We need to be clear to the public. So, Supervisor Fox, do you say to people when they register to them as a Democrat that you have to pay dues to the party in order to be a card-carrying Democrat?
No, Senator.
If that makes sense.
No, Senator.
So you don't. Right. So and quite frankly, you wouldn't, because under the law right now, you're not to be involved in the internal processes of the party, correct?
That's correct, Senator. In addition, we do not tell a voter how to register, so they select their own party.
Right. Exactly. So this is the thing. You do not have any money for a primary election this year.
Thus far.
Correct?
Thus far.
No, Senator. No, Senator.
I hear someone saying thus far.
Yeah, this is the chairman.
Okay, and Chairman Williams, do you have the funds? Where do you get we need to educate the public. Where do you get the funds in order to conduct the primary election?
That's by legislation, as the supervisor explained earlier. And what I said earlier is the fact that the law states that the parties are supposed to conduct their primary.
You know, Chairman Williams, this is what I'm trying to get across here to the public. You are saying thus far, but the people who have to appropriate the funds, why are we beating around the bush with this? You said thus far. Who are the people who have to pass the law so that you have the money to conduct the election? Let's be clear about that. How many people in this Senate are Democrats? How many?
Senator,
how many?
I use the word thus far simply because historically that has been the position. The legislature has the responsibility to appropriate funding, not the board. The law speaks.
I agree.
Okay, so
but we are agreeing. We are agreeing. But I'm saying to you, I have been sitting in this meeting since this morning, and everybody beating around the bush. In order for the state chair to meet with the supervisor of elections, right? In order to plan a primary, you have to have money, don't you?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Exactly. And who would appropriate that money?
The legislature.
Okay, so, all right. All right, as long as we're clear on that, as long as we're all clear on that. So let me now go back to Supervisor Fox. When it comes to someone who is a Republican, or an independent, let's use the Republican. At this point, there is no plan from the Republican Party as to how they're certifying their candidates. Is that true?
Yes, Senator.
So if I'm a Republican, you know, and I agree with my colleague, this isn't only about Democrats, but if I'm a Republican right now at this moment and I want to run as a Republican or ICM because I Independent Citizen Movement, do you know, or how would you know whether or not the person is certified to run from those respective parties? How would you know?
Well, Senator, in the past, the Republican has always submitted a plan, and so they pretty much should be on timeline to submit a plan. Again, they have up until maybe March or April, so they usually submit a plan. They never have more than 7, so again, they send us a simple plan.
And so they send you a simple plan. If you don't receive a plan, what happens? And I come in as a Republican or in the ICM?
Well, Senator, as any political party, if we have more than the number of candidates for the position, then we'll have to do a primary for them.
So if one Republican comes in and says they want to run and you haven't received a plan from the Republican Party, then you would then list them in the general election at that point as a candidate, right? That's how you would then proceed?
Yes, Senator.
Okay, one more question, Mr. Chair. Because Section 232 is unconstitutional in its entirety, according to the Supervisor of Election, that means that the first Saturday of August or any date that's in Section 232, really August doesn't exist anymore. Would you agree with me, Mr. Williams or Supervisor Fox or State Chair Burke? There is really no date at this point.
So, Senator, I'll speak first. Okay. As discussed in 2024, that means the parties can do their primary any time prior to the date that we're going to cast lot in August. So based on the calendar, so that's whether they want to put a date. The parties can do it. If they want to do the first, it's fine, but they can do the party. If January, February, March, April, they could do the primary or the caucus anytime prior to that deadline when we go for the casting of lots, when everybody has to jump in with the independents to get ready to go on the general election ballot.
Is there in the code where the casting of lots have to happen in August?
Yes, Senator, but I don't have it in front of me. But the calendar has all the sections of the code annotated on it, and it's available on our website or in the offices, so you can look at that.
So you're saying the parties have to have their candidates by August 1st. I believe that's what you're saying? Or August?
It has a date on the calendar, Senator. I'll look that up before putting something on the record that's not accurate.
Can you do that before this block is finished so I know exactly? And there's a reason I'm asking. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for your leniency.
Thank you, Senator Jim. Senator Franklin Johnson, your point of information.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I sit here today and the Democratic Party were bragging that they got 18,000 registered voters, but only 100 pay dues. My first question to you, you got 12 inside here. All 12 pay the dues for this year?
I can't answer that. I can't.
Yes, you can.
It's party business.
This is my business.
That is party business.
I'd have paid $200 and something thousand for your primary. I'd have paid $200 and something thousand for your primary. So I ain't tell you to give me a name, you know. My question is, all 12 up to date with a due? Me ask you for a name?
I wanted
They
to
up to date.
but I think I...
They up to date,
The
Senator.
$25 or the $100?
I think it came up.
Oh, because last year was 25, it went to 100 now. So when is due? When is this?
Right now.
So then they ain't up to date then.
My website.
No, you don't spread no propaganda. Are you up to date?
You paid $100?
That's right.
Mr. Chair, can I respond?
Wait, hold on. We're going to have a level of
I finished it
decorum
because
in here.
what I'm going to is when you hear this number of 18,000, but you only hear that 100 is card carrying. that's some serious situation for the Democratic Party because you got all independents. You really got 18,000 registered card carrying. You only got 100. The Republican Party probably got 900 card carrying.
To your point, Senator, we have some work to do.
You got that's
We
what
have
that's
some
what
work to
that's
do.
exactly what I'm saying
We
to
have
you.
some work to do.
And this thing needs to be resolved very soon because I can see some serious problem with the party when this primary come, where some folks think they're gonna be on the ballot and they're not. Or you know what I'm gonna say to them? Come on over, talk to me. Come to the independent, we waiting. Have a little word with me. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
It's a minute of fame. Ms. Fox, you have a follow-up for Senator James?
No, I have the response to her question, so I got up on the internet. The casting of lots is on the 25th of August, and the section is 419 in VIC 18. And the calendar
Thank you.
is available on the website.
Senator Dwayne DeGraff, you're recognized for your 6 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, testifiers, all viewing, listening, and present. Mr. Chair, you got it wrong. We're supposed to be over here in the Big Island, so that's why I'm here, with the great people that's here. But like my colleague just said, come on over, talk to me. I would like to first start off with the early voting, Supervisor Fox, in regards to when I got the bill passed to allow for the supervisor to determine the places and dates for the early voting. And to hear that 70% of the early voting is done in election, I think that's a great accomplishment from having that bill passed. Paper ballots. I heard a lot about senior, the young people, and trying to get the young people in and thing. I think that's a great thing. But seniors, or we refer to, I like to say old school. When you have persons who go to the election, could you explain the process for me right now in terms of during early voting, if I go to any poll, any election site and determine that I want to vote with a paper ballot, what is the process?
Senator, once you check in at the e-poll book clerk, you have a process of either a paper ballot or electronic, which is a car activation card. You request a paper ballot, you get a paper ballot, you vote on the paper ballot in privacy, and it's fed into the DS200 tabulator. Those are the steps.
Okay, so the paper ballot is taken and then put into the machine for the machine to do the tabulation.
Yes, Senator.
Is what you're saying. Okay, so then when that is done, do I see that process?
So no early voting votes are tabulated until 7 o'clock election night. So you will notice that the machines are rolled out from the secure area into the conference room where the public, the board, the candidates are sitting. They cut the seals on the voting, those DS200s, and they press the button to tabulate. That's what takes a few minutes, so they tabulate after 7 p.m. No results can be made public before 7 p.m. on election day, whether it's absentee, early voting, and then election day. So that's the process, and anyone can come in and view that process.
Let me
Okay, so when I use, before you answer, Mr. Chair, when I use the machine and I finish my voting and I press vote, does it show on the machine that it registers a number, I think it is?
Yes, Senator, there's the number, a count. It goes, if it was 1, it goes to 2.
Okay. Okay, so then with the paper ballot, is that same process done? When I put it into the machine, it goes from the 1 to the next number?
Yes, Senator. It takes both the activation card and the paper ballot.
Okay. Mr. Chair, I do apologize. You were saying something?
No, I just wanted to clarify that the canvassing is the word of votes. The supervisor said 7 o'clock. 7 o'clock is when the poll closes. So prior to, during the early voting process, no votes are canvassed. Those votes are held in the machine on the thumb drive until such time after 7 p.m., like the supervisor explained. That's when those machines are brought into the office, and then the tabulator is removed and then canvassed through the central system.
Okay, no, so from the process of when I put my paper ballot into the machine records it. I stay there all day, or have a poll watcher there all day. What is the process when the poll closes?
So,
give me the step-by-step process until it gets counted.
So each evening, the polls are closed at a certain time by the judge. We have a judge assigned. The early voting is run by our election official, not by the full-time force. So the election official, which is a judge, she announced the poll is going to close. She makes sure no one is in line to be casting a ballot. Then they go through the process of reconciling the number of ballots that was issued to them, what's remaining. The voting technician, along with the judge, go to the machine and they seal the machine with seals, tamper evidence seal. They log those seals in a book, and that's the public is there to watch. You have witnesses. The next morning, when they roll out, the public is there to watch the opening process. They check to make sure the seals number are still the same that was on last night. They remove them, they log them in the book, and then they continue the process. And so that goes on for the 5 days or the 10 days that we're there. The machines are secure, whether with...
Wait, excuse me a minute. It seemed like either I miss a process or when you seal it after 7 p.m., you didn't say they were taken back to the election system and then tabulated then?
No, I said...
that is locked down?
No, you talking about early voting. I said no. Early voting,
correct.
They stay where they are. I give you the process for when it's in the office. The process when we had when it's St. Joseph School in St. Croix, it stays at the site. We do not move the ballots, the DS200 back and forth. We put a private security on that site. It's locked. The security cannot enter the building, and I do tests. I've been in the military, so I do my tests, test the security to see who can access that building. And so we have a process, and it's written procedures, standard operating procedures coming from the military. And so we do that in the office. It's under the alarm system that we have, and we put them in a secure area. So the public comes in, the book is there. Even now, you could go and look at the book to see the seals that was on each day. And like I said, at the end of the day, at the end of early voting, not each day, that's when you press tabulating.
Okay, Mr. Chair, just in closing out again for clarification. So I vote 2 p.m. on the 1st. Take just for instance, hypothetical, 2 p.m. on the 1st, during early voting, when is that vote tabulated, counted? The next day on the 2nd? Or at the ending of the early voting period?
No, Senator, on election day, on election night, after 7 p.m. So they stay in the machine, with the seals on them until election night.
Okay, so those machines have cartridges in them. When a cartridge is full, what is that process? They're able to stay in the machine for 2 weeks or however long early voting is until election day?
Yes, Senator. Each bin could carry up to 2,500 ballots. And we do not have 2,500 ballots in one early voting segment. We do have 3 machines. If you notice when you come to vote, it's more than one machine. So each one could hold 2,500 ballots. So that's the process.
Okay. And in closing, Mr. Chair, finally, the process of transportation from the election site, not at the election system, to the election system to be voted. Could the supervisors just explain that part too on your time? Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator, for that question. So the process is we test the machines. The board is there when we seal the machines. Like I said, some area is tamper evidence, so we won't say that where they are in the public. So they steal the machines, then we get with the trucking companies, and they dispatch the machines to a site. Once they dispatch to that polling place, we hire security to be on them until the date they're ready for election. VIPD is there with us each day. we go through all the voting. There's an officer upstairs, one downstairs to provide whatever support we need. At the end of that time, then they rotate out. The judges at a polling site on election day go through the same closing process. They do not tabulate. They bring the jump drive back with VIPD escort for security purposes and under eye that is not, their personal cars. Comes back to the elections office, conference room, is turned in to the deputy supervisors. The jump drive in front of the public. They said, this is the school, Charlotte Amalie High School. I have 3 jump drives from that school. Then it's passed over to a voting technician who puts it in an ERM, election hardware weight machine, that only checks the election jump drive. No other jump drive can be placed in that machine. The results are tabulated. Then they discuss the report with the board and the officer, the supervisor representative, example in St. Thomas. Then we will send the results via a secure computer that we got 2 years ago to St. Croix via iCloud. It's downloaded in St. Croix in the ERM. Then the voting technician on that end review the data, compile both reports together. The board and the staff approve. Then it's released to the webmaster and the media, and it goes up on the site.
Thank you.
Thank you. Point of information, Senator Franklin Johnson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. My point is strictly on that line of question. And my question I want to ask you, every single voting machine, you say something, they take 3 down to a particular school. Can each of those machines do tabulation of the votes that was cast on that machine?
Yes, Senator. DS200, yes, they can.
Mr.
Yes, the DS200 tabulators, the ballots are in them. He's asking if each one of them can do.
If they can tabulate how much votes was cast?
Yes.
Well, then my question will be then, and it's I'm glad that you said that there, because then why do we not tabulate all those votes on each of those machines and then bring them down to be tabulated? Why are they taken out of the machine to go into a tabulator elsewhere if each of the machine can tabulate the votes that was cast on them?
Senator, they come back with the tabulation and the tape. This machine provides a report. So you're putting the jump drive in there to get these reports that we provide to the public and the media. Number one. Number two, those persons out there are election officials. We hire a judge, a poll worker, John Doe off the street. They're not responsible for the election. The board is and the elections office. Since inception in 1963, the board has always had centralized counting. Even with the Shuptronic, you came back to the main office. If you want to count outside, that means the board must have a quorum. And you got 5 voting centers. How are you going to get a quorum to each one of them? But we'll have that in the next discussion.
But it's not so much having that quorum, because if the machine could do a tabulation, you'll have this printout or the tabulation saying that this machine have X amount of votes cast, and by the time you reach down, we'll know, well, Paul B bringing down 3,000 votes. That's right. And then when you reach there now, you're going to put it into total with all the rest of them. Because then now you're putting in Paul B, Central, whoever, and now you're doing a full tabulation. But you're telling me that these machines can tabulate right where they're at. They can come up with those numbers. And the fear that a lot of people have is with that tabulator that you're transferring these numbers to. That's what the fear is out here. And none of you that's sitting there today can tell me that you haven't heard of this fear from the people. And I rest at that.
Senator,
and you can go right
explain
ahead.
again. The tapes that they print and come with, and I'd like you to come and visit our office, they are tabulated at the site. The jump drive now comes to the office. Those persons out there are not responsible. They come into the office now, they set the jump drive in front of the public, and then it goes in the ERM to calculate it, to put it all together. So again, we'll have the discussion later on.
And how can you test
by the
that?
tape?
How can that tabulator be tested for accuracy?
By the tape, again, 3 verifiable methods. You got a paper in the box, which you can count and check. You have the tape that I told you. The tape come in at night. The board looks at the tape before they even put it in the jump drive. They know how much the results should be. And then you have the jump drive. 3 methods to double check the count.
It's called a audit control process.
Thank you, Senator Johnson. Colleagues, we've had a robust discussion here today, much needed discussion by the Democratic Party, the chairman of the board, and the supervisor of elections. And the last round of questioning is really a good segue for the next round, which is bill number 36-0187. So, Ms. Burke, I'll give you 60 seconds to give your closing remarks.
Again, thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the committees and members of the 36th legislature. As always, the Democratic Party is prepared. We always show up because the same people that you represent are the same people this party represents. We've always showed up, and we probably showed up today because it's important that for the first time ever, we have an election plan that we're controlling our own narrative. Yes. And we want to make sure that our collaboration with the election system is as transparent, as engaging as any other thing. We want to make sure that candidates who want to run under our banner, we welcome it. But we've instituted standards that we believe in, that whether as an organization, a club, we have to have structure. That's what we have today, and that's how we will continue to engage the public as a modernized and updated Democratic Party. Thank you again for the opportunity.
Thank you. Chairman Williams?
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I just want to ask the Senate, the legislature, to look at the points we brought here before you today, in addition to some of the other parts of the code that needs to be updated so we don't have this confusion within the election system. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Fox?
Again, thank you for the opportunity to discuss and present the election challenges. And I'd like to leave you with these two. Again, I plead with this body to get the code enacted in law that a felon can't run for the governor nor the delegate office. And secondly, the budget for the general election is not adequate. $275,000 can't do anything. I'm asking for another $175,000, Chair of the Finance Committee, if you can shake it out the trees. Thank you.
Thank you. And all three of you, you are excused today.
Mr. Chair, I had one more thing. Just a sentence, if I may. Just one sentence, Mr. Chair. Really, and it's in the interest of everybody moving forward, we need clarification, and hopefully in the next session, as to who is overseeing the 2026 elections, okay? And I'll listen in the next session. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Testify as your excuse. Colleagues, the Committee of Government Operation, Veterans Affairs, Consumer Protection stands in recess for 5 minutes. 5 minutes. Good afternoon. The Committee on Government Operation, Veteran Affairs, and Consumer Protection is back on the record. Madam Clerk, could you please read Block 2 into the record?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Block 2, Bill number 36-0187, an act amending Title 18, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 23, Section 622, requiring the Board of Elections to count by hand votes deposited in a ballot box, proposed by Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Invited testifiers, Mr. Raymond J. Williams, Chairman, Board of Elections, Ms. Caroline F. Fox, Supervisor of Elections, Ms. Mary Moorhead, Community Activist. Mr. Chair, this concludes the reading of Block 2.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Madam Clerk, are there any correspondences from any invited testifiers to be read on the record? Yes.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Please proceed.
Letter submitted via email on January 20th, 2026 from Dr. Cleopatra Peter. Greetings to Senator Avery Lewis, Chairman of the Committee on Government Operations, Veteran Affairs, and Consumer Protection, to the Senators of the 36th Legislature, and to all viewing and listening audience. My name is Dr. Cleopatra Peter, and I am honored to have the opportunity to testify before the 36th Legislature of the Virgin Islands of the United States. As an advocate for this community, serving as a board member and a chiropractor, I am, above all, a Virgin Islander and a concerned citizen of this territory. As a resident, I am passionate about advocating for several critical initiatives in our community: establishing state-of-the-art hospitals across all 3 islands, creating modern schools equipped with the latest technology for our children to learn and excel, enhancing agriculture to promote self-sufficiency in the face of ongoing regional and global crises, ensuring utility services are functioning and affordable, and constructing safe, well-maintained roads that are gentle on our vehicles. Our goal must be to elevate the Virgin Islands and make them great for everyone. Nevertheless, these ambitions will remain only dreams if we do not guarantee free and fair elections in our territory. I am a native Virgin Islander who left for many years and returned in 2018. The first election after returning I participated in was in 2022. I was appalled to learn that votes were not being counted where they were cast. This is a serious concern. Free and fair elections are the cornerstone of any democracy. When our citizens lose confidence in the integrity of our electoral process, we all suffer. This lack of trust contributes to ongoing issues such as inadequate healthcare services, deteriorating schools, declining agriculture, rising utility costs, and infrastructure problems like terrible roads that damage vehicles and cause accidents, leading to loss of income and even lives. Look at the November 2022 election. Senator Kurt Violet raised concerns about election integrity in a letter to U.S. Attorney Delia Smith. He referenced past issues, including the 2012 election, where about 3,000 ballots went missing, a problem that still shadows our elections. A 2015 report in the St. Thomas Source also called for investigations into ballot disappearances. Even after a decade, many still question whether the election was fair. Senator Violet also highlighted troubling discrepancies in the 2022 results at John F. Kennedy precinct. During early voting, the Brian Roach team received 63 votes, 52%, but on election day, they only received 54 votes, while the Violet-Sarot team's votes increased from 58, 48%, to 107, 67%. These inconsistencies suggest that votes are not being counted accurately. This letter from our current senator underscores persistent issues from 2012 and 2022. Sadly, little has changed. I believe one of the problems is simple. We need to follow the federal law, 52 U.S.C. 21081, and protect the use of the paper ballot voting systems. In addition, votes need to be counted where they cast. In August 2023, the Supervisor of Election presented her written testimony to the Committee on Finance, and it stated, quote, I commend this body. All members of the 34th Legislature unanimously supported bills number 34-319, 34-320, 34-321, 34-322, 34-323, 34-457, 34-460, 34-461, and 34-462, and signed by Governor Bryan creating Act 8690. With the passage of these amendments, the execution of elections falls under the purview of the Office of the Supervisor of Elections, in line with other jurisdictions in the United States. For the past 60 years, the Board of Election has done a remarkable job conducting elections, and now the Office of the Supervisor will maintain these ambitious standards and continue to build upon our past successes. Our elections are on the top tier in the region, and our sights are on the world. The 2024 election cycle will be the first in which the Office of the Supervisor of Election will solely execute the election cycle, end quote. However, Title 18, Section 47 clearly states, quote, the Board of Elections within their respective election districts have jurisdiction over the registration and electors and the conduct of primaries and elections, end quote. On October 28, 2024, our Attorney General, Gordon Rea, wrote in his opposition to dismiss motion of the Supervisor of Election, quote, indeed, the Virgin Islands Supreme Court has ruled that members of the boards of elections are expressly charged with overseeing all aspects of the primary and general elections conducted in the Virgin Islands and subject to judicial review, have the final say on all election-related matters, end quote. Then our AG expounded and went a little further and stated, quote, clearly Ms. Fox is subordinate to the board, and to ignore this fact will render Section 4 a nullity. Section 4 is the powers, duties, and functions of Supervisor of Elections. Nullity means a state of being null, invalid, or legally void. It refers to something that has no legal effect or is considered non-existent in the eyes of the law. Yet the supervisor claims control over elections in 2024 and beyond, and some board members co-signed that check, which means the last election was fraudulent, and they have disenfranchised and continue to disenfranchise every Virgin Islander. On October 17, 2024, 3 days after early voting began, the Supervisor of Elections filed a lawsuit against the entire U.S. Virgin Islands Board of Elections and 9 board members. The Supervisor of Elections' motion was to prevent the Board of Election from determining whether a candidate meets the qualification established by law for election or nomination and placing said candidate on the ballot. The AG's opposition to dismiss motion stated, quote, as more fully set forth below, declaratory relief should be denied because plaintiff lacks capacity to bring an action in her official capacity or to retain private counsel to do so, because her claims fail as a matter of law, and because the factors to be weighed when considering injunctive remedies do not support entry of an injunction in this case, end quote. I inserted the above paragraph in AI to example it in layman terms as it states. This passage means that the court should deny the request for declaratory relief, a legal declaration of rights, for several reasons. 1, the plaintiff does not have the legal authority, capacity, to bring the case in her official role or to hire private lawyers to do so. 2, the plaintiff's legal claims are not valid under the law. 3, the reasons courts consider when deciding whether to issue an injunction, a court order to stop or require certain actions, do not favor granting such an order in this situation. In short, the court is saying a Supervisor of Elections' request for a formal legal declaration should be rejected because she lacks the proper authority. Her claims are legally flawed, and the circumstances do not justify stopping or requiring actions through an injunction. In addition, this filing occurred during early voting, which clearly constitute election interference. Worst of all, the Supervisor of Election created and distributed a form called Voter Refusing to Use Tabulator, during the general election, which is in violation of federal election and voting rights, 52 U.S.C. 10101B, intimidation, threats, or coercion. In Virgin Islands Code, Title 18, Section 4 clearly states, the joint boards shall be the policy-making body of the Virgin Islands election system. Surprisingly, the Board of Election was not aware of that form. As a result, myself and a few voters have brought a federal lawsuit against the supervisor of election in the District of Columbia. This problem stemmed from a Committee on Rules and Judiciary hearing that occurred on September 8, 2022, when the supervisor of election testified in support of 9 amendments. Only Senator Carla Joseph inquired about the whereabouts of the chairperson because some of those amendments were diminishing the power of the board. The supervisor responded that the board gave her authorization, but to date, no transcript of any board meeting confirms her statement. The board has 14 members, but none were present to represent its interests and the people's interests. The board continues to face significant challenges. In December 2022, Senator Kenny Gittins special ordered to the floor and attached those 9 amendments to Bill number 34-0298, and it ultimately became Act 8690. We must work diligently to amend or repeal parts of Act 8690 that diminish the power of the board and ensure that elections are free, fair, and transparent here in these Virgin Islands. In conclusion, I strongly support Bill number 36-0187. Some may say we don't need to go backwards, but we are not going backwards. We are following federal law, 52 U.S.C. 21081E, which specifically states to make available any materials to the voter, such as notices, instructions, forms, or paper ballots. If the public still references 3 missing ballots from 2012, and our current senator referenced irregularities in the 2022 election, and it is apparent ballots are moving before being counted, it clearly shows we have lost our way. It only makes sense to follow federal law using paper ballot and count the votes where they are cast. Elections are the foundation of our democracy. They are the most sacred aspect of governance. Their integrity must always be protected. Our children and elders depend on it, and our democracy needs it. With free and fair elections, we can achieve our vision of state-of-the-art hospitals, modern schools, sustainable agriculture, affordable utilities, and safe roads. Unfair elections threaten our democracy and can subtly lead to controlling regimes, gentrification, and a mass exodus from our territory. Let us work together, to make these Virgin Islands great for all are we. Thank you, Dr. Cleopatra Peter, concerned citizen. Correspondence received on January 21st from Ms. Lorelei Monsanto. Good day to all senators and testifiers. My name is Lorelei Monsanto, and I wanted to voice my concerns as a constituent and former aspirant. I attended the Board of Elections special meeting on this subject matter of Bill number 36-0187 on January 15, 2026. The board did not entertain full discussion on this bill. The board decided that they did not want the change. However, I am here to place on the record that while Bill number 36-0187 deals with one issue, I will support this initiative. Voters should be offered every opportunity to participate in the process. Several requests as to the number of voters who requested a ballot box went unanswered. The board's behavior appears to present disenfranchisement to the voting public. The board and their actions have sounded alarm bells. This meeting was recorded and shows no clear discussion on the bill we are here to discuss. The testimony they might present will be an interesting tale. Our community should have all and any available means to make our vote count. Title 18 needs a complete overhaul. The window of opportunity before election is quickly approaching, and the legislature should have worked on the outdated Title 18. Nevertheless, please support this bill to give your constituents, vote in public, the right to participate in the process. Senators, you are here to voice our concerns, and I thank Senator Franklin Johnson for attempting to give the constituents a legal choice to participate in the vote. Thanking all of the senators who wish to have their constituents participate in the process of voting without feeling disenfranchised. Respectfully, Lori Lee Monsanto. Mr. Chair, this concludes the reading of today's correspondences for Block 2.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Who speaks to Bill number 36-0187?
I do.
You may proceed, Senator Johnson.
Good afternoon again. Good afternoon to my colleagues. Good afternoon to the testifiers. Good afternoon to the viewing and listening audience. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for this opportunity here. At the heart of representative democracy is a balance we all recognize. Governance by majority rule with the protection of minority rights. That principle ensures that while decisions are made collectively, the voice and concern of smaller groups are not dismissed or silent. Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. reminds us that the right to vote is the foundation of representative government. That foundation is strongest not only when access to the ballot is protected, but when the public have confidence in the process by which votes are cast and counted. Amendment number 36-60662, in the nature of the substitute to Bill number 36-0187, is offered within that framework as a matter of election administration, voter confidence, and legislative responsibility. This bill is not presented as a reaction to any single election, nor as a critique of the election system or its personnel. It is presented as a policy question. Whether our election status should explicitly allow limited law options that already exist in other U.S. jurisdictions. At the outset, it is important to acknowledge that the opposition to election legislation is not only expected, it is healthy. Election law touches the core of democratic legitimacy. Scrutiny and careful questioning strengthen the process, and this legislature has an obligation to examine both concerns and evidence before it. In plain terms, the objective of amendment number 36-0662, in the nature of a substitute to bill number 36-0187, is narrow. It seeks to authorize an optional, clearly defined paper ballot or hand count option, while retaining electronic tabulation as a primary method of voting. It does not eliminate voting machine. It does not alter voting eligibility ballots, access, or certification standard. This bill is not an effort to undermine election results, delay certification, or replace technology with manual process across the system. It does not weaken audit requirements or remove safeguards. Its purpose is to statutory clarity, not disruption. This bill protects voters, particularly those who place greater confidence in observable process. It protects election officials by providing statutory guidance rather than informal or ad hoc accommodation. And it protects the integrity of the system by ensuring that any option provided operates within a regulated, audible framework. A review, I'm laughing because Mr. Williams, you're so serious there. When I look at you, you're like deep into thoughts. A review of comparative practice nationwide was conducted, at least 11 states authorize hand counting in some form, most commonly as local option. One state, New Hampshire, has enacted RSA and 65642 as amended by the 2025 New Hampshire House Bill 154, a statute allowing individual voters to request that their ballot be hand counted while electronic tabulation remains the primary method. These are operating systems, not theoretical models, and they demonstrate that hand count option and electronic system can coexist responsibly. Population and ballot complexity has also been considered. The U.S. Virgin Islands has a population of approximately 87,000 people. New Hampshire population exceeds 1.3 million. Yet, many of the towns that use hand counting are comparable in size to the district within this territory. This demonstrates that population size alone is not a legal barrier, but an administrative consideration. It is also important to look at America Samoa, a U.S. territory that conducts its election using secret paper ballots counted by hand. Despite the availability of that process, American Samoa has not experienced systematic strain, administrative collapse, or widespread disruption or election certification. Experience across jurisdictions shows that only a limited subset of voters choose such option, typically those with heightened confidence concern or a personal preference for observer counting. There is no evidence to suggest that voters' requests for hand count paper ballots would occur at a volume sufficient to overwhelm the election system. To contrary, such requests are likely to remain modest and manageable, particularly when electronic tabulation remains the primary and default method. In that respect, an option for hand count function as a pressure valve, offering choice without burdening administration and confidence with disruption. Finally, the Virgin Islands has a long played leadership role in advancing democratic fairness and self-governance. Amendment number 662, in the nature of a substitute to Bill number 360187, provides an opportunity to continue that tradition, not by rejecting technology, but by demonstrating how majority rule, minority rights, security, and transparency can coexist under this law. I can say without a doubt that there isn't one person in this territory have not heard the cry for paper ballot. I can say without a doubt there isn't one person in this institution here today can say that folks have not been asking for this option. We're not getting rid of machine. I've listened to many radio shows where folks are saying that this measure is trying to get rid of the machines. No place in this amendment does it say we're not going to use machines. No place. But if people are asking for that option, it cannot hurt if we get 20 more votes, 100 more votes, 200 more votes. The outcome that we're looking for in this piece of legislation is to have more people take part. I am tired of hearing people saying, I ain't going back if I can't get a paper ballot. And we should encourage, not discourage. And by passing this measure, and I'm asking my colleague for the support, it will encourage more people to take part in this process. I look forward to testimonies and a thoughtful discussion on the merits, limitation, and implementation consideration of this proposal. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Johnson. Mr. Williams, you're ready with your testimony? Sure. You may proceed.
Good afternoon. The Honorable Avery Lewis, Chairman of the Committee on Government Operations, Veterans Affairs, and Consumer Protection, members of the committee, and all other senators present. My name is Raymond J. Williams, Chairman of the Virgin Islands Board of Election. I appear before you this afternoon at your request to present testimony on Bill number 36-0187, an act amending Title 18 of the VI Code, Chapter 23, Section 622, which would require the Board of Elections to count by hand all votes deposited in a ballot box, proposed by Senator Franklin D. Johnson. The Board of Elections met on January 16, 2026, to deliberate on two measures that appear on today's agenda, including the bill presently before the committee. A motion was made by Board Member Michael Joseph and seconded by Member Kareem Francis to not support the bill proposed by Senator Johnson. The motion carried with a vote of 7 in favor, 4 opposed, 1 abstention, and 2 members absent. As a result of the official position of the VI Board of Elections, it is that we do not support this measure. I want to add, I, however, must note that I received an amended, updated version of the bill, number 36-0187, on Wednesday, January 21st, and the board has not had the opportunity to review, discuss, or opine on that updated measure. Senator, if you don't mind, I'll take a point of privilege. The board, I'm the elected chairman of this board. Who like me or don't like me is irrelevant. What is factual is that our governance policy says that only the chairman shall speak for the board. I am perplexed by the fact that a member is allowed to present supposed testimony. If that's the case, then maybe the board should be sitting up here. You understand? You know, if we're going to talk about democracy and the disrespect of what the board voted for, because one member doesn't like something, how is it allowed to go on the record what a member's position is? I can sit here and put my position on the record, but that is not how I govern. I govern based on what the governance policy of the election system speaks to. You know, I think it's an abomination to allow a member to do that. And that's my position. You know, I sit here for this, as usual. This is how they behave in the meetings as well. You know, you're talking and everybody else have something to say. But, you know, I just want to note that generally, the Board of Elections don't opine on legislation that affects how elections are run. If this committee and the greater legislature made a determination that they want to support this measure, the board will carry out that function, because that's our role, not to sit here and determine whether to go backward, go forward, or sideways. Let's make it clear. Let's make it clear. You are the governing body that creates legislation for the board to follow, not the opinions of the Board of Elections. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Williams, I'd like to recognize the presence of committee member, Senator Kenneth Gittins, our VP. Good afternoon, Senator Gittins. Madam Clerk, please mark Senator Gittins as present and give me a new tally. Who? No. He's still present. Yeah.
Yes, Mr. Chair. All 7 members are present.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Ms. Fox, you may proceed.
Good afternoon, Honorable Chairman Avery L. Lewis, distinguished members of the committee, colleagues, members of the press, and the public. I am Caroline F. Fox, Supervisor of Elections for the Virgin Islands, a certified elections registration administrator, Sierra. I appreciate this opportunity to provide testimony on Bill number 36-0187, which proposes amending Title 18, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 23, Section 622, to require the Board of Elections to count ballot by hand votes deposited in a ballot box. Election integrity in the Virgin Islands depends on voting systems that are scalable, secure, and defensible. Hand counting is none of those. Core election principle. A comprehensive election integrity approach should strengthen existing systems than rather replace them with less efficient methods. Elections rely on three components: people, processes, and technology. When these elements work together, supported by audits and transparency, they deliver accurate, timely, and trustworthy results. Mandating hand counts as primary method of tabulation does not strengthen election integrity. It undermines it. Key risks of hand counting ballots. 1, accuracy issues. First, human error. Fatigue, distraction, or bias can lead to miscounts, especially when tallying thousands of ballots. 2, complex ballots. Modern elections often include multiple races and propositions, making manual tallying prone to mistakes. 2, time and efficiency problems. 1, slow process. Counting by hand is far slower than using certified machines, delaying results for days or weeks. Next, scalability limits. Hand counting ballots does not scale effectively. As turnout increases or ballots become longer, the time, staffing, space, and supervision required for hand counts grow exponentially. 3, transparency and trust concerns. Inconsistent procedures first. Without standardized methods, different teams may interpret ballots differently, undermining fairness. Second, public confidence and risks. Errors or delays can fuel conspiracy theories and reduce trust in election outcomes. 4, resource strain. Labor intensive first. Hand counts require large numbers of trained counters, often working long hours under pressure while the public and the candidates await the election night results. Costly logistics. Organizing secure facilities, supervision, and recounts adds significant expense compared to machine tabulation. Security vulnerabilities. Increased handling of ballots raise risks of tampering or accidentally damage. It is important to note that most hand count ballots are from recounts or ballots with a tabulator cannot read. America and Samoa is the only U.S. territory which hand count votes. They only have 3 contests on their ballot: governor, lieutenant governor, delegate to Congress, and the legislature, with a total average voter of 15,000 voters. They finished counting their ballots by midnight on election night. In March of 2025, they were coordinating with the election system of the election system and software to purchase DS200 tabulator to improve the process of canvassing. In the past, the Virgin Islands have had 8 contests on a ballot, including a referendum. We have a total average voter of 22,244. We have 55,955 registered voters. We must plan as if all 55,955 voters are going to participate in all elections. Across the nation, the use of hand counting ballots is decreasing and is considered the least effective way of counting ballots. According to Mr. Charles Stewart III, who directs the MIT Election Data and Science Lab, I quote, "Computers which ballot scanners rely on are particularly good at tedious, repetitive tasks. Humans are bad at them," close quote. Real-world hand counts have produced error rates as high as 25%. Hand counts introduce variability in ballot interpretation and increase the likelihood of challenges, delays, and litigation, particularly in close or high turnout elections. The proper role of hand counts. Hand counting does have a legitimate role, but that role is audits and recounts, not primary tabulation. The Virgin Islands has conducted post-elections audits since 2014. Election audits are a critical component of a secure and trustworthy election system. They provide independent verification that election results accurately reflect the votes cast by comparing machine tabulation results with voter-marked paper ballots. Audits reinforce public confidence by demonstrating that election outcomes are not accepted on faith alone, but are confined through transparent, documented review procedures conducted under established rules. Audits also preserve the benefits of modern election technology while maintaining accountability. Electronic tabulations allow for speed, consistency, and efficiency on election night, while post-election audits provide a safeguard against rare errors or abnormalities before certification. This balanced approach avoids unnecessary delays in reporting results and reducing the risks associated with full hand counts, such as increased costs, staffing burdens, and human error. Importantly, audits are transparent, cost-effective, and legally defensible. They are conducted in a manner open to observation and structured to expand if discrepancies are identified, proving a clearer corrective path when needed. Routine audits strengthen the integrity of the electoral process, support continuous improvement in election administration, and align with nationally recognized best practices for accurate, secure, and credible elections. The hybrid approach, electronic tabulating machines first, hand counts when warranted, is the national best practice. Time of ballot counting. Bill number 36-0187 states ballots may not be counted before 8 p.m. on the day of election. This bill also restricts when counting may begin on election day from 7 p.m. to 8 p.m. Delaying counting unnecessarily can increase skepticism and confusion rather than confidence. Delaying the start of ballot counting from 7 p.m. to 8 p.m. induces unnecessary inefficiencies into the election night processes without providing any corresponding enhancement to election security or integrity. This 1-hour delay reduces available tabulation time, pushes unofficial results later into the evening or early morning, and compresses subsequent reconciliation and canvassing activities. Even modest delays can compound across precincts and districts, showing the overall reporting process and placing additional strain on election administration. A delayed start also increases administrative and fiscal burdens. Election workers are required to remain on duty longer, increasing fatigue at a critical stage of the process and driving overtime and staffing costs up. Fatigue is a recognized risk factor for clerical and reconciliation errors, particularly after an extended election day. These risks are avoidable when tabulation is permitted to begin promptly upon the close of the polls. Finally, delays in counting can negatively affect public confidence. In modern elections, prolonged gaps between poll closure and reporting often invite speculation, misinformation, and doubt, even when the process is functioning properly. In a close or high-profile contest, delayed reporting may also increase the risk of legal challenges and public controversy. Permitting timely tabulation supports transparency, reduces unnecessary uncertainty, and strengthens the trust in the electoral process without compromising accuracy or security. The DS-200 precinct tabulator. The DS-200 tabulator strengthens transparency and does not replace it. Key features include voter-marked paper ballots retained as permanent records, secure ballot storage with tamper evidence seals, encrypted data and detailed audit logs, pre- and post-election testing, full federal certification under the EAC standards. By minimizing ballot handling and maximizing auditability, the DS tabulator reduces risks and improves accuracy. Prior to the deployment, each DS-200 tabulator is secured with a tamper evidence seals. At the polls at 7 p.m., the presiding judge formally closed the voting center and begins the required closing procedures for return to the elections office. The judge removes the encrypted removable media and the results tapes from the DS-200 and places them in a sealed transport bag. The judge is then escorted by the Virgin Islands Police Department to the election office, maintaining documented chain of custody throughout transport. Upon arrival at the elections conference room, the sealed bag is opened by the preceding judge in full view of the Board of Election members, election staff, candidates, members of the media, and the public. The encrypted removable media is removed by the judge and handed directly to the Deputy Supervisor of Elections. The media is then transferred to the voting technician who inserts it into the election-ware tabulation system for processing. The system tabulates the result, generates reports, and securely transmits encrypted data to St. Croix, where the supervisor is assigned, through a secure cloud-based connection where the data is downloaded to a protected computer. Election results are then reviewed by the election staff and the Board of Elections prior to release. Once verified, the results are provided to the webmaster for posting on the official elections website and are simultaneously made available to the media and the public. This process ensures transparency, security, and public observation at every stage, while preserving the integrity of the tabulation and reporting process. Legal and statutory foundation. Virgin Islands law already resolves this issue. In Bryan versus Abramson in 2010, the Superior Court of the Virgin Islands held that paper ballot system was expressly repealed by the Election Reform Act of 1984, applying the long-standing last in rule of statutory interpretation. The court concluded that the electronic voting systems lawfully replace hand-counted paper ballots. The court further determined that there is no legal right to demand hand-count paper ballots in lieu of electronic systems. The former paper ballot system was abolished as a matter of law, and the rules and regulations promulgated by the Supervisor of Election and the Joint Boards of Elections are fully authorized under Title 18. That ruling remains controlling precedent. A copy of the court order has been submitted along with my testimony. Additionally, Title 18, Section 524 expressly authorized the Joint Boards of Elections to adopt procedures that ensure correctness, impartiality, and efficiency using electronic systems. To be sure, the voters do have choices. They can vote by paper or an activation card, which is electronic. However, they must all be tabulated by the DS200 tabulator. Next, statutory conflicts and implementation timeline. If Bill number 36-0187 were enacted, it would not operate in isolation. Its requirements would conflict with multiple existing provisions of Title 18 of the Virgin Islands Code, as well as duly adopted rules and regulations of the Joint Boards of Election, all of which are structured around electronic tabulation. Passage of this bill would therefore necessitate revisions to multiple sections of Title 18 governing ballot handling, tabulation, canvassing, audits, and certification. Amendments to Board of Election regulations and procedures, revision to election manuals, training protocols, and security procedures, and procurement, staffing, and logistical changes to support a fundamentally different counting system. These changes cannot be implemented administratively alone. They will require additional legislative action to ensure statutory consistency and legal enforceability. Importantly, election laws, rules, and procedures must be finalized well in advance of an election. The statutory deadline for implementing changes affecting the 2026 gubernatorial general election cycle is April 12, 2026, because early voting begins on October 12, 2026. Attempting to revise multiple interrelated laws and operational systems within that period would pose a substantial risk of confusion, inconsistent application, and legal challenge. Next, response to amendment number 36662, amendment in nature of a substitute to bill number 36-0187, received on January 1st, 2025. Amendment number 36662 would fundamentally alter the administration of election in the Virgin Islands by maintaining voter request paper ballots, segregate ballot boxes, and precinct-level manual tabulation of those ballots. While framed as an expansion of voter choice, the amendment introduces significant operational, legal, and logistical risks that outweigh any asserted benefit. First, the amendment creates a dual parallel voting and tabulation system at every polling place, requiring election officials to administer electronic voting and manual hand counting simultaneously. This disjointed process substantially increases complexity at precinct level, particularly during poll closing and results reporting. The requirement that hand-marked paper ballots be manually counted at the voting center immediately after polls close will delay reporting, extend the workday for poll workers, and increase the likelihood of errors caused by fatigue, time pressure, and inconsistent application of voter intent standards. Second, the amendment imposes strict segregation and reconciliation requirements that are highly vulnerable to human error. The detailed accounting mandated in subsection I include issue ballots, spoiled ballots, replacement, counted ballots, and unused ballots. Adds multiple reconciliation points that must be performed accurately under election night conditions. Any discrepancy, however minor, risks undermining confidence in results and may invite litigation or challenges, even when no fraud or misconduct has occurred. Electronic tabulation systems are designed specifically to reduce these reconciliation risks through automated controls. This amendment moves in the opposite direction. Third, the prohibition on scanning or electronic tabulating voter-requested paper ballots eliminates the ability to use existing certified equipment for verification or redundancy. By mandating that hand-marked ballots may only be counted manually, the amendment removes an important safeguard against arithmetic mistakes and inconsistent tallying. Manual tabulation is inherently less scalable, less efficient, and more susceptible to variation between voting centers, particularly in a high turnout elections or multiple page ballots with numerous contests. Fourth, the amendment significantly increased staffing, training, and cost burdens, requiring not fewer than 3 election officials to conduct public manual tabulation at each polling place, in addition to staff needed for standard voting operations, which train an already limited pool of trained poll workers. The Virgin Islands election system would be required to recruit, train, and retain additional personnel, revise procedures, redesign training materials, and expand election day oversight, all without clear funding provision in this amendment. Fifth, the amendment creates a new legal and administrative exposure for the Office of the Supervisor and the Board of Elections. Mandatory public hand counting at precinct level, combined with observer access, increases the risk of disputes over voter intent, interruptions, and allegation of irregularities. Even when conducted properly, manual tabulation processes are more difficult to defend because they rely heavily on subject judgment rather than repeatable, auditable system logic. This amendment therefore increases the likelihood of post-election challenges rather than enhancing confidence in outcomes. Finally, on the amendment does not identify any failure demonstrated in the current electronic tabulation system that would justify such a sweeping change. Existing electronic voting systems already provide auditable records, established chain of custody procedures, and post-election verification mechanism. Replacing or supplementing the electronic tabulating system with mandatory hand counting introduces risks without addressing a documented problem, contrary to best practices in modern election administration. Hand counting ballots would significantly degrade election night reporting and public transparency. The current electronic tabulation system produces immediate, verifiable precinct results, showing exactly how many votes were cast at each voting center for every candidate. Hand counting eliminates this capability, replacing timely and standardized reporting with delayed, fragmented results that undermine voter confidence and invite unnecessary disputes. Moreover, although the bill references election night, it fails to clarify whether hand counting would also apply to early voting ballots, which are currently tabulated at 7 p.m. on election night. This lack of clarity creates serious logistical, staffing, and cost burdens. Election officials will be required to conduct prolonged manual counts after a workday that begins as early as 5 a.m., while simultaneously closing the voting centers, securing the ballots, transporting sensitive materials, and maintaining strict chain of custody requirements. This is not a minor adjustment. It's an operational overhaul that strains personnel, increases the likelihood of human error, delays final results, and places the early administration of elections at risk. Next, this proposal creates serious legal vulnerability by undermining the secrecy of the ballot. By permitting hand counting in low turnout precincts, this bill invites constitutional challenge. When only 1 or 2 ballots exist for a precinct, ballot secrecy is effectively eliminated. Election officials can reasonably infer how an identifiable voter casts their ballot. That condition violates the fundamental right to a secret ballot and creates an evidentiary trail that can be exploited in election contests, public records requests, and court proceedings. The Virgin Islands will be defending a system that structurally enables vote disclosure, an indefensible legal position. The risk is not speculative. It is inherent in the structure of the precinct level hand counting with minimal participation. This amendment in nature of a substitute, Bill number 36-0187, increases complexity, costs, delay, and legal exposure while reducing efficiency, scalability, and consistency in election administration. Rather than strengthening election integrity, it creates additional points of failure and undermines a timely, reliable, and professional administration elections in the Virgin Islands. Media, I'm ready for the first slide, sample ballot. So I'm showing the sample ballot again, not for the legislature maybe, but for the public. So you see where it says St. Croix provisional, and every ballot, your precinct is listed. So we know where you're voting, whether it's Claudio Marco, now it's Bourne Bryan, or Charlotte Amalie High School. So that's one. So again, early voting and election day ballot is annotated with a precinct name such as provisional, etc. When a voter checks in, election official knows the voter's identity and which precinct ballot is issued. After voting concludes, and let me show the next slides, please, a sample. Next is fine. So on every report, again, same thing, Alexander Henderson. So each report has their precinct name. So if we have 500 voters registered and we get there and we get 600 voted there, we know we have an issue. And so this shows that when you hand count, where are we going to put this information and these reports? We have to do a manual report to combine with the electronic report. And you could go through the rest, and I pull up 2022. I've tried to go ahead the rest, and just go to the last one. So I just used 4, 2 from St. Croix and 2 from St. Thomas. So they are marked by the precinct. And they're all electronic reports. So we'll have to put a manual report on our website along with the election report, opening ourselves to other things. So you go down to St. Thomas, so just 4 of them. No, sorry, that's it. That's fine. That's fine. Thank you. Precinct reports are produced that list the precinct name and the total number of ballots cast. In a low turnout precincts or voting center, the combination of check-in records, precinct identified ballots, and the public availability precinct report creates a risk that individual ballots can be correlated back to specific voters. While ballots do not display voter names, this practice raises concern about whether full ballot secrecy is preserved in all voting locations. Conclusion. Mandating hand counting of ballots will fundamentally disrupt election night operations, erode transparency, and delay reliable results. Electronic tabulation currently provides immediate precinct level reporting that clearly shows how many votes were cast at each voting center for each candidate, information the public expects and relies upon. Hand counting eliminates this capability, replacing it with delayed, labor-intensive processes that increase the risk of human error and invite confusion and dispute. Compounding these risks, the bill fails to clarify whether hand counting applies to early voting ballots, which are presently tabulated at 7 p.m., creating serious logistical, staffing, and cost burdens. Election officials will be forced to conduct extended manual counts after workdays beginning as early as 5 a.m. Again, this is not a simple policy change. It is an operational strain that jeopardizes accuracy, efficiency, and public confidence in the election process. Any electoral process that makes it possible to deduce how an individual voted is not merely flawed. It is legally vulnerable and exposes the Virgin Islands to avoidable litigation and loss of public trust. The experience of election officials nationwide is clear. Hand counts introduce critical disadvantages compared to automated tabulation. The evidence is compelling and overwhelming. Election tabulation paired with voter-verified paper ballots, robust audits, and transparency provides the best balance of accuracy, security, efficiency, and public confidence. As the electronic voting system continues to evolve, they hold the potential to shape the future of democracy by fostering greater participation and trust in the electoral process. Audit strengthens elections by verifying results without slowing them down, enhancing transparency without increasing risks, and building public confidence without unnecessary costs. Taken together, the operational demands, legal vulnerabilities, and administrative realities of conducting elections in the Virgin Islands system that are consistent, scalable, and defensible. Election laws in the Virgin Islands must be grounded in how elections are administered in practice, not in theory. For these reasons, hand counting is not a practicable or sustainable election practice for the territory. For the reasons, the Office of the Supervisor strongly and fully support continued use of the election tabulation of all ballots in the Virgin Islands. Thank you. You have some appendices attached to my testimony for your review, A through D. Again, you can look at them. They provide you additional information. I'm prepared to answer any questions you may have. And I'll end with this quote: "An election process that cannot be administered consistently across all districts of the Virgin Islands is not election reform. It is an operational failure waiting to happen." I thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Fox. Ms. Moorhead?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon to Senator Avery Lewis, Chairman of the Committee on Government Operations, Veterans Affairs and Consumer Protection, to the senators of the 36th Legislature, to all viewing, and to the public seated behind me who were available to come and show their support for Bill 360187. Hopefully, the cameras will pick them up. I, Mary L. Moorhead, today swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God. I, on January 15th, was in person at the Board of Elections meeting in the PSC facility at Estate Carlton in St. Croix. I listened as Chairman Williams prompted Member Joseph to make a comment, and then he facilitated with the narrative for the motion to be formulated. After that, he immediately moved to a roll call. There was no discussion on the motion to object to Bill 360187, as the members in St. Thomas objected, calling points of orders and everything else to no avail.
Miss
Since 1966, I've been a
Mohammed.
registered independent voter. When paper ballot was the only means of voting and there was absolutely no electronic machines, I polled watch. When I was a public high school educator, I helped to identify and prepare students for voter registration drives at the school. After retirement, I attended the election system committee and board meetings regularly until COVID made a virtual replace in-person meetings. For my lifetime, I voted on paper ballot. Electronic voting gives results fast, but should speed be a priority in elections? The winners will have to wait 2 months to take their position. Paper ballots provide physical, auditable records. To actually hear votes called out for election workers to manually tally exemplifies accountability and transparency that promotes trust and confidence in the election system. To have a choice to vote on paper ballot and have those votes counted manually is fair and righteous. In early 2024, I learned of Title 18, Chapter 19, Section 517, the mandate for paper ballots to be placed in specific ballot boxes. On November 1st, 2024, I emailed Supervisor Fox a reminder of that VIC item, but nonetheless, election November 5th, 2024, voters were denied the right to choose because voting centers in the Virgin Islands of the United States did not have separate ballot boxes. Many jurisdictions use both mechanical and manual voting, so I did not expect and was upset that Virgin Islanders were deliberately denied the right to place paper ballots in a specific ballot box, as the Virgin Islands Code ordered. At Clado Marco Voting Center, when I asked for the ballot box after I voted, the election officials knew my request was worthless because it was unilaterally decided not to have separate ballot boxes at the voting centers. Officially, every person who voted on paper ballots on November 5th, 2024, were unintentionally violators of 18 VIC Section 517 because ballot boxes were not available. My constitutional right of expression was denied, and I was handcuffed and escorted out of Clado Marco School Voting Center, surrounded by uniformed armed police officers. Soon after the incident, Sergeant Kurt Filito, who ordered me handcuffed, did a social media interview. The sergeant said Supervisor Fox called him to deal with me at Clado Marco School. The sergeant in his interview said I was, quote, very disruptive and belligerent, end quote, at the voting center. 2 witnesses notarized statements denied that characterization of me. That 2024 election assault caused 2 things: an appointment every week with a chiropractor to treat my left shoulder, and my request for this legislation. Bill 360187 is a solution that millennials and mature voters want. They want to choose to vote on paper ballots and have those votes manually counted at the voting centers where they were cast. In the 70s, ballot boxes were at every election precinct. There were ballot boxes specific to 18 VIC, Section 517. The election system select and train persons who taken out of eligibility to work at the voting centers. Training for manual vote counting can be included. The budget for the election system provides for the paper ballots. The budget also provides compensation for the election poll workers for their meals, drinks, snacks, and I don't see that there should be any significant additional costs for implementation of Bill 360187. Many states are switching to paper ballots. States do not use 100% electronic machine since there's no paper trail for a hand count. There are many states with methods to cast votes in ways other than with electronic tabulators. They each provide more than one way to vote. States are choosing voting system that produces paper record of the votes because it's harder to argue that an election is rigged when there are boxes of proof that it's not. To use paper is not regressive. It is unwillingness to pay for what is important that cause regression. Students are 3 grade levels behind, and hospital care is non-existent. Governor Albert Bryan Jr. hailed the use of paper checks to make distribution for food stamp recipients. Courts specify the validity of paper-based transcripts from stenographers. Paper-based records have the least chance of abuse or misuse. On the other hand, computer technicians can input data and make an algorithm to produce whatever results are desired. Opposition to Bill 360187 is subjective and baseless. The opposition want quick, simple, and easy. The opposition even ignored the federal mandate to separate the ballot of delegate to Congress because it is a problem to program voting machines for more than one ballot. The opposition ignores, quote, right, end quote. Offering a choice, Bill 360187 aligns constitutionally to make voting all-inclusive. The bill strengthens voter engagement and participation. In conclusion, the intent of Bill 360187 is to protect the voters' right to choose to vote on paper ballots and have the votes of paper ballots manually counted at the voting centers where they are cast. Senator Lewis, Senator Gittens, Senator Francis, Senator Fonseca, Senator Heiliger, and Senator Carla Joseph. I'm asked that you please support and protect the voters' right to choose to vote on paper ballot that will not touch electronic machines. Just say yes for Bill 360187. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Moorhead, for your testimony. Point of information, Senator Angel Volquez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, through the chair to legal counsel, pertinent to the amendment in the nature of a substitute, Section 1F and K, item 3. Technically, they are giving the authority to the presiding election officer at each polling place to supervise the manual counting or conducting of counting votes thereof by fewer than 3 election officials at the site. I have an exception with this, but to the chair, I need to find out if that is usurping the board's statutory authority as the entity through the election system of the Virgin Islands that has the oversight authority to oversee the certification of votes of candidates.
Through the chair to, from Senator Bolkes to the chair to Attorney, Legal Counsel Attorney Siku, you may respond.
Through the chair to Senator Bolkes, I'm looking at the sections that you were referring to. So you said section 1F. Is that what you said?
Yes, legal counsel.
And then section K3.
F3.
No. F3?
Yes. Item 3 under F. I can read them out if you would prefer that I do so on the record to the chair.
Okay, go ahead.
F, immediately after the polls close, the hand-marked paper ballot box must be sealed, logged, and secured and must remain under continuous custody of the presiding election officer and designated election officials until manual tabulation begins, and the hand-marked paper ballots must be counted and tabulated at the polling place where they were cast. That is item F. Item K3, the manual tabulation means, just for specific definition, the process by which election officials visually examine, count, and record the votes cast for each office, question, or measure without the use of any automated, mechanical, or electronic tabulation equipment on each voter-requested hand-marked paper ballot. My concern is that this is bypassing the board's direct role and oversight that they have been given through statutory authority to have oversight in the central certification of elections. Now, we're saying that we want to let the officials count votes at the polling place, but what if we count 20 votes and by the time it gets to the board, they are tabulating 40 or 50 for that fact? That now causes a lot of issues, as the supervisor has mentioned in her testimony. So I am kindly asking through the chair to legal counsel for clarification, if in fact this usurps the board's authority.
Through the chair to Senator Bolkes, first of all, the K3 is simply a definition that is saying what manual tabulation means. In regards to section F, no, I do not see that this section usurps the board's authority. It is simply saying, and you read it already, that after the polls close and the designated election officials, which they usually have, until the manual tabulation begins, the hand-marked paper ballots must be counted and tabulated at the polling place where they are cast. So, in lines of what this bill is seeking to do, that is what section F is stating. So, it does not usurp their authority.
Mr. Chair, if I may just have one last follow-up to the chair, to the chairman of the board and the supervisor. What is your understanding of the board's authority when it comes to the oversight of certification and the tabulation of votes?
The role of the board, where it comes to oversight, is to ensure that all votes cast are tabulated, they're canvassed, and that the results that are canvassed are transmitted to the supervisor. Only after all votes are counted, provisional balloting, absentee balloting, early voting, and election day. That is the primary role. The board has the responsibility of certifying voting equipment prior to election day and ensuring that the system, the office of the supervisor, in conjunction with the board, when the voting equipment is moved from the offices to the vote centers, are secured, that it can be checked, and after voting and everything is completed, the same process in moving the system, the equipment back. Primarily, the board's responsibility is that if there's a challenge by an elector that is a challenge that meets the standard, it is the board's role to ensure that that is investigated. Those are the roles of the board relative to election.
And Senator Bolkers, again, thanks for the question. I concur with the chairman's response. Again, the presiding judge is the judge at the polling place or the voting center. They're responsible for that operation until it comes back to the central office area.
Okay. So, for clarity purposes, we're now saying that we're going to count each manual vote on each ballot at the precinct, for the record. Is that the full understanding of everyone?
You need to speak to who wrote the legislators who wrote the bill.
Okay.
That's the understanding.
Okay, very well. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Senator Bolkers, did I
Senate.
answer your...
While
Thank you, Senator Volkers.
While I appreciate the opinion of legal counsel, I do not 100% agree. I believe I'm of the position that the responsibility should be with the system and the board as the administrators of counting ballots, and that should not lie with election officials. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
That's what I said.
Thank you. Again, we'll have a round of 3 minutes. And I'll begin with Senator.
Point of information.
Point of information, Senator Gittins.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good afternoon to all. I heard the question posed to legal counsel by the previous speaker. However, I think I need to make clear here that from the onset that I do support the measure. We just need to have an amendment done where the bill is requiring the hand count of these ballots by the Board of Elections. The bill should actually require that through the Office of the Supervisor. Reason being is that the Board of Elections is designed to be the policy-making entity. If there is a grievance by any voter, they're supposed to invoke that grievance through that process. Whereas now the Supervisor of Elections, on the other hand, is responsible for the day-to-day operations of elections, including the operational logistics on election day itself. So the bill as it reads now, while I do support it, again, I will be making an amendment at the appropriate time for that to read requiring the Office of the Supervisor of Elections to hand count by hand votes deposited in a ballot box. It should not reflect that of the Board of Elections, and I believe that is why the previous senator is asking whether or not it will overlap. And just for the public's knowledge, I also have movement within the Office of Legal Counsel drafting legislation to amend the entire Title 18 of the Virgin Islands Code in order to clarify statutory intent, the modernization of the governance structure of the election system, and clearly delineate authority between that of the Board of Elections and the Office of the Supervisor of Elections. This is what creates a problem whenever we handle these items piecemeal and not do it throughout the whole code. So at the appropriate time, I just wanted to put that on the record to differentiate between the responsibilities of the Board of Elections and the Office of the Supervisor. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Gittins. Senator Francis, Jr., you're recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and good afternoon to everyone. Thank you for your testimony and this very important measure thus far. As my colleague, the sponsor, indicated after hearing radio talk shows and concerns about the issue of the discontent of some individuals regarding our election system, there seems to be a knee-jerk reaction that, in my opinion, present some unintended consequences could result from this. I don't know that the due diligence have been taken to really look at all of the issues and concern in respect to just moving this one particular piece of legislation forward. My colleague just alluded to piecemeal approach. And here again, I think that there is a piecemeal approach in trying to address the problem that we're seeing here. My first question to the supervisor's election is, is there any count that's done at the precinct? Any voters count that's done at the precinct?
Senator Francis, thank you for that question. Senator, the DS-200 votes are tabulated at the voting centers. They're tabulated there, the tape, the jump drive, and the paper ballots are in the box.
And who's responsible for that to be done there?
That's the judge at the polling place.
And based on that tabulation, is the judge then able to determine, decipher in any way, shape, or form the result of that count?
Well, they take an oath. They can see it when they sign the document. They sign off on the tape, and they have to have 2 witnesses. And so they see it, but they can't reveal it or they can't do anything. So they see the results.
And then what happens?
It's wrapped in the security bag with the jump drive, and it's brought back to this central location, which is the elections office.
What's currently done with paper ballots when at the precinct?
Paper ballots are stored in the DS-200 for 2 years in that blue bin. We have blue bins for primary, and we had blue bins for the general, so we don't have to switch them out anymore. In the beginning, we didn't. When we got funding in the CARE Act, we bought enough blue bins. So every paper ballot is there for 2 years.
So when a voter comes to the precinct, asks for the paper ballot, and they vote on that paper ballot, what transpired? What happens after that?
Senator, the paper ballot is inserted into the DS-200 to be tabulated electronically.
Okay, and then you said...
Can I just add to that? It's not just only tabulate, it drops down into the blue bin. So talking about the audit process, the ballots are stored in the blue bin even after the election until the ensuing election.
And what happened in the instances of an audit? What happens then in post-election audit? How is that conducted?
The process, Senator, so the board comes into the conference room unannounced to us. We don't know which one they're going to call for. They randomly tell us which voting centers they would like to audit. Then the deputy supervisor goes into the storage room and pull out those DS-200 machines. If it's CHS and they have 3 machines, they're labeled, their names are on them. They pull those 3 out into the conference room in the public. They release the seal, checking in the book to make sure that's the seal number. They record that publicly. I'm removing seal number 1. This is the number. Then the board, in this process that we utilize, the board has the persons at the table. They have to have a quorum or at least 3 persons. 1 member holds the tape, and that person do not tell the other members how many ballots, etc., is on there. Another set counts the ballot. That's one process of the auditing. They count the ballots and the activation card. They publicly says, I have 30 paper, I have 20 activation card. That other member verifies the amount. That's one process to the audit that we do. And then they seal all back into the box with new seals, record in the book. We are sealing these ballot box back until the next election cycle.
Okay, Mr. Chair, if I may just finalize one question.
Complete your thought.
And in instances where a paper ballot is done and there's a requirement based on this current amendment in the nature of a substitute, what additional resources, what additional responsibility then will entail them being able to conduct this count at each of the precincts?
Well, sir, Senator Sari, as I stated before, you have two processes going on in the same voting center at the same time: confusion, misinformation, misinterpretation, etc. Usually with election, you streamline. You have one process, etc. You got persons that are there. Is one judge. The judge can be doing two things. So again, and each judge is responsible. So I said it again, increase manpower, etc., etc. Senator, to add to what you just said, there is recommendation, because we look at different audit process in the going forward, and one of the things that are done in the states which we're looking to consider is at the voting center. Once we finish the election night, we can post a copy of the tape on that voting center door. So they see how much persons cast the ballot there, but hardly everyone wants to go to the election office or where the media is. But we can post it on the door because they are tabulated there. And that's a recommendation that we are making as managers to the board to change our audit processes.
And my final question is, how many paper ballots was done during the last election?
I provided the numbers for St. Thomas. I'll have to look at my email here, and I'll give you that in a minute, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If you could just respond to that, I appreciate it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
What's going on?
In the meantime, Senator Bolkers, your point of information.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Supervisor Fox, I know you're looking for something, but you stated that you would get a report at the precinct. For clarity purposes, is that a summary of the ballots cast, or is it a detailed report?
The DS200 tapes that come off the machine is a detailed report.
Okay, so a detailed report. And we're saying now that in the amendment, the individuals are now supposed to record the votes cast for each office. So if in fact we have 100 ballots in a box, then they have to gather around somewhere with everyone and sit there, and we know that how cumbersome that can be, and count all of those at the polling place. Oh, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Franklin Johnson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Ms. Fox, based on the line of questioning from my previous colleague, did you say that your audit is count manually too?
Yes, Senator, manually the amount of ballot, not each contest.
Each ballot has to be handed and count manually. That's what you said?
I stated yes, Senator.
So shouldn't that create confusion and miscount too?
No, Senator. When you're doing the counting at the site, you're counting each contest and tabulating the contest. You're not tabulating the contest when they hand count.
You're still saying to me that when you do an audit, that each ballot has to be hand count. Did you say that?
Senator, I said the total ballots, correct. If you have 30 ballots, but you're not counting the contest.
Did I say anything about contests?
No, I've said 30 ballots.
Did I say anything about
So
contests?
you're only counting the numbers.
I think I'm very clear in my question. My question is clear. You're counting every ballot. That's what I said. Am I correct in that?
That's correct.
So then isn't there errors there? Because you're telling me that, you're saying to me, if we do paper ballots, all of this confusion and error, but still, somebody still have to do it. In the audit, they have to count every single ballot, not votes, but ballot.
Senator, as I stated, they already have the tape to verify the hand counting. So they already have the DS200 results and number of ballots, and they're just counting to verify. At the voting center, they won't have that. They'll have to tabulate, and then they're counting the contest, how many votes per person got. And like I said, America Samoa have 3 contests. We have 8 and up on our ballot.
Can I just add that it's a reconciliation process, Senator? The audit is simply to verify that what's on that paper tape that says Franklin Johnson It doesn't say Franklin Johnson got 30 votes. All it says is that in that blue line, there are 40 pieces of paper, ballot, and we count it, check it against what was on the DS200, and verify.
And you also say, that each machine holds up to 2,500 ballots? Am I correct?
That's correct, Senator.
I just want to make sure that I heard that. And when you finish and you bring the number for Senator Vele, I guarantee you, you ain't going to even have a Senator Francis. You look a little bright there, you know. Well, I guarantee you when you bring those numbers, you won't even have 500 paper ballots. I'm fine with that. Go ahead.
Ms. Fox, you have a response for Senator
In the
Francis?
general election, we had over 2,000 ballots. But again, that's not what you're counting. You're counting contest and time. And I said, like I mentioned, if two persons come to that voting center and put paper in the ballot and they're from precinct A and precinct B, the elections official know. So I'm saying there's other mechanism that we're looking at, not just counting the numbers. You're doing the tallying of the contest.
You just show a number.
Senator.
But she just showed a number, and I want her to clarify what this 2,000 ballots is. If it's paper ballot or some other, because I want it to be clear.
It's paper.
Paper ballots.
Yes, compared to the activation card.
2,000 paper ballots territory-wise.
No, that's St. Thomas only. I said I did not have the territory numbers. I had St. Thomas number that I sent to the board after the act for it last week, Thursday.
Senator Novell Francis, you're recognized for your point of information.
Just a follow-up real quickly. Supervisor Fox and I guess board chair, in regards to the audit, the post-election audit, have there been an instance where the audit had resulted in an overturned or some amendment to the outcome on election day?
No.
No, Senator.
Senator Carla Joseph, you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. A pleasant good day to everyone. I have some concerns. I believe I'm the only former member elected by the Board of Elections, and I know how tense it can be. Recently, my church had elections, and we were doing it by paper and counting it by tally. You know how long it took us to get the final numbers? I'm not going backwards. I am not going backwards. It's moving forward to provide the services efficiently and for us to be accountable. The system and the people of the Virgin Islands invested a sizable amount of money.
Federal money, ma'am.
And federal money. In this process, you have a lot of jurisdictions that are utilizing it. There's options available for persons who want the paper ballot. They could get that. But the DS2000 is what tabulates and counts it and makes it efficient so that we can be able to move things forward. I do have a question for you, Supervisor Fox. Do you recall the time when the Board of Elections had to use paper ballots for party officials' elections?
Yes, Senator.
How long did that take us to count those votes?
The board, St. Thomas District, hired some students to assist because the board themselves could not deal with the election night process and tallying the Democratic Party paper ballots. So we encourage, they do volunteer hours, we give them whatever stipend, but it was two process and it took late in the evening after 10 o'clock.
We took a long time because I was there. I remember it vividly. We had to do an orientation with the young people. We had to select them, and then they were there counting, and we had to go and recheck and count the ballots again to make sure we were getting an accurate number. And it was very tedious and time-consuming. I do want to say to Ms. Moorhead that I'm sorry about that unfortunate incident. Ms. Fox and Chairman Williams, what is your understanding of the role of the board? Is it the board implements the election on election day? Meaning you swear in the judges, they are under your control and authority.
Okay, let me try to understand. You're saying, yes, the board does the swearing in of election day officials.
Right.
Time.
Sorry, Mr. So don't you also go around to each site and monitor as the board what is happening?
When the board had absolute control over operations management and process, each member was designated quote unquote precincts at the time.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, to go around. Now that
The
it has changed,
And the
the board
confused.
still has the ability
Mhm.
to go around to any precinct, well, any vote center to see what's going on. Let's make it clear.
Mhm.
The only person that has authority on election day at the voting precinct is the judge. If, according to what I think Senator Gittins alluded to earlier, if there's concern, dispute, whatever, that's when it comes before the board. Election day is under the auspices of the judge of election.
And you, as the chairman or the members, you swear in the judges, correct?
Absolutely correct.
Okay, so I understand clearly how that functions. So I leave it up to the board to implement, as well as the supervisor of election to implement the election in a fair, transparent, and accessible manner. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, for the time.
Thank you. And you know, one of the things I'll just add before I go to the next senator is that when we talk about millennials, the young people that I know today, they want to get in and out.
They want fast results.
And they want to hear when the poll close, who win, who lose. I don't know what they hand counting and they want to be there, you know, like that. But I'd like to see which set of millennials will survey. Senator Ray Fonseca, you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair, and a second round. A good afternoon to our testifiers. You were here with the morning session. Mr. Chair, you know, there's several issues that I have with this. We've received the testimony from the election supervisor, Ms. Fox, Dr. Fox, wherein really the proponents of this bill haven't really identified any flaws in the current system. But in addition to that, right, when you look at the pros and cons of the paper ballots, there's some logistical challenges. You know, you have to print and distribute maybe a few thousand ballots. There's a storage and transportation of the ballots, and they must be securely stored. There's a ballot design error. Maybe they might misspell a name or some confusion. There's the counting and processing, a manual system. The human error with a count. Then you got a recount. Recount would be another delay. There's security and integrity. Ballot stuffing, you know, without strong safeguards, paper ballots can be forged or easily duplicated. Chain of custody, insurance balance untampered with. You know, fraud perception, even in rare allegations of mishandling, you know, can undermine public trust. Then there's the cost of resources. You know, it's expensive. You have to print, transport, securely stores, staffing, more poll workers as are needed. The supervisor already testifies about 200 additional folks. You know, the infrastructure, we need a warehouse, the transportation, vehicles, accessibility. You know, paper ballots are harder for the visually impaired, etc. And of course, we got the environmental impact. You got a waste, eventually it's a waste. But you know, even more important than that, you know, it's so interestingly, we're gonna honor Miss Lorraine Lede Berry this afternoon. And what was one of the things Miss Berry was known for? Them new voting machines. Remember when Miss Berry had that? Senator Berry, I'm sorry, Miss Lede Berry. She was
very, very instrumental in putting in the voting machine. So let's not go backwards. If Senator Berry was here testifying today, I'm sure she would vote no against this. We're going back.
I don't lean on it.
So this is the issue here, right? So I haven't finally made up my mind, of course, you know, but at the appropriate time I will cast my vote. But I don't see where there's any benefit to going back to the paper ballot as proposed in the bill. Maybe if the amendments that the senator from St. Croix, the vice president, was discussing, maybe that could be considered. But that to me is a whole new bill. It's, you know, that's a whole new bill. That's not what's here for consideration today. So I'd like to ask you, Director Fox, my time was called? Okay.
Time.
Ms. Fox, can I just wrap up, Mr. Chair?
Go right ahead, sir.
Ms. Fox, can you tell me what would be the logistical benefits to implementing this bill as proposed?
Logisticals benefit?
Yes.
I don't see any logistical benefit, Senator.
Yes, none. Thank you. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Point of information, Senator Franklin Johnson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. You know, we continuously using this term going backwards. There's nothing in this bill taking out any machine. Let's make it clear. There's nothing in this bill that is saying that we're going to get rid of any voting machine. This bill is very clear for there to be an option for those who want paper ballot. So let's stop misleading. There's no going backwards here. Nothing in this measure speaks about getting rid of the voting machine. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Francis Heiliger. You're ready? Your turn. You're recognized. I apologize.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. I just want to correct some things on the record. That's one of the beautiful things of having a senator that's been in this institution since 1999. I want to make a correction to my colleague as it relates to Senator Berry. She was not the one that put in the voting system. It was actually former Senate President Vargrave Richards. And that voting system sat here unused to the tune of almost $60,000. What Senator Berry was instrumental in doing was setting up the bill tracking system that we use to this day, which I think is very positive how we track our information. So her legacy was left behind because of that bill tracking system to make sure we have something to follow. But I want to start off my questioning. Do you guys do a calculation percentage-wise as to how many people use the paper ballot currently? Because I know, I'll just use myself as an example. When I vote, I do get a paper ballot. I fill it out, I turn it in, and I know they put it, the tabulator, it goes through. And then I also know there's an option for people that do fill out the paper ballot and they want to have it separated and hand count. That's what we're trying to do today. And I also know there's the third option where I've seen individuals go to the electronic machine and they punch who they want to vote for. Do you have a specific percentage of people that you follow as to who does strictly the paper ballot?
Senator,
1 minute.
Thank you for that question. We only operate two systems presently, the DS200 tabulator and the express vote. We do a percentage of ballots. Yes, we do. So I calculate the percentage and I present it to the board and I say we're going to get this percent of ballots and this percent of express vote. The express vote, the card stays forever. So that's why we kind of try to push the electronic system. So that's correct.
Okay, so you have those percentage numbers?
So no, I don't give you a percentage number because our law says that we must have paper ballots. So I'm going to always order
Paper
more than paper ballots. That's what I'm saying. This law, we must have paper ballots and electronic.
So that's why I want to find out, because I kept hearing in some testimony that we're breaking a federal law that requires us to have paper ballots, but I also know we have paper ballots. So I'm trying to figure out what part of the federal law that they're saying is not being followed.
Time.
All right. No, he said they moved.
Complete your thoughts, Senator.
Could you respond? I'm trying to figure that part
The
out.
chair.
I just want to clarify for you, Senator. You said there are 3 forms of
No,
voting?
I didn't say anything about 3 forms.
Yeah.
I'm saying that I listened to some testimony earlier that stated that a federal law needs to be followed. And it said that we have to have paper ballots. But because I know we have paper ballots, I'm trying to figure out what part of that law are you aware of that is not being followed, so I could better understand what that testimony was about.
So I'll yield that piece, but I'm going back to the statement you made before that.
Okay.
You said you have the paper ballot that you put into the machine, you have the activator card, and you also spoke to a third that suggests that there's a paper ballot that goes someplace else.
No. That's what I said. The third one, what we're trying to do now, where they would be in the box and you hand count. That's what they're attempting to do now.
I understand, but
Yeah.
I'm just letting you know that there's only 2.
Yes, I got
processes.
that.
So, Senator, I'll address the question. In 2024, I did some research and found 48 USC, which is a federal law.
Okay.
The same law we use with the Ida Smith case. And so on a section of that, it says now you must have a separate ballot for the delegate.
Okay.
The issue is we operated Shubtronic for over 20 years. It was 1 ballot. When we bought the system from the folks, they provided us with the best practices around, and knowing the history of persons not voting on multiple papers, you're not going to get that much participation if you have 1 single paper.
Okay.
Now we are aware of the law, we'll have to implement the law. So you have 2 ballots, and for the record, this machine can take up to 19 different ballots.
Okay.
So I'm not sure who's out there proponent that is only 1 type ballot. Machines could take 19 different type ballots in the system. And
Okay,
the
so-
tabulator, the
so you're saying-
tabulator, Senator Johnson, yes.
So you're saying henceforth, because you now understand that that federal law has to be followed, that we're now going to have 2 separate sheets of paper this coming election?
That's true, Senator.
Oh, well, thank you for sharing and clarifying that. I don't have an issue with the bill in regards to the giving people the option. But we're going to have to further discount me better understanding about potentially counting in all these different locations and better understanding as the security logistics of that. So that's the part I'm willing to understand. But to say I have an issue with giving people an option, I don't have a problem with that. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Senator, I would recognize you, but I just want to let all my colleagues know. Ms. Fox have a hard stop at 3 due to flight scheduling, and I really was trying to get to every senator so you could get in your question in. So I could have recognized you, but I just let you know what's going to happen. Mr. Williams is here, and the board didn't give him the authority to really speak on this bill. So it's up to you.
Regarding to Senator Berry's role in modernizing the election system as a 12-term senator, it's clear that it goes back to the election of 2000 in Frenchtown. There was a shortages of machine, and in her role, she was influential in providing the financing to get the election machines modernized. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Senator Blyden, you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Let me ask a question quickly, Supervisor Fox, in respect to this bill, right? When it comes to accuracy and error, when it comes to risk, from your experience, what are the primary risks or error in large-scale hand counting compared to machine tabulation with audits? Because I know, for instance, I've been involved in several elections. Before I was a senator, I usually supported candidates. And when it came to counting of absentee votes, It ain't that much, and we were there all night. When we should be on Garden Street in the back there. It used to take forever. And even when I ran the first time, and I had to wait on the absentee votes to see if I won or not. It takes forever for such a little bit of vote. So, based on your experience, what's your experience?
Well, again, that's what we talk about. Arithmetic is the concern. Persons get tired, their brains, their numbers, their eyes. They go through this tallying, ticking, and that's the issue. And again, everybody's saying counting the ballot. It's every contest and that ballot. Every contest and that ballot. You have 8 contests with 20-something people running for the legislature. That's 20 people you checking. So I'm saying it's not like taking a piece of paper, 1, 2, 3, 4. They're counting every contest.
Correct.
And those talliers are doing the same thing. And you want control, so you don't want to be changing persons in that process. And the judge is responsible for that election voting center, and they have to ensure that they supervise the beginning to the end, because they report to us. We are not running the election officials, they start at 5 a.m.
Very well. And also, under the same banner in terms of accuracy and error risk, how would your office detect and correct counting errors under the system required by this bill?
Senator Blyden, again, this machine was implemented in 2014, and we did audits from beginning in 2014. We have never had an issue audit-wise, none. Tatola and Anguilla had an election, they had a recount. The recount came out exactly as the machines, and they hand count. It's on video. So again, we could look at the machines. They are authorized in 23 states and 2 territories that use this machine. So I believe in them 100%, but I still mandated that this board start to do audit. And as we progress, like I mentioned to the senator, we are looking at other ways to improve our audits. And I'm saying I have a proposal to the board. We will put the tape on the voting center door when we leave, and you see the results that came out of the voting center. Nothing can change between the jumping in the police car unless you're going to push it in the police radio to get to the election center.
Okay,
so
well,
we will do that. We'll try to appease the public concern. We're going to put the copy of, because the machine can run 2 tapes. Just like you go with a credit card, you get 2 receipts. We can put a copy of it, and that's what some states do. When I went to Jacksonville, I saw that, and I mentioned it to my 2 deputies, that we need to improve, because we hear the complaints, and we're taking them into consideration. But we need to be reasonable and realistic.
In closing, Mr. Chair, when it comes to security and integrity, would multi-hand counting increase the complexity of maintaining ballot security and chain of custody? If so, how? Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, for the time.
So as I mentioned, we got examples. If you got 5 persons at the voting center, we know how they're voting, because they are not from the same precinct. So, Mary Jo took Charlotte Amali, John Doe took St. John. The voter now, the tally person, they'll do the tallying. They're going to be discreet. They're not going to do the secrecy stuff, but I'm saying they know. I think it's not adding to the process. We got to do a manual report now to put up to the public. This is hand counting results, and this is the tabulation results with the report. So it becomes dual system and a challenge.
Thank you.
Point of information, Senator Franklin Johnson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I need to ask this question to both Ms. Fox and Raymond Williams. Title 18, VIC, Section 517. Are you following the law as it says? Tell me what your knowledge or understanding of Title 18, VIC, Section 517. And are we following it at the Board of Election on Election Day?
Which one is 517 is what?
You want to tell us what 517 is, or you want to wait for me to look it up? Well, I'm going to look it up.
We should have a box, right? Doesn't it?
No.
No?
Senator, is it 517? Right?
17.
I read the court case that said Bryan versus Abramson. I did, and that discussed the ballot box, so you can.
No, read it. Look at the title. 18.
I'll ask the
Section 517.
You have the code?
The people in the gallery to really hold the noise down, please.
Senator, I can respond. Yes, because it says The supervisor of elections shall furnish to each board of elections one ballot box for each polling place in its district to contain the ballots voted. The blue bin is the ballot box.
The blue bin is inside the same machine, right?
Yes, sir.
Then that's not a separate ballot box.
That's a matter of opinion.
And I need to follow up on this based on what Mr. Chair.
Please.
I need to follow up and based on what Ms. Fox just said in regards to the Bryan. And it's very clear. The court says it made it clear that the question of voting methods is a policy decision for the legislature, not one for the courts to impose. Amendment number 36662, in the nature of a substitute, bill number 360187, is offered squarely within that framework. That's what the court said. Don't make it sound like Board Bryan lose a case based on some other issue.
Sorry.
That's what you guys are implicating here.
Thank you. Senator Bolkers, you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair and colleagues.
Senator Bolkers, 1 second.
That's what it says. That's what it says.
Senator Bolkers, Ms. Fox have to leave now, so wait, be real pointed.
He could answer. The chairman could answer.
Okay.
I'm just going to make a statement.
Ms. Fox, your excuse.
The data shows that no U.S. state mandates full hand counting of ballots as a primary method of tabulation. All states use electronic or optical systems with hand-counted audits and recounts as a safeguard, not a modus operandi, okay? And recent attempts to mandate hand counting in states such as Georgia have been blocked by the courts due to concerns over error, delay, and legal vulnerability. And given that the national context has already put their posture on the record, why should the Virgin Islands adopt a mandatory system that no other state recognizes and experts are increasingly warning against? Okay? The issue is political rhetoric and misinformation. So the question before us is, what justifies the Virgin Islands adopting a manual hand counting system when the national standard is backed by decades of experience and data and evidence and have moved in an opposite direction? And if transparency is the core concern, why not support random post-election audits, which are used nationwide to verify results instead of a full shift to hand tabulation at the precinct, which will drive costs up for the elections, which will now overburden employees who have been working 14, 15-hour days to keep them at the polling place yet again, technically for a few more hours, to count each specific vote on each ballot through the mandates of this nature of a substitute for this bill. Cost and fatigue was already mentioned by the supervisor, and those costs are going to be astronomical. How are we going to disenfranchise voters yet again in another way by delaying certification? We only have a certain window to operate to certify an election, okay? And you're going to be reducing the amount of, well, increasing, I should say, the amount of poll workers required at a polling place, because now all of a sudden you need more poll workers to accommodate this new request to this piece of legislation. Again, human error has been the issue for decades. That's why the tabulation machines came in to play. And we know that the data says, Mr. Chair, if I may please wrap up. Thank you, Mr. Chair. The data has shown that the accuracy of the machines mentioned by the supervisor, and even nationwide, accurate. And we still conduct audits every single election, but why not increase the audits to more random audits? Perhaps there needs to be more audits after an election to appease whatever issues are floating around here in the Virgin Islands. I understand, I'm sorry that someone got arrested and things didn't go well, but that should not be the modus of why we're doing what we're doing here today. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Bolkes. I think I seen St. Croix, Ms. Moorhead wanted to weigh in on that. Yes. No?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I've been here for some time trying to get some kind of recognition because I'm hearing so much misinformation and misunderstanding of paper ballots. I heard a couple senators make reference to the fact like paper ballots don't exist and it's going to be an additional cost or problem to now supply paper ballots. So it has to be a misunderstanding because I heard the supervisor say several times they now have paper ballots. The only difference this bill does is to stipulate that the votes of the paper ballots must be hand counted. That's the only difference. But there will be paper ballots anyway. So they still have to store paper. They still have to transport paper. They still have to do whatever with the paper that one senator there from St. Thomas is making as a cause for not having this situation exist.
Thank you.
I want to point out that I'm probably, right now, because of my age, one of the only ones who was around when we had only paper. And I'm hearing even things stipulated about what happened with the process that never existed. This is why I swore to tell the truth, but others sitting in there did not.
Wow.
I would appreciate if I can be able from here on, Mr. Chair, to be able, if I raise my hand, to be recognized because there's so many things went past way back that I did not get to adjust. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Potter, you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon to the last man standing, Mr. Chairman, Chairman Williams. Mr. Chair, I wanted to ask you a question. If the legislature were to pass this bill despite the board's opposition to it, what realistic time frame would be required for full implementation, and could this be ready for the next general election cycle?
I would say yes. It's good to be ready. I don't see, other than what the supervisor stated in her testimony, logistics as an issue. It could be, I'm sure it could be implemented. I'm just going to say again, though, the board does not dictate or determine what happens. It is the legislature.
Yes. We have to rely on you guys, the supervisor of election and the board, because you guys are the subject matter experts, not us. So we value, we ask you for your perspective, we ask you for your opinion, we take it under advisement when we determine, how the ultimately the legislation would look. So I appreciate what you're saying. Now, does the board have data comparing error rates, and you may have broached it earlier, error rates between manual counting versus automatic counting systems?
I could not respond to that specifically because what I believe the last time we did manual counting, I don't remember specifically what year that was, but I just want to show you guys something, right? Manual counting requires me, the board member, sitting at this table, 3 talliers across, or 4, whatever the number is determined. The public sitting behind me.
1
to
minute.
Witness. I go hold this paper up. Factor get 2 votes. Accuracy get 5 votes. 1. Accuracy 1. Speed 1. Transparency 1. And the talliers, and I'm talking from history, okay? We're 3 talliers. One say tally, and the other 2 say, wait. You mean get up. Let's be very clear about that process, gentlemen and ladies. Okay? And this is not my opinion, this is fact.
right? What additional security protocols would need to be implemented? I guess you were going on that road to protect ballot integrity during an extended manual counting.
What additional,
additional
security?
personnel?
We can put
additional
cameras.
security?
You can put cameras on it. Okay, I think we've done it in the past. Okay. I think other than cameras, in all honesty, human eyes, human error. Cameras pick up what is being done.
So would there be an additional cost associated with the implementation of this bill, in your view?
Well, if you had to do some of that stuff, I guess so.
Okay. Thank you very much for your response. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Point of information, Senator Bulkers.
Mr. Chair, I just wanted to follow up on a statement that the chairman made, because he mentioned a requirement of a board member with 3 individuals to tally, and that's where initially my point of information to legal was if in fact this was usurping the board's authority. Because if you're at the polling place and no board member is present while there are tallying of votes, that's an issue. That is an issue. I want to place that on the record. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Senator Gittins, you're recognized. Senator Gittins? Senator Gittins? No.
Gittins.
Yes, Senator Gittins. I don't see my...
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon to all. You know, I think the measure is clearly intended. It speaks directly to election integrity and voter confidence. 2 principles that must always remain at the forefront of our democratic process. I don't see what would be the harm in ensuring that we have paper ballots available to those who feel the need to utilize this process. When I spoke earlier, I was looking at the original bill itself and forgetting that the bill sponsor and I had a conversation months ago to this regard, and there were several amendments made. So now today's bill is offered in the nature of a substitute. So I no longer have to worry about the heading requiring the Board of Elections to be responsible for the hand counting. I'm looking in the bill and I'm seeing that it speaks to, it's utilizing the term that it must be in continuous custody of the presiding election officer, and or they're also using designated election officials. So I'm confident that between the board and the election system supervisor, that you all know who is ultimately responsible for the day-to-day operations and your operations specifically on election day. So I wouldn't harp on that. Again, I'm going to clearly support this. Again, the reasoning is straightforward, and we should be understanding the board's responsibility again versus the office of the supervisor's responsibility. What I wanted to ask, oh boy, but she already left. The supervisor left out of the chambers, correct?
Yes, sir.
Time.
Let me, if I may hear, if I may ask the, because the board chair should be able to answer this, since the board is the supervisor of the, has oversight responsibility of the supervisor of elections. So may I, Mr. Chair, just ask the board chair. A question.
Complete your thoughts, Senator.
Thank you. Aside from the, I'm looking at the same Act 8690, and I just wanted to ask, with regards to individuals being able to register to vote at the Bureau of Motor Vehicles, do you have, or are you aware whether or not the supervisor has a designated employee in each district that's designated as a registrar?
At the BMV?
Yes, sir.
I couldn't answer that. I don't know that, the answer to that. I didn't even know
Okay.
that the law requires that.
Yeah, remember we did the change where you can register to vote at the Bureau of Motor Vehicle.
Yeah, my recollection is that that is done by the staff at the BMV.
Right. However, the law requires, to the extent possible, that each of those employees, the one in either district, must be fluent in both English and Spanish, and that the supervisor of elections is responsible to train the designated employees regarding the duties and responsibilities of a registrar. But she's not there, so I just wanted to know from you, who have oversight, whether or not you know if this part of the law was being adhered to. But thank you. At the appropriate time, Mr. Chair, I'm prepared to support this measure. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Franklin Johnson, the bill sponsor. You're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, but it's very sad when Supervisor Fox have to leave when we have something of this great measure. The clock doesn't stop at 5. Doesn't stop at 5, but now it stops at 3. This is just, for me, unacceptable. Me and Ms. Fox live in St. Croix. So I got home tonight too. And when we come to hearings of this, they need to be accounted for the entire time. And I say this because I had some serious questions to ask her here today. And I don't like to ask people questions for other people. But I'm going to go back to what happened in 2018 election. And Mr. Williams, I don't know if you're aware of it, but if you are, please let me know. In 2018, whilst the election was going on, folks in Frederiksted who was asking for paper ballot was told there is no more paper ballot. They ran out of paper ballot. Are you aware of that, Mr. Williams? In the 2018 election?
If my recollection serves me right, I think if that was the issue, I think that the ballots were, they'd called to the office to get additional ballots to that precinct.
And there was none. I could say that without any fear here today, because my first call when that happened was to Ms. Fox. My first call when I heard that people who wanted paper ballots didn't have them, my first call was to Ms. Fox. And I really don't want to tell you all of this, because my second call was to the gubernatorial candidate at that time, which was Kenneth
1
Mapp.
minute.
And I said to him, we need to challenge this election. Because people in Frederiksted who wants to use a paper ballot was denied because there wasn't none. But in some sense, when my call reached out to Ms. Fox, it was, I deliberately didn't put enough paper ballots.
Deliberately.
I am saying it word for word, and that's why I wanted her to be here. And the reason why I did that is because I want them to go to the machine. And my response to her, and my mother is alive, and I'll stand up and take her out here today if you all want that. I said to her, that's why people have fear of this system. You cannot dictate how people should vote when the law is clearly stated that you should not be allowed to use a paper ballot. And when I tell the candidate at that time, because I was not a candidate, I never thought I would be sitting here today. But he said to me at the end, I am not challenging this because I won with the machine and I lost with the machine. I couldn't make a challenge because I was not a candidate. But we cannot have laws in place and we don't follow the laws by making sure there's sufficient paper ballot for folks, by making sure that there's a separate box for the paper ballot to go in. People who are asking for this paper ballot don't want no part of the machine. It's clear. And hear what we are saying here. Let's deny them that. Let's make them go to the machine. That's what we're saying when we shut this down. Don't speak when I'm speaking, please, because I let you all speak. And I let you all say things that was inaccurate when I said that we're going backwards as if we're going to get rid of the machine. When I said that we're going to do total hand counting as if we're saying the machine is not going to be counted. I sat here and I listened to my colleagues, them, saying these things that are inaccurate. No part of this bill says that we're not going to use the machine. No part of this bill said that we're not going to let those who want to use the machine have the ballots counted by machine. No part of it. It clearly says that those who want a paper ballot should have that right to it, and it should be separate from going into that machine. I have so much family members and friends that say, Frankie, I like you, no, but me ain't going to vote on that machine. Now, Ms. Fox, I think she said, if I'm right, there was 2,000 paper ballots.
I think that was a statement.
And we needed to know the number across the territory to say how much to each poll.
You want me to respond?
If you can.
Okay, so several things. You went back to 2014, I think?
2018.
2018?
Yes.
I'm trying to remember. And you said we ran out of paper ballots. I'm trying to picture in my mind two things. Did we shut down the precinct?
No,
or was it that we were using the Shuptronic voting system?
Just the machine alone. There was no paper ballots for those who wanted paper ballots.
So that would have probably been the Shuptronic? Because if you're referring to the DS200 currently, all the paper went into the DS200. So that, the clarity needs to be whether we're talking about Shuptronic versus the DS200.
2018, I think, was the same DS
200.
200.
And yeah, okay, so that was my question.
And I said this without fear, you know. I say it without fear, and I respect what you're saying here. But the people who are asking for that opportunity should also be granted that too. And I said to you here, if it brings 10 more people to the poll, does it hurt the system?
Senator, I'm going to say it for the 20th time today. The Board of Elections, the Office of the Supervisor of Elections, our job is to do what this body passes. I have no qualms one way or the other, okay? But I just, going back to 2018 again, to your point, if it was indeed the DS200, you had to have had a paper to put into the machine. You couldn't just use the machine. You can't type into the DS200. You have to have a paper, okay? You have to have a paper. So if what you're saying is accurate, it have had to be a Shuptronic.
No. And that's why I'm saying it's so unfair for me to have this conversation without Ms. Fox being there. It's unfair for me. And that's why I started out by saying, this job don't stop at 5, you know. Your job don't stop at 5.
Tell some of my board members that.
And I'm saying this to say that when we come to these hearings, we need to be prepared to go along. There's some families sitting back here that they thought they might already have their business taken care of. But look what they're doing. They're sitting patiently waiting. This ain't a time process thing in here. Things happen. The system go down. We get in this long deliberation and we hold up. But it's a deliberative body that everybody should have the opportunity to speak and say what's on their mind. And I should be able to ask every testifier that come there to defend or offense against this measure. And today, as far as I'm concerned, I didn't have a fair chance. And I rest my case there. we're going to do what we have to do. And some of my colleagues asking for some amendments before we go to rule. And I'm willing to entertain and listen to any of my colleagues them to do whatever we need to do to try to make sure that the people get that fair chance of that paper ballot. We talk about, Ms. Fox talk about thousands. We don't have 1,021 poll asking for a paper ballot. If you, how many polling sites do we have, if you could tell me, Mr. Williams?
In the territory? Or?
Territory.
Uh-huh. You really trying, you are my age to show now.
Well, how much voting machines? How much voting machine do we have in the territory?
Oh God, even worse. Yeah, I can't answer that.
Give me a guess.
I think we have, like, if I'm not mistaken, like 14. Okay, we have 14 precincts. I believe in St. Grand, 13 on St. Thomas, somewhere between there. In terms of the S200s, I think you're talking about. We gotta have better than 14. I'm sorry, at least 100 or more in each district.
100 or more. And we're talking.
And then you have the express vote as
total,
well.
right? So if we let's just take your numbers for right. 100 machines, right? We're talking 2,000 votes. So if you do your math,
Senator, with all
it's
due
very
respect,
easy.
you know about your time card about 4 minutes
My
ago.
time been kind of long time.
I just had you to know.
This is the
but I've
first
been
time I
real,
ever get time, you know.
But real been lenient.
And I love you for that.
Complete your thought, please.
I love you for that. So, but when we're talking about 100 machine, right? And 2,000, what she said, 2,000 paper ballot. And we divide that. What we're talking about per machine. So it's not this heavy lift that we're saying is going to be. It's far from that. You know, Mr. Chair, I want to thank you very much. And hey, people going to have to make their decision.
Thank you.
I really appreciate that.
Point of information, Senator Bolkers.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I want to go back to this misinformation commentary that I was hearing. Okay? Because the paper ballot has always existed. I'm going to say it again. The paper ballot has always existed since the DS200 has been utilized. Okay? No one is saying that we're changing the paper ballot. What this bill is doing is requiring, okay, presiding officers at a precinct to now hand count votes at the precinct. That's what this piece of legislation is doing. We're not talking about nothing about no taking paper ballot away. So let's make sure we get this thing under control here now. Okay, because you're saying misinformation, but you talking misinformation, whoever you is. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator Gittins, your point of information.
I just wanted to recognize the fact that we have a testifier in St. Croix who is trying to get a point in, please.
Miss,
Can she be recognized?
I just did. Miss Moorhead.
Thank you. I want to make sure to repeat because Ms. Fox made it clear when she was testifying and in questioning that it is the judge of the center who is in charge of the center and would be the one who would be calling the votes to be tallied, not the board member. I just want to make that clear.
Thank you very much.
I also want to point out, in a situation with tallying, an example was given that was to the extreme of one person saying tally and the other two saying they don't know what's going on, when really it would be a rare occasion where the two would say tally and maybe one would say, but then it would be cleared up. It's not a problem, never been a problem.
I take exception to that because I am a board member who performed that process. Not when someone coming to witness and they're there for 20 minutes or 2 hours versus the 10 hours I did there.
Thank you. Colleagues, we have exhausted all our questions on this round, and this committee is going to stand in recess for 5 minutes, and then we come back and dispose of this action here.
I don't get to close.
Committee on Government Operations, Veterans Affairs, Consumer Protection stands in recess for 5 minutes. Committee on Government Operations, Veterans Affairs, Consumer Protection is back on the record. Ms. Moorhead, I give you 60 seconds to close out. Give your closing remarks.
Hello? Yes. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I must say this was an experience like none I've never had, and this has not been the first time that I've testified. I have been, even when I was a teacher, gave testimony to the legislature, but this is the first time that I've been in a situation where I could not speak up to defend myself with all the different misinformation, misinterpretation, all the myths and the whatnot, and it really was a disappointing experience and probably will be my last if this is the example that I have to contend with in the legislature of the Virgin Islands of the United States. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your remarks. Mr. Williams?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think it was a spirited debate. Again, I just want to put my points on the record that I came here to testify based on what the majority of my board voted for. I didn't come here to present a personal opinion. I spoke about history and facts. Whatever this legislative body determines to be the process, that is what will be carried out at the Board of Elections, period. It's not a matter of conjecture, it's not a matter of opinion, it's not a matter of what I personally feel or believe or different. It's a matter of what you guys determine to be law. And, you know, we like to talk about law. We have a lot of attorneys on our board. I like to tell you what the law says. At the end of the day, is what this legislative body says that determines the direction we're going. Thank you.
Thank you. And the testifiers are excused. Do I hear a motion?
Motion.
Motion, Senator Johnson, you're recognized.
Mr. Chair, I move to hold bill number 360187 to the next calling of this committee, which should be scheduled in February. I so move.
Second.
Properly moved by Senator Franklin Johnson, second by Senator Novelli Francis Jr. Hearing no objection. So ordered. Bill number 360187, an act amending Title 18 Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 23, Section 622, requiring the Board of Elections to count by hand votes deposited in a ballot box, will be held in the Committee of Government Operations, Veterans Affairs, and Consumer Protection by the call of the chair. We're going to take a 2-minute recess and bring in our testifiers, and then we'll begin promptly in 2 minutes. Committee on Government Operations, Veterans Affairs, Consumer Protection stands in recess for 2 minutes.
Good afternoon. We're out of recess. At this time, Madam Clerk, please call up the item in block number 3, our final item of the day.
Block 3, Bill number 36-0220, an act honoring and commending former Senator Lorraine L. Berry posthumously for her decades of outstanding public service by renaming Hall Bay Road, located in Northside, St. Thomas, the Lorraine L. Berry Drive, proposed by Senator Avery L. Lewis and sponsored by Senator Angel L. Boquez. Invited testifiers, Mr. Winston Liddy, brother, Ms. Celeste Bryn, sister, Ms. Crystal Bryan, niece, Mr. Kane McGrath, former senator, Mr. Roosevelt David, former senator. Mr. Chair, this concludes the reading of Block 3.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, who speaks to bill number 36-0220? Senator Avery Lewis, you recognize for presentation of bill number 36-0220.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Today, I stand with deep pride, humility, and gratitude as we honor Bill number 36-0220, a measure dedicated to recognizing the life, legacy, and enduring impact of former Senator Lorraine L. Berry. Senator Berry was more than a public servant. She was a woman of power, purpose, and unwavering conviction. She led with strength, grace, and an unshakable belief in the people she served. At a time when women's voices were too often minimized, she stood firm, spoke boldly, and carved space not only for herself, but for every woman who would follow in her footsteps. Her leadership was not rooted in title alone, but in action. She understood the weight of responsibility that comes with public office, and she carried it with integrity, courage, and compassion. Senator Berry showed us what it means to lead without fear and to serve without condition. Today, we are given a sacred opportunity, an opportunity to honor her while we still can, to say her name with intention, and to ensure her contributions are permanently etched into the history of the Virgin Islands. This moment is not just about remembrance. It's about recognition, respect, and restoring honor where it is long deserved. As a legislature and as a community, we acknowledge that our long progress stands on the shoulders of women like Senator Lorraine L. Berry. May this bill serve as both a tribute and a promise that her legacy will not be forgotten, and that her example will continue to inspire generations to come. It is with profound respect and heartfelt appreciation that I support this measure, and I proudly honor a trailblazer, a leader, and a woman whose impact will forever live on in our territory. Colleagues, I ask you wholeheartedly to support this measure today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Avery Lewis, for your dynamic presentation of Bill number 36-0220. At this time, we'll go to the testifiers table where we have seated there just to do a quick mic check. And we do have Ms. Crystal Bryan. Mic check.
Present. Hello. Hello.
Just introduce yourself.
Okay, I'm sorry. My name is Crystal Bryan.
Okay, and then we have former senators. We have Kane McGrath.
Yes. No. The name is Clement McGrath.
Clement McGrath.
Kane is a nickname.
Correct. Okay. Clement
Just
McGrath.
for clarification on the record.
Yes, absolutely. Clement Kane McGrath.
You got it.
And of course, we have former Senator Roosevelt David as well.
Good afternoon, Roosevelt St. Clair David.
Very well. Thank you. Thank you. Please just get a little bit. Let's check the mic again, please, Senator David.
Roosevelt St. Clair David.
Excellent. Very well. We'll start off with Ms. Crystal Bryan. You got to go? Okay. So Roosevelt David, you recognize for your testimony at this time.
Good afternoon, Honorable Chairman, Senator Avery Lewis, other esteemed and honorable senators on this committee, and all others in the august body of the 36th legislature. My name is Roosevelt STC David, who served 5 consecutive terms in this distinguished lawmaking body, giving my all in service to the general public. I served with Senator Lorraine Berry for 5 unbroken terms, during which time I learned a lot from her, but more importantly, witnessed the love and caring she demonstrated for the people of the Virgin Islands while simultaneously creating, developing, and passing impactful legislation enhancing the quality of living for the majority of the populace. Senator Berry knew that the task at hand was heavy and the journey was rough and torrid. So she prepared herself appropriately by first employing staff that was loyal, competent, and efficient. The likes of Francesca Graves, who was a prolific political writer, James Francis, a great researcher and office manager at the highest degree of competence and professionalism. There was nothing left to be desired and nothing left to chance. Joyson Harrigan, Lisa Melchior, and others augmented the team. She chose her allies wisely, colleagues who she did not think would leave her holding on to the thin air. Senator Berry took her job seriously. She came to work and she produced exponentially. I can vividly recall when the government was in financial distress during the 22nd legislature, the determined senator created a measure called the Financial Accountability Act. Contained within that proposal was a measure called 2 for 1. 2 for 1. Personnel costs were going through the roof, literally and figuratively. It was mandated that if 2 people left the government for whatever reason, only 1 could be hired to replace those 2. So if 20 people left government service, no more than 10 could have been hired or rehired without the central government coming back to the legislature for approval. Checks and balances were the order of the day. Personnel costs were significantly reduced and government got some breathing room. The veteran senator knew that to concentrate only on the expenditure side of the ledger, there would still be imbalances with the greater financial picture. And so Senator Berry joined forces with Senator David Jones and me in sponsoring an economic summit held over a 2-day period on St. Croix and St. Thomas. Professionals from off island and our own local professionals were invited to give presentations. It was a tremendous success. Over 200 proposals were collected and meaningful legislation was created out of that big batch. As a result of this, over $200 million came into the Virgin Islands Treasury the following year. Truth that cannot be refuted nor condemned. The people of the Virgin Islands benefited in a huge way. Senator Lorraine Berry was as shrewd as she was strategic. A direct replica of former Prime Minister of England, Margaret Thatcher. She was as courageous and as strong and undaunted as Dame Eugenia Charles of Dominica, and would have been considered as the modern-day leader as Prime Minister Mia Mottley of Barbados. These leaders had nothing over Senator Lauren Berry. She planned well, and her decisions and votes were well calculated and meaningful. I can recall during an election period for governorship and other elected officials, a governor, whose name I would not mention at this time, sent down a proposal to the then legislature to pay union contracts and retroactive monies for teachers and others without identifying a funding source. Senator Berry objected to the measure, calling it an election ploy intended to fool the people. She took to the airwaves on her own radio program, which had the theme at the time, Shed Light and the People Would Find Their Way. She got the attention of the electorate, voted against the measure, and came in #1 in that election. Some who voted for the measure lost their seats. She was a deep thinker and a visionary. The Gavi Bonds Grant Anticipation Revenue Vehicle legislation, which I spearheaded, came to fruition for the first time ever in the Virgin Islands, causing the Inihide Pond development to materialize and the expansion of the Red Hook Terminal facility. I discussed the measure with the experienced senator, which immediately she supported. The setback at that time was legal counsel did not have the expertise nor the adequate resources at the time. So Senator Berry directed me to an outside counsel by the name of Bernard Van Slytman, who drafted the legislation, which was sent to bond counsel in New York, who immediately advised us that the draft was perfect. It just had to be placed on the legislature's letterhead. This is solid history for posterity. The senator was adventurous and decisive. Senator Lauren Berry was the first in many things. She was the first senator who ran for governor in the Democratic primary back in 1986, lost her bid, then registered to run for the Senate as an independent and won. Never happened before, and it never happened again because the law was changed after that. That was ingenuity of the highest caliber. She was the only senator who became president twice in the same term. In the first year of the 26th legislature, she was president with Senator Celestino A. White Sr. as the majority leader. And with the reorganization of the 26th legislature, the following year, Senator Berry remained president in the second year, with Roosevelt Sensi David becoming the majority leader. It was a masterpiece, orchestrated by this consummate, proactive politician, and whose superior attributes fittingly proclaim her as one of the most powerful senators of our era. Senator Berry's decades of fantastic service to the people of the territory were all-encompassing, embracing, productive, and extraordinary. Notwithstanding the fact that the legislature's annex is named in her honor, I am totally convinced that Senator Avery Lewis made an excellent choice, along with those who supported the bill. And I believe that that senator, Avery Lewis, ought to take several bows. Several bows. To this end, I want to make it emphatically and abundantly clear that to this measure, Roosevelt St. Clair David has absolutely no reservation, no hesitation, and there is no equivocation for my unfettered support in having the Hall Bay Road renamed in the honor of the outstanding public servant, Lorraine L. Berry. I thank you for your time, Senator, and I will answer any question that you may have.
Thank you. I don't have to sit up or stand up, man. That feels so good to get so much bows. Ms. Bryan?
Good day, Honorable Senator Avery L. Lewis, Chairman of the Committee on Government Operations, Veterans Affairs, and Consumer Protection, distinguished members of the committee, other members of the 36th Legislature present, fellow testifiers, ladies and gentlemen in the chambers, and the listening and viewing audience. My name is Crystal Bryan, niece of the late Senator Lorraine L. Berry. On behalf of Senator Berry's entire family circle, I appreciate the opportunity to appear before you today, and I'm privileged to provide testimony in support of Bill number 36-0220, which seeks to honor and commend former Senator Lorraine L. Berry posthumously for her decades of outstanding public service by renaming the Hull Bay Road in the north side of St. Thomas as the Lorraine L. Berry Drive. Senator Berry was a distinguished public servant whose courageous leadership and unwavering dedication profoundly shaped the political, social, and economic landscape of our territory. Throughout her career in government and elected office, Senator Berry exemplified integrity, purpose, and an extraordinary commitment to the people she served.
I'm not going to get it back.
She was elected to the legislature for 12 consecutive terms, demonstrating ongoing public trust. Over her 24 years of service, Senator Berry held significant leadership positions, including Majority Leader, Vice President, and twice as Senate President, a distinction achieved by only 3 women in the history of the Virgin Islands. I will not go into all the details of her achievements, or we will be here all the way till next week. But as a legislator, Senator Berry championed landmark initiatives that strengthen families, advance economic development, broaden businesses and employment opportunities, enhance public safety, and promoted access to quality health care across the Virgin Islands. Her efforts extended beyond legislative chambers. She organized impactful symposiums and forums, advocated passionately for women's and health issues, and elevated the need to focus on education and the children of the territory. She was our voice of reason, always ready to talk politics, offer a listening ear, and respectfully debate a topic, all while being impeccably put together. She will always shop. Her eloquence, intelligence, fairness, and mastery of legislative matters earned her deep respect from colleagues, organizations, and the broader community. Her high standards, political acumen, and tireless service set a distinguished example of public leadership. Senator Berry was a public servant for all and gave her life to the people of the Virgin Islands. As a descendant of the French community, I acknowledge with appreciation the important actions Senator Berry undertook to secure formal recognition of the French descendants and their contribution to the Virgin Islands through the creation of the French Heritage Week. She collaborated effectively with local civic groups, including the Northside Sports Fishing Club and the Frenchtown Civic Organization, to observe Bastille Day and honor French Virgin Islander heritage. The initiative included official government house ceremonies, a scholarship essay contest, the cultural fair at Sibbs parking lot, and the Miss French Heritage pageant. Many of these efforts persist today, and there is hope to revitalize those that have diminished over time. Senator Berry's legacy is distinguished by her integrity, courage, and steadfast commitment to the people of the Virgin Islands. Her contributions have left a lasting impact on the territory, influencing its development for future generations. The dedication of Hull Bay Road in her name aims to further honor her work and serve as a continual reminder of what can be achieved through passion, determination, and love for the people of the Virgin Islands. As a lifelong resident of the Northside community, it is fitting to recognize Senator Berry's service by renaming the Hull Bay Road as the Lorraine L. Berry Drive, in acknowledgement of her significant contributions. On behalf of my entire family, thank you for allowing me to offer this testimony in full support of Bill 36-0220. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. McGrath, normally with us, the senators would have the testimony so they could review, but you go ahead and I will distribute it since
I can't
in
hear
the
you,
essence
Senator.
of
You have
time.
to talk
Go
louder.
right ahead.
Good afternoon, Senator Avery Lois, Chairman of this committee, and all other senators present. My name is Clement Kane McGrath, former Senator and Commissioner of Licensing and Consumer Affairs. It is my honor and privilege to appear before you to support this bill honoring Senator Lorraine Berry by renaming the Hull Bay Road the Lorraine Berry Drive. Senator Berry and I graduated from the same high school and the same class of St. Peter and Paul Catholic School in 1967. In fact, that class holds the distinction of being the only class in the Virgin Islands to graduate 3 senators from the same class: Senator Berry, Senator McGrath, and Senator Judy Gomez. So my history with Senator Berry goes back a long way. After high school, Senator Berry worked in the offices of former delegate to Congress Ron DeLugo, and it was there that she contracted the political fever that will guide her for the rest of her life. Senator Lorraine Berry was a fearless woman who had a deep love for our islands and our people. She was a brilliant and powerful politician throughout her long legislative career and was the epitome of courage, vision, and confidence. History will show her as one of the greatest leaders of our time. I was proud to serve with her in the 16th and 17th legislatures and to witness firsthand her leadership and fearless challenges to others when making her points and positions clear. I did not always agree with her, especially sometimes in caucus where I was the majority leader, but we remained friends, knowing we both had the welfare of the people of the Virgin Islands at heart. I was doubly proud of the fact that during that time, we were the only 2 members of French ancestry to serve in this august body. I'm working on recruiting another one, so watch out. It's been a long time. Senator Berry was a power broker with deep political connections throughout the population. She was not afraid of any issues and would take on any challenge. In 1989, when she was elected president, she asked me to return and serve as the executive director of the legislature during her tenure as president of the 18th legislature. It was her bold leadership at that time that resulted in the massive rehabilitation and refurbishing of these same chambers and making this building a modern place, fitting for the first branch of government to conduct its business as a co-equal branch. New desks were made by local carpenters, new curtains made by local seamstresses, benches refurbished and upholstered and reupholstered by local craftsmen, and yes, internet installed in every office for the first time. Over her long tenure, I can go on and on about her legislative accomplishments, including the Financial Accountability Act and the reorganization of government in 1987. This honor is long overdue, and I commend Senator Lois and his colleagues for bringing it forward, and I would encourage a yes vote from everyone here, unless you want to suffer the wrath of French voters in November. Thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Before I like that. Before I open the floor to my colleagues, I'll just be for full transparency, colleagues, and honesty, former Senator Fonsi Adler Donnerstog, who had brought the idea to me and, assisted with some of the legislation and, thanks to James Lewis downstairs as well for a lot of history and knowledge and stuff to help me put this bill together. So I just wanted to put that on record to acknowledge those two individuals that made today possible. And, there's I don't know if maybe he's in the crowd. He never dropped the ball from time I met with the family and friends up at Northside. Mr. Normal Berry in the crowd today. Great. Called and brought petitions and everything. So thank you, Mr. Berry, for your contributions to this day. Colleagues, we're going to go to a 3-minute round, and we're going to begin with Senator Carla Joseph.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. A pleasant good day to the testifiers, of course, my colleagues, and the viewing and listening audience. I stand in support of this measure. I knew the great lady. I knew her well. I worked for other senators while she was a senator, but my close knowledge of her came from being her secretary for the Virgin Islands Democratic Action Committee, VIDAC. And that's an all-volunteer club that was part of the Democratic Party, and she was riveting. She was committed. I remember when Senator Berry asked that I serve as her secretary. Now, I couldn't believe in my life that she had noticed me and noticed the work I was doing here in the legislature as well as in our community. But that's to tell the type of human being she was. She noticed the little things, as most women do. She noticed the little things and your commitment. And there was a time when she did offer me a position in her office, but I turned it down. I said, no, I still prefer to work with you as a volunteer for VIDAC. And she gave me a lot of advice. The senator was very good at keeping her word. That's one of the things, I think, one of things that we as politicians overshadow is that you need people who you're surrounded with to keep their word, to be very committed to your base. And she was very committed to her base of people, women, children, from all walks of life. Senator Berry was very committed to that. And more importantly, she was committed to how the people's money is spent.
1 minute.
And that's something that Senator Berry taught me about the fiscal responsibility and integrity. And so I really emulate that with her because it's very important for us as legislators to always be mindful that where we get our payment and how we spend the money is not our money, it's the people's money, taxpayers' money. So I stand in support of this resolution, and I want to commend the chairman for your due diligence in bringing it forward. I will probably sign on as a co-sponsor, and I think you definitely want to just be able to say who she was, who this great lady, because she really, kicked down a lot of doors for us and the glass ceiling. So I really want to thank you for bringing this forward. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Senator Franklin Johnson, you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon to the testifiers. Good afternoon to the viewing and listening audience. Anytime you could bring out two former senators and still have the next one advocating for you, you're a powerful lady. So I'm very thankful to the authors of this measure here. As you know, the annex is named after Senator Berry. How many people get a chance to come in here and even see the annex with her name on it? So going down in Hull Bay and putting that name up means a lot, because all folks from French descent and whoever go down there, whichever fisherman, whoever go in that area, will definitely see her name and will ask the question, who is Senator Berry? I, as a young person, never believed in politics, never thought I would be sitting here, but I listen a lot. I stayed tuned to the radios, stayed tuned to the Senate hearing, but never want a part of this. And any time that young lady would get up and speak, she spoke with authority. She spoke without any kind of fear, regardless of who will be pushing back. She made her position ultimately clear, what she stands for, and lobby for the rest of her colleagues to support her measures. And I salute the sponsor for bringing this forward, because we must remember the people who led before us. We must always make sure we be able to say thank you, and in ways that people can always see those names and ask who is this individual? What was she about? And her history will forever be long-lived in this territory. And I sure want to say thank you over and over that you guys brought this measure to make sure that when you go down Hull Bay, which I've been down about twice alone, so I'm bragging about Hull Bay like as if I know the place. I've been there about twice, and again, it's because of politics carrying me down in that area there. But beautiful scenery, beautiful area to go and see how the French community collaborate, have the events and different activities there. And it's a perfect spot to put her name up so that folks can see that. I needed to ask a question just by the show of hands in the back. How many of our family members are here to just sit and support? Wow, congratulations. Like I said, don't know of the history of the entire family, but this name ring bells. And you guys know, I saw you today wondering what was going on in here. This is soft talk to say when Miss Berry was in here. What you saw today? Well, nothing. Am I right, Mr. Senator McGrath?
You got it.
Roosevelt, please tell them.
Absolutely.
This is small talk today in comparison to when these folks been here.
Time.
And again, back in them days, it wasn't a clock on this thing, Wee hours of the morning until it get done. So when I see people about there running out of here, you got to stay here and work. And that she did. That she did. She represented our community. She represented this territory well and deserved this honor. So again, thank you very much for you guys bringing this forward, supporting it, and thank you very much to my colleagues who brought this measure. Quite sure I'll be signing on to it too. Thank you very much for that time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Franklin Johnson. Senator Ray Fonseca, you recognize we have 3 minutes.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon and welcome to the whole family and the panelists. Definitely, I've already signed on to this legislation. Lorraine Berry, is very deserving of this award, a 12-term senator, 2 times president. I think she served as a finance chair for 3 terms, and an advocate. You noted that she started out as a PTA up in the school up north side there. She's very deserving. The road is an ample road to be renamed after her. I've traveled that road many times. I'd like for us to finish the whole Hull Bay issue so that we can have the fishermen have better access down there. That's one of those things that have been stalled. I know if Lorraine Berry was here, that project would have probably been finished by now. It would have gotten the proper attention. I know the Department of Planning and Development had said that the bids were over the budget, but we still needed to get that done. She's a very well-known personality in the community, very well respected, a strong voice in the legislature. I've always listened to her in my career when I was at the Housing Authority. I was one of those employees that could not get involved with politics due to the Hatch Act being a pure federal employee, but I know her a lot because she used to always come to the beauty salon there in the Market Square where my wife was. So we had a lot of chit-chats. Very smart lady. She was good with numbers, very respectful, and she's very deserving of the award. And, you know, we've heard...
1 minute.
We've heard what you've said, that we make sure that we vote for this so we don't get the impact of the French community. But, you know, I wanted to mention that she also won the Ordre National de Mérite from France for her cultural contributions. So she was internationally recognized and renowned. And so contribute, I mean, she's contributed awesomely. I know her husband. And so she was a family woman also. Her husband was a very well respected, you know, person in the community. She was a real boss woman. We talk about boss woman now. Lorraine Berry was a boss woman before they used the term boss woman. You know, so congratulations. I am definitely voting in favor of this, and we look forward to one day being able to present the family with the appropriate plaque and designation in this legislative hall. And thank you all for coming out. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Fonseca. Senator Francis Heilecker, you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you so much to my colleagues, to the people of the territory. Good day to the testifiers, those here in the chambers, to staff. I know I heard one of my colleagues earlier say that they had declined Senator Berry's offer for a job. I said yes. I actually, when she offered me a position, because I've been in this institution since 1999, and I was smart enough to know that if I had the opportunity to work with her, I could gain a wealth of knowledge. And during the time that I worked in her office, Francesca, Mr. Francis, everybody, I loved it because I was literally had a bird's eye view to see Senator Lorraine Berry work in a manner that some didn't even remotely come close to seeing. And this was an everyday thing. And I will tell you, she had me in awe, because sometimes when you think her back was up against the wall, she's the one come out shining like roses, and you still scratching your head trying to figure out what in heaven's name happened. She was a master at that. And I witnessed this up front and close, and I thought, this woman really, really works on behalf of the people of the territory. And I'm not gonna lie, she was actually one of the people that inspired me to want to become a senator. Because I saw a woman that loved her community, and I realized that you could just be who you are, you could love the territory, you could just go out and help everybody, and at the end of the day, sleep good when night comes. And I love that because I saw it every day with her. And I also enjoyed watching her. She loved doing her Mother's Day luncheon. For those of you who were not aware, Senator Berry had this annual luncheon every year.
1 minute.
She would honor women in our community. She would lift them up and really say, from people that were fostering children to business people that were activists in the community, she really reached out and tried to showcase women in the territory. And I was always thankful for that, because it showed me that I too could aspire to be all of these things. You know, she had the privilege of being the longest sitting senator in the entire territory. You know, I recall it, and my colleague was just asking me or discussing it, and I was telling him that I know the other two colleagues, I think 2 others did 22 years each, but they went in and out. I believe that was Senator Hansen and Senator White, and both, but she has the distinguished literal history of saying, I was in here for 12 consecutive years, nonstop. Terms. 12 consecutive terms. That's a total of 24 years. And when I watched that, I said, wait a minute. She really, really walked in, because the people them are saying, listen, we trust you enough that we're going to keep putting you back in here to work for us. And that's a kind of trust you can't pay for. And just witnessing that, you know, it put me in a sense of awe. And I was here when Senator Berry, let me just wrap up, Mr. Chair, okay? I was here when Senator Berry went through some of her own personal struggles. I was here when they had the little coup that there was a whole little attempted coup what the senator was here talking about. And if you were here at the time, you could have heard a chatter in the whole building. And when everybody thought she was down for the count, when I tell you she was like a phoenix and she raised on the plate, and everybody was like, how she get her do? They couldn't take her out of that seat. And it was just like, wow, she really fighting to make sure she's in that position to help the people of this territory. So I'm gonna wrap up, but I will definitely be supporting this piece of legislation. I know we've honored her before with the legal counsel building, as my colleague was talking about. Sometimes we call it the annex right next door. But to add the Hull Bay Road to it, that is definitely a great addition to making sure that her legacy stays and everybody always remembers Senator Lorraine L. Berry. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. Senator Blyden, you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
If I may, I just wanted to make a comment. I mentioned some of the names that work with Senator Berry, and I forgot that the good senator did work with her as well.
Okay. Sorry. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon. Again to my colleagues, good afternoon, former Senator David. Good afternoon, former Senator McGrath, and good afternoon, Ms. Berry, and all of the Berries, family members in the chamber, and thank you so much for your testimonies. I did not know Senator Berry personally, but I heard a lot about her as I was coming through my ranks, and I must say she was a heavy hitter. You know, she worked with some of the other heavy hitters in the chambers, in the different legislatures, 24 consecutive years. That's a lot of years. 12 consecutive terms. That says a lot about who you are. You know, the people trust in you. I know that through all the different testimonies I've heard, there's some of the same sentiments. Her love for the people, number one. Her courage, her advocacy for women's rights and women's health. Everyone spoke to her public service in the community, especially when it came to the French heritage community and what she have done in that space in terms of advocating and bringing different initiatives for that sector. And I think that's a very good thing. But one thing I always heard about her, she was the voice of reason. You know, I know that term, Senator Berry. To name Hull Bay Road after her is, to me, an honor, because that's a road well traveled. And even though she's well known in the community, others who do not know of her, especially with the initiative, the Name the Road initiative, folks are going to know who she is as a result of that. And I must commend the sponsor, and the other sponsors for bringing this legislation forward. Of course, I did sign another sponsor also.
1 minute.
But her service was very impactful. What I mean by that, right? She was powerful, you know. How in the world you could run for governor and come back and run for senator and win? Who does that? Who? Nobody else. That's powerful. Powerful. I thought what I did was powerful, but that's nothing compared to that. For real, that's very powerful. But honestly, the family had a lot to do with that, because I know Richard was the husband name, correct, Richard? He sacrificed a lot, because for 24 years, she was a public servant. And I can only imagine the amount of time spent advocating for people, because we all do it. And it's not easy. It takes a lot of dedication, a lot of hard work, and to me, it takes a personal commitment.
Time.
Folks just talk about senators all the time, but they don't understand once you get in that role, what it means the responsibility of honestly being a true public servant, and that's what she was in all aspects of that. And we must commend her for that. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Blyden. Senator Bulkas, you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Sorry, little malfunction here. Yes, good afternoon, Mr. Chair, colleagues, listening and viewing audience, central staff, Senator McGrath, Senator David Sr., and Ms. Bryan, and family, friends, and loved ones of former Senator Lorraine L. Berry, who was a beloved leader who defined tireless service, in my opinion, and deserves this honor. And I want to commend the bill sponsor for this initiative. And I, too, am a sponsor of the measure. She has done so much. She has sacrificed so much, not only for the people of the Virgin Islands, but even with her own family. So we appreciate the family for sharing her with us, even though I may not have known her personally, but I've heard about the work that she has done, transformational work here in the Virgin Islands. And I wanted to ask a couple questions. Can any of you share with me a personal gesture or a habit that she had when either family member or ones who served with her? Because, for instance, a personal gesture like my colleague, when you hear "Well, Sapupa," you know who that is. So is there a personal gesture that former Senator Lorraine Berry used to always state, in conversation or work?
Yeah, Roosevelt David, I'll tell you this. If 100 people went to her office, senators or non-senators, the first thing she will ask you, what the people saying out there? She wants to know. You'll never leave her office unless you hear that.
Okay, good to know, good to know. And Senator McGrath, if you have...
Well, similar to that is that she would always use the expression that she had her pulse on the people.
Uh-huh. Okay.
She had her pulse feeling what the people wanted.
1 minute.
What was the right thing to do in order to make life better for the people of the Virgin Islands. And I think that's what she referred to when she talked about the pulse of the population, the pulse of the people.
Thank you. And Ms. Bryan?
Crystal Bryan, well, I was a lot younger.
Okay.
During her time, I do wish she was still present to help guide me now in life. But I always remember her blue and orange. I was just telling Senator that he had the orange folder. I had the blue. Her blue and orange shirts.
Okay.
And of course, that she was your public servant and your voice of reason. But I always admired, like one of you said, when she walked in, you saw power, and she was always so beautiful.
And she always just got the attention of the room. Just okay.
Yes.
Time.
Okay. And Mr. Chair, if I may just have one tidbit, please.
Go right ahead, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And is there a short, little memorable story or moment that you would like to share that captures Senator Berry's, persona, in your opinion? A short, little memorable moment that you would like to share with us? For everyone.
I have a lot of memorable moments in caucus, but I can't share them with you. The rule in caucus was that what happens in caucus stays in caucus.
If I may,
yes, sir.
I could recall her strength in the 22nd legislature when everybody was torn apart. Chucky on one side, Lorraine on one side, there was 7. And I was on a cruise. And everybody was calling me. I don't know how they knew I was on this cruise, how they get the number. Everybody was calling me. I wanted to join this Lorraine. I wanted to join Chucky and what have you. You know what Lorraine did? While everybody calling, she sent the petition for me to sign. She sent the petition. She faxed it. I signed it, sent it back. And then the people say, well, Roosevelt ain't here, so she forged Roosevelt's signature. She just outfoxed them. She just outfoxed them. And I joined her to become the president of the 22nd legislature.
Right.
I would like to encourage every member here and every member of each legislature to write these little incidents that happen during your legislative tenure. Because years from now, you'll want to look back and remember these things. Some of them you will laugh at, some of them you will cry about, but you will always remember your time in the legislature, and so will the general public, or for those who you want to share your thoughts with. But I would always recommend that you record these little incidents when they happen in your life.
If I may, just one quick one.
Go right ahead.
In the same 22nd legislature, she had a bare 8. A bare 8.
Majority.
And Carol Burke, young senator, we won together at the same time, was the majority leader. So Chuck Hansen, Bud Bryan, Celestina White, even David Jones, beating up because David Jones had gone with Chucky at the time. And Bud Bryan was sitting right there. And he got up with vengeance and force going towards Senator Berry, right where he's sitting there. And Senator Berry got the gavel and hit it. Senator Bryan, go back to your seat. He turned around and he went back and he sat like a little baby. I could never forget that. I'll never forget that. That was power. That was power.
That's power.
Yeah.
Intimidation too.
Yeah.
That's great. That's great. So McGrath, just to add to what you're saying, you know, you're so correct about writing on those things because it took the Senate President a year to get my name correct. I ain't Avery Johnson, or my Avery Lewis, no. But anyhow, talking about him, Mr. President, you're next with your 3 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues, and good afternoon to our testifiers. Today, this is indeed a very special moment. Senator Berry was an incredible leader. She really was. She was probably an even better and even more incredible human being. She was an impeccable dresser, as you mentioned. Everything was always in place, well put together, well coordinated. That's what I absolutely knew about her. She was tough. She was fearless.
She was tough.
She stood on principle. And what I admired most about her was her ability to take political risks. She could sense, like you said, she sort of had the sense of the pulse of the people. So even though the majority of her colleagues were going in one direction, she was never afraid to stand alone. You know, she stood on principle. And yet, at the end of the day, even though, I think you mentioned it, Senator David, she stood on principles and took political risks such as opposing unfunded election year spending. That was a principle that she stood on firmly. So even though it was popular to vote for raises on an election year, and you know that you're dangling that in front of the voters, she stood strong and she said, no, I don't see the funding there. And she was willing to take that stand alone. And at the end of the day, the voters still rewarded her. That's the amazing thing. What does that teach you or teach us? And I'll ask the two senators this question first. What does that teach us about integrity and accountability in public life today?
If I may say, I think it comes ahead of anything else. You must have integrity and you have to stand firm.
1 minute.
But at the same time, you have to create a message that goes out to people that understand why you're taking that certain position. And I think that's what made her special. She had a radio program and she used it wisely to get to the hearts and minds of people. And she was believable. And that preserved her integrity.
She was an effective communicator,
That's right.
for sure.
That's right.
Senator McGrath, any thoughts on that?
Well, like I said, what happened in caucus stays in caucus. But the real Senator Berry came out during those times.
Yeah.
That's when you really heard her voice and when she told you what she really thought. and what she couldn't say when she was up here in the chambers. And she was a strong woman. She held her positions. You can argue with her, but she doesn't change her mind.
Time.
She was steadfast in what she believed in. And right or wrong, you knew where she was going to vote when you got to the floor.
You knew where she stood, and she was consistent.
For sure.
Right, she was. I wanted to just finally ask Ms. Bryan, when future generations ask why this road was named for Lorraine L. Berry, what key points about her character, would you most want them to know?
Well, I would want them to know about how she believed in the Virgin Islands and cared and loved the people of the Virgin Islands. And like the senator said, you know, that was a lot in her family, for her family. But she did it for the people of the Virgin Islands and for 24 consecutive years. So that shows a majority of the Virgin Islands believed in her and agreed with her policy making.
Thank you very much. I appreciate your conversation, your comments. Thank you very much for the flexibility, Mr. Chair.
Thank you so much, Mr. Senate President. The chair would now recognize Vice President Senator Kenneth Gittins for your 3 minutes. Kindly proceed, Senator Gittins.
Thank you, and good afternoon to everyone. Thank you for those testimonies provided. You know, I sit here in full support of of Bill number 36, that's 0220, an act honoring and commending former Senator Lorraine L. Berry posthumously for her decades of outstanding public service. You know, Senator Berry dedicated her life to public service, serving an extraordinary 12 terms, as you've heard, and of which 2 of those terms she served as Senate President. So her leadership, commitment to the people of the Virgin Islands, and lasting contributions to our community certainly merits this recognition, in my opinion. So renaming the roadway ensures that her legacy will continue to be remembered in this community. Now, I don't have any questions in particular especially for former Senator Kane McGrath, because I know his response will be what happens in caucus stays in caucus. But not that everything occurred in caucus. And something that you mentioned to colleagues to start writing down incidents and whatnot. I just want to remind you that today we don't really have to write down certain incidents, because we have what you call today VI 340 comics, and they do a very good job in documenting what takes place in this legislature.
Just remember, you also have, Senator, just remember you also have AI, where they
1
put
minute.
words in your mouth.
Yeah, but
So
you got
in your own hand.
Yeah, hold on, because when time call, the acting chair who is there, she don't make jokes to cut you off. So you'll get an opportunity to respond. But I just wanted to say before I conclude too that, you know, thinking back here, I first remembered politics because of 2 names: Ruby Emrose and Lorraine L. Berry.
They couldn't get the
And say what you want. They used to go back and forth. I used to describe it as like oil and water, or oil and coolant. But I always tell people that in order for a car to be able to work and move, you need the oil and you need the coolant. So regardless of what, those 2 powerful ladies,
Time.
for sure, made me remember politics first when I know it as a little boy. Time was called at the appropriate time. I'm definitely going to support this measure, and I want to thank and commend the bill sponsors on this. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much, Senator Gittins, for those probing statements. The time has come for the sponsor of this legislation, Mr. Secretary Avery Lewis. You are recognized for your 3 minutes or more.
Yeah, thank you. I don't know what else to say that haven't been said here today. Senator Roosevelt, David gave a great overview, great detail of what he knows, and he still has some in his chest, but what happened in caucus stays in caucus. Senator McGrath, we couldn't break him today, but I guess later on, he's going to tell me something on the side. Crystal, and you know, I was too young. I ain't gonna say I was too young. I always heard about Senator Berry, and Senator Berry was one of the pencils them you could have looked forward to in school, right? And then I was looking for Senator Berry pencil, and then Senator White had "Keep your future bright." You know, so I was wondering, and then, you know, later on, Senator Dow came with a double-headed eraser pencil.
Down now.
Down now. So, I mean, with all of that being said, you know, all I know about her is great things. And I know about her fighting for her community, just like I do every day, coming in and out, you know, don't complain, just do what we have to do. But one thing I must say, though, that I really admire is, though, I know she had a lot of family love. Because from the time we had that meeting up outside, everybody come and say, Lois, let me tell you something. If you don't get this move, my son, it's okay and you ride the rock. And here we are today, and we're going to make this happen. But again, I just thank the family wholeheartedly for allowing me, especially to make this a reality here today. I'm convinced, and I think my colleagues will support me on this measure. So, with all of that being said, motion.
Senator Avery Lewis, you're recognized for your motion.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Bill number 36-0220, an act honoring and commending former Senator Lorraine L. Berry posthumously for her decades of outstanding public service by renaming Holby Road, located in Northside, St. Thomas, the Lorraine L. Berry Drive, be voted upon favorably in this committee on Government Operation, Veterans Affairs and Consumer Protection, and forwarded to the Committee on Rules and Judiciary for further vetting and action. I so move.
Second.
Bill number 36-0220 has been properly moved by Senator Avery Lewis, seconded by Senator Ray Fonseca, Francis Heiliger, Johnson, and Gittins. Roll call on Bill number 36-0220.
Senator Ray Fonseca? Senator Fonseca, yea. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr.? Senator Francis Jr., absent. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger? Yes. Senator Francis Heiliger, yea. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins?
Yes.
Senator Gittins, yea. Senator Franklin D. Johnson?
Yes.
Senator Johnson, yea. Senator Carla J. Joseph?
Yes.
Senator Joseph, yea. Senator Avery L. Lewis?
Of course, yes.
Senator Lewis, yea. Ms. Chair? Madam Chair, forgive me. Madam Chair, there are 6 yeas, 1 member absent.
Thank you so kindly, Madam Clerk. Bill number 36-0220, an act honoring and commending former Senator Lorraine L. Berry posthumously for her decades of outstanding public service by renaming Hall Bay Road, located in Northside, St. Thomas, the Lorraine L. Berry Drive, has been favorably voted upon in the Committee on Government Operations, Veteran Affairs, and Consumer Protection, and will be forwarded to the Committee on Rules and Judiciary for further action and consideration.
Good.
At this time, we will ask the testifiers to give a brief 30-second closing remarks. We'll start first with the Honorable Roosevelt St. C. David, former Senator.
I thank you, Madam Chair, at this point. I am pleased that I was asked to come here and give testimony on the great Senator Lorraine Berry, because everything that you heard here today and a lot more she has accomplished. There is no question about it. And so we are happy that the Senator had taken this initiative in his hand and moved it forward, because it is so fitting that the entire community is very pleased. And so thank you, and I commend all of you with your support for this measure.
Senator McGrath.
Yes, again, I'd like to thank this body for inviting me to testify. Senator Berry will always be remembered as one of the greatest leaders of our time. And this has been a very, very fitting honor to bestow upon her in her memory. And I think future generations will always be asking, who was Senator Berry and how can I be like Senator Berry?
Good.
Great. Ms. Bryan?
Okay, good afternoon. On behalf of the entire family, Senator Lewis, we do thank you for bringing this bill forward. And to all the senators that voted yay, we do thank you and appreciate that. And we are very excited that this continues to move forward to show her legacy as we drive the road every day and for many generations to come.
Thank you, and I thank the family. And just so the world could know, Crystal and Tiffany is one of the friendly faces at Banco Popular. They had a big party this weekend and they invite me. Not because I was bringing the bill, but because I'm a good customer. So thank you, Tiffany and Crystal. Anyhow, this committee is coming to a close today. I thank my colleagues for sticking it out with me. I thank my staff, Ms. Watley, Ms. Michael. I thank central staff, media, Sergeant at Arms. I look forward to seeing most of you, every one of you, on Monday, 7 o'clock, as Governor Bryan gave his last State of the Territory address. We'll all be here sharp and on time. Who can make it, tune in. There being no further business to come before the Committee on Government Operations, Veterans Affairs, and Consumer Protection, this committee is hereby adjourned. God bless, peace and love to the people of the Virgin Islands.
Yeah.